Big East top 2 qualifying teams will also move on to the EGFC Championships later this year. So there's a lot in store here today, and this is just the beginning. I am Septilence, joined by Tiny Shiny, and we are going to be bringing you the first 3 series. We'll be subbed in eventually by our good friend Soy, and you're going to be seeing a lot of the 3 of us today. Shiny, how we feeling?
Oh, I am feeling good. We are set for a great day of Rocket League to come our way. Starting out here, we got 6 teams that have all qualified for this conference championship. And you know, we got a lot to come through, at least 9 matches. Looking at our double elimination bracket, so much to think about to come ahead.
Without a doubt. There's so much to look at going down the line. It's a double elimination bracket, as you mentioned. There's actually a full bracket reset in grand finals if the losing team wins. But of course, we'll get there when we get there. We got to start way back in game number 1, and we know what that first game is going to be. The 4th seed versus the 5th, Xavier versus St. John. So starting with what could likely be one of our closest games today, as there's only a seeded differential between them.
And yeah, and that's probably what we're seeing, not only just in the seeding, but also in terms of records.
Yeah.
Both of these teams are coming in. St. John's coming in with a 3-12, 7-7 for their opponent. So keeping both of those things in mind. These were all played throughout the general EGF season, but also the conference matches individually that they had as well. So this is when these teams did play each other in the past. 2-6 for St. John's, a 3-5 for Xavier. So looking to both of these players and these teams at where they currently stand in the bracket, I think a lot of that is just going to depend who is showing up today to play, because not to mention we're also in land here at Butler University at the Esports Park. That can take so many things out of context when you're playing in front of a live crowd.
Yeah, I mean, there's one of those things that I always love to talk about, the Lanimals, right? Those people that come onto LAN, that come in and they play just fully out of their mind, like something we have never seen before. I've seen it at every single LAN I've had the opportunity to be a part of, and I feel like this one is going to be no different. There are a lot of really talented players here across all 6 teams, and going into this, it's a bit of a double-edged sword in a way, right? Because not only do you want to win Big East, which happens today, but you then want to make at least top 2 to qualify for the EGFC Championships in Delaware later this year. So you've made it to this LAN. That's very exciting. There's another LAN just over the horizon. You just have to beat, what, 66% of the teams here? Okay, a little easier said than done, maybe, but it's still, your odds are pretty good. You've got a 33% chance of moving on to that next LAN as well.
Oh, yeah. You've got a lot to look forward to, but again, we're going to get ready to get into those matches momentarily. And I think we were talking a little bit about before when this started, you mentioned that this would be one of the closer matches from what we've seen, not only just off the statistics, but what how the players were doing during the season. And, you know, speaking of these players, it sounds like we're getting ready to meet them today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome, Indianapolis. Welcome to the Big East Rocket League Conference Championship. My name is Soy. I'm joined by my good friend Blue here on stage. Blue, how's it going? I agree. It's all good. All right, we got a long day of Rocket League ahead of us, but it's going to be a fun day, and we've got plenty of fantastic Rocket League action coming our way. So please give a warm welcome to our first competitors of the day. Starting off, we've got the Xavier Musketeers. And their opponents for the first round, coming all the way from Queens, New York, the St. John's Red Storm. One best of 5 to decide who moves on winner's side. Septilence and Tiny, take it away.
Thank you so much, Soy. And like he said, the winner here moves on up, staying in the upper bracket. The lower bracket is still untouched at the moment. Of course, nobody's down there as nobody's lost. But as a bracket dictates, somebody has to lose. We're going to be seeing a lot of best of 5s today, with grand finals being a best of 7. So keeping a close eye on how many wins these teams are going to be able to get. First team to 3 stays in the upper bracket. First team to 3 losses the first of many in the lower bracket. So a lot of how this weekend is going to go, how today is going to go, dictates on how these teams are going to do. Xavier versus St. John's, 4th seed versus 5th. So statistics, recommend that Xavier should be able to win this. But I've seen the St. John's roster. I know these guys did not come to play around. You saw the look on their faces going up onto that stage. They are calculated players, and they're looking to prove that here.
Yeah, it's nothing to say. The 4th, the 5th seed, you really can't get much closer than that. You're looking at traded numbers, not something to always consider. A different environment, playing on LAN, playing on a stage, and for some of them, it could be the very first time, completely new experience. So many factors to take in consideration, such as can you stay focused on the games, keep your focus on what is going on in front of you, ignore all of the other inputs on the outside, which can be quite challenging in this environment.
And playing on a stage as well is so different than just playing on your own computer at home, right? There's all these people watching you. There's these bright lights pointing down at you. You know you're on broadcast. There's so many variables that can really make these players, I don't want to say fall apart, but be a little more nervous in this circumstance at hand. There's a lot to look at. And another thing that hopefully we can look at here is the bracket of this weekend. Seeing it's going to be a little empty for the time being, as there's only a couple of games set in stone, and the rest are, of course, to be determined. But Xavier and St. John's going head-to-head right now. After that, we're going to jump into DePaul versus Marquette. And then I think the third game will be Seton Hall versus blank. Insert winner here. The lower bracket, we won't be seeing the first games, the lower bracket. So the very far left there of the lower bracket will be off stream, but I believe every single other game will be on stream here today. So we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams. We're really going to get to know these players and see what they can bring to the table in these matchups.
Oh, yeah. We are looking forward to everything that these players have to offer. You've been spending this entire season practicing, playing these matches just to be able to get to this point. And, that's the sound that we want to hear, Septilence, is that we are ready to go into the game. Everyone's set up. Controllers are plugged in. And we're getting ready to go.
Yeah, the players are getting ready here, and I know both these teams come out with a lot to offer, right? Soy kind of rattled off their names earlier to go for a run through Xavier, bringing Brosif, Confused Irish, and Galaxy to the table. And if you've ever seen this team, these are 3 unforgettable players. They all come through with individual striking moments, great all-rounders, and a team that has 3 good all-rounders is not something we see particularly often. So I think Xavier brings a unique play style to the table as well that a lot of other teams aren't going to be mimicking. St. John's, this is a newer roster. I don't think I've had the chance to see these 3 players yet, but it's going to be Shane, Nick, Lego, 8, and Treachery coming in for that third lineup. So they've got a lot to prove here in their own right, just trying to show maybe we're not the St. John's roster you've seen before, but we're coming in with just as much to prove.
And that's what it's all up to. Some of these names we've seen all season long. Some of them we're actually going to see for what seems like one of the first times. So getting to know these players as a viewer, as a caster, or even as an opponent is going to be something for everyone to keep in mind as these begin to move forwards. And I think the one thing to kind of look at here is also when these matches, how they've kind of been played, what's the distance that they've been going to. And I think one thing to point out here is St. John's, they haven't had a match this season that has gone outside of 3 maps.
Right, absolutely. Everything has been within 3 the entire time. They've been in kind of this bubble, in essence, of not breaking into a game 4, not breaking into a game 5, which I think could be pretty detrimental because something I talk about a lot is teams that we see, I always say, running the sprint instead of the marathon. They come out, they win game 1 like 11-2 or something, and you're like, oh, wow, this series can be really one-sided, but because they burnt the entire reserves of energy back in that first game, games 2, 3 through 5 really start to slug a little bit, and they start to fall a little bit slower, and often those teams can lose. Rocket League has this weird kind of resource management aspect to it of you cannot overextend, you cannot overplay, because you truly, as an individual, as a person holding the controller, only have so much energy to give, and if you overplay, it can be detrimental, and it can be devastating to these teams.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. Everything moves so quickly. You have to make these split-second decisions. You need to have this endurance to be able to push through these long maps. And I think that's what we're going to look forward to, because on the contrary as well, looking as we get to go into this game here, Xavier, they like to make these long. And we're going to have to see where that takeoff as the kickoff begins.
10-second early demo from Brosif, not even going to line up into a goal, but a slow burn down. Xavier playing a hard offense defense. Brosif immediately giving us a fantastic example of what it can mean to be that all-rounder player, looks for a great offense, not able to find that defensive block in time, and clears the ball for Xavier. Now Nick Lego from the side of St. John's clears some space towards center field, and it falls silent. Broseph really becoming that all-rounder we know and love. Now going from offense to defense and back to offense, trying to give Xavier an opportunity to strike.
And, you know, they managed to get it down to their own end, but Treachery is able to get that one right back off the court. And Shane will get the first goal of our matches today. And that's going to be St. John's taking an early lead.
Taking an early lead for St. John's here. Not even 40 seconds, or just over 40 seconds, rather, off the clock. It's going to be a difficult circumstance for Xavier to answer, but winning in a circumstance like this is often a double-edged sword because, yes, it's great you've scored in the first 40 seconds, but you've left your opponent more than 80% left of the game to find a score of their own. And, oh, my goodness, what a clean dribble there from St. John's. It was a little short, not able to get the lineup in time. Butler goes in for one of their own, and not the lineup they're looking for. A bounce off to the right side, ball sloppy. Back into center field, there's no follow-through. Passes ball control right over to St. John's.
John's gonna get that one back. They just Treachery again has been the one to kind of get this one out of their defensive end, get the clear, get it up to Shane. Broseph though playing rather defensive. Actually, no, they're gonna explode into a pile of metal. But they'll be back in a couple minutes, and to continue this aggressive push that we're seeing right now, but Galaxy and Broseph in a corner against 3 St. John's players, all playing incredibly defensive now.
The defense of St. John's makes a lot of sense to see here because this team has the 1-point advantage. While they're going to be looking for more, they know the defense can hypothetically be more important than the offense due to the fact that, you know, you can win by 1 point. We've seen that a lot, and I think we're going to be seeing that a lot this weekend. About 2 minutes off the clock here, just shy of 90 seconds have disappeared. Shane goes for an opportunity to strike, and Fused Irish knocks it toward their own goal, and Shane takes the freebies. As a wise man once said, we absolutely take those. St. John's going up 2-0 in game number 1.
And talk about a snipe too. He quite literally hit that off their own backboard to launch that all the way back. Galaxy did their best to get a last touch in, but unfortunately too little, too late. And St. John's up at a 2-0. This defensive play style has really been playing out in their favor. And it almost went to shambles, but Broseph just could not connect that target. Galaxy looking for the rebound though, but you can see St. John's being much more careful, having both Treachery and their friend in the net.
Yeah, I think St. John's really thanking the stars up above there for that one. Broseph had a clean opportunity to strike, falls a little bit off the left side, unfortunately keeps it at a 2-0 deficit for Xavier at this moment. Trying to take it in off that far right corner. Galaxy a great center into there. Centered indeed. Irish whips the shot, falls a little off to the right side. We're just now getting ready to enter halftime. And there's this hypothetical that I love to talk about called the second half buff, where a team maybe doesn't have the strongest first half, but it's down to these final 2.5 minutes for them to answer back. Will Xavier find that second half buff here in this first game against St. John's?
That's the question we're all looking to ask. I mean, there's these small moments of opportunity. Like, that could not have gone closer for that to go in. A lot of it's been resource management. Simply, St. John's, they've had athletes with boost when it's been necessary and caught Xavier off guard at critical times. Being down 2-0 here with 2 minutes left to spare. It's certainly not the end of the world. You have plenty of time to be able to work this one through, and Broseph is going to get one on the board for Xavier.
The second half buff, a buff indeed, as Broseph comes through for Xavier, able to put that first goal online, and all of a sudden, they've cut the lead in half. That's why they say a 1-point lead in Rocket League is essentially non-existent unless it's the one you win by, because a team can answer back in the blink of an eye. Exactly 2 minutes remain, 40% of the game left still standing, and Xavier has more than enough time to make this work. Galaxy tries to go in for a pinch off the corner there, but it's cleared away by St. John's. Shane has a bit of a sloppy hit in the center, and nobody's able to find the follow-up. Broseph takes it high, knocked away by Nick Lego. Nothing from the center field once again. A bit of a slow burn here in game 1. Galaxy might have the freebie, but Nick Lego clears it away. Not able to find that goal in time.
Yeah, but there it is. Broseph back with the second. And Xavier, they're all tied up. They're finding these little gaps to work with. And just like that, a 2-point lead has turned into a tie game.
A 2-point lead is no lead indeed for St. John's. They found those first 2 goals, I believe, just shy of 90 seconds. They've been pretty silent for the remainder of the game. Speaking of 90 seconds, that's almost exactly how long we have left on the clock here. So let's see if Xavier can take this tie up and turn it into a lead. Just like that. Confused Irish putting the 3rd point of the team on the board, and now Xavier really feeling good about their chances in game 1. I always say game 1 is kind of that warm-up game, right? Maybe Xavier needed a couple of minutes to get comfortable on stage, but holy cow, are they comfortable now.
Oh my goodness, you're talking about a second half buff. They are right in that high rank now, putting 3 on the board in 90 seconds. We still got 90 seconds to go. That's crazy to think about, but like you said earlier, 1-point lead simply does not exist unless it's the last one, and we're getting down to that final minute where that could truly start to matter.
Broseph tries to put the fourth one down there. I think a 2-goal lead with 60 seconds left is not a deficit we often see people climb back from, but St. John's desperate to just put another tie on the board. Kicking today off with an overtime would be absolutely insane. With only 60 seconds left, we have to see if St. John's is going to be able to bring that heat to the table when it matters most. Bright side, this is a best of 5 and not a best of 3, so losing game 1 is not as detrimental as it could be. You've got at least 2 more chances to answer back. A phenomenal setup for St. John's, but unfortunately the bump from Xavier is online and they don't get the shot off in time. Here comes a secondary attempt from Broseph, just falls short. 40 seconds remain. 3-2 in favor of Xavier.
Yeah, 3-2, not a whole lot of time left to work with. Galaxy knows that, sends it straight in. Broseph with a backup, but off the top bar, almost getting that hat trick. This is turning a little bit too high. The tensions are running right now. St. John's, they want to get one more in, tie it up, force it to overtime, but Broseph has had their hands all over this ball. Gives it to Galaxy, almost in, but just off the outside. 10 seconds remaining, potentially last possession for St. John's, but there we go again. Broseph practically owns the ball at this rate. Confused Irish blocks the ball from Shane. Last second, and we will not see an overtime in our first round. Xavier taking round 1.
Xavier taking round 1 there with only a single point as well. Not exactly the matchup we expected to see in a moment like that, but Xavier, I mean, you got to give him credit. They turned on the boosters in the second half of that game. A perfect example of the Septilin's patent pending second half buff we see in Rocket League. I'm amazed they were able to walk away with that first game victory. You've done it once. You're only 33% done, though. You got to do it 2 more times without allowing your team to take you away, and that's assuming it's a 3-0. What we've seen from St. John's, clearly they have the potential and the mechanical skill to give us at least a 4th game.
St. John's, they had a great start getting up to a 2-0 lead. But once Xavier got hot, they were hot, and they stayed that way. And, you know, heading into this next round, it's a lot about momentum. Can you keep that ball rolling to continue that snowball forward?
Right.
St. John's right now, keep your heads on. It's okay. Still that best of 5. You got at least 2 more to play. Just need 1 right now to keep it moving forward.
Yeah, and I think game 1 is kind of the game in a series where if you lose it, you go, whatever, right? You can kind of be like, all right, because it's not about winning or losing game 1. It's about taking what you learned in game 1 and implementing it in games 2 through possibly 5. Getting that understanding of, okay, they go for a lot of boosts, they play for a lot of demos, their aerial game plays maybe a little weaker than their ground play. And you take those notes and you kind of utilize them into the second game. Adaptation is key in a game like Rocket League. This is a game separated by literal milliseconds. It is probably one of the fastest reactive games in the world of esports. And as we jump into the second game here, it's up to St. John's to react as fast as possible, because if they don't, they'll get stomped out by Xavier quick.
They're gonna have a fight to work with right now, but Broseph is still on fire. 1 in, we're not even 6 seconds into the match, and we've already got 1 on the board.
Hardly 6 seconds into the match, Broseph just sinks it right away. I don't know if St. John's made contact with the ball in that moment. It's exactly the opening Xavier needed. It is the Broseph dip right now. If they're able to keep that momentum moving, 3 points on the board this series, 1 on the board in game 2. You've taken the lead. Let's see what you can do with it, because so far history dictates the team that takes the lead has not been able to win that game. Can Xavier break that curse early and avoid that establishment in the rest of this series?
And you can pull that off the one source we have of match 1. Need too much at the point we're at. Still plenty of game to be played, but Broseph has just made sure it is their game. I feel like there's more than 1 Broseph on the team at this point. Are we sure all their names are accurate?
Broseph quick like lightning out there. You can hardly understand there's only 1 of them on the field, but in this 3v3, Broseph making it truly feel like a 4v3. Just that clean all-rounder that I've been highlighting for Xavier so far. St. John's struggling to react to somebody so dedicated to fitting every goal. Irish getting demolition. I think it's like 2.4 on seconds where they respawn back in their spawn in front of their own goal. Turns into a 3rd defender there. Not the opportunity you wanted to see of your Xavier, especially because Shane brings it all the way downfield. The coast-to-coast lineup. A shot up from Nick goes a little bit too high, and Galaxy up among the stars cancels it back down. Confused Irish demolition onto Nick for I think the 2nd time this game already. There's the lineup. There's the biff, and Confused Irish keeps it away, keeping Xavier at a 1-point lead. And Nick steals it back. Says, you gotta stop demoing me. Give me some room to breathe and let me bring my team back to a tied game in game number 2.
Oh, that almost seemed like a spike goal from Nick. Tired of not being able to play the game. There's the play you want. Take it right off of Galaxy's head into the back of the net. This is looking much closer. St. John's, they got the momentum now. You just gotta keep moving forwards with it, heading into this next kickoff. But once again, they're finding themselves in their own defensive end. Had a lot of gameplay in these corners so far.
A lot of gameplay so far, and I think we can see the continued gameplay from St. John's. The team really looking to establish a dominance here in this lineup, and I'm wondering if they're going to be able to 3-12 right now on the season. They are definitely coming in with a lot to prove and a lot of room for growth. Let's see how much growth they've truly made. Tied up here 1-1 in game 2. 3 minutes left on the clock.
3 minutes left on the clock, and Treachery is doing their best to just keep the ball in the midfield. Nice control, able to intercept that pass from Galaxy. Give Nickel the chance to put this one kind of towards the front, but like there we go. There's another great setup from Shane, but the positioning, the finalization, you get the ball in such a great spot. Unfortunately, that final touch just has not been there. St. John's, they have the idea. You just got to get that last blow to pull it on through, something that Xavier has been able to do today. They're going to be looking to replicate that.
Yeah, and I've got to talk about it as well, but I'm taking a look at the notes here. St. John's not bringing one of their top players for the performance this weekend by the name of Lost Sand. The most goals for the team so far hasn't been here. So Xavier coming in with a bit of a technical advantage against a team who's not playing at full throttle, but all things considered, St. John's is still doing pretty darn well. Brosif, though, making sure that this game is going to be a tough one. Brosif's 4th goal of the series so far.
And that guy's just been on fire, and a real issue for St. John's. It's like he heard you. You can't talk about St. John's. I want you to talk about me instead. Puts one right in. It's like, no, they knew they're listening, but I think Nick will go by B as well, because it was like that. We're back to a tie.
Nick, a phenomenal job here keeping St. John's afloat. Unfortunately, they've met the tie twice, but you've got to get above it. You've got to get ahead of it to guarantee at least a game 4. Xavier actually also not repping their #1 player. Valor is not here. 39 goals across the season, but 0 going to be scored this weekend because Valor is not joining this main roster here for St. John's, or for Xavier, excuse me. So both teams coming in with a bit of a best player deficit, have a lot of big shoes to fill and a lot of time to fill up. A great shot from Galaxy is going to be blocked away by the side of St. John's, keeping us at the 2-2 scoreline. 2 minutes left on the clock as well, and going into the second half bump. The opportunity has to arise once again. Can Xavier put St. John's on a 2-0 top rope, or is it going to be 1-1 going into game 3?
2-2 tie game right now, but we saw at the end of last one, the second half, that's where those points began to come through. And last time it was from Xavier. They're in the one to get control. Rather, Brosif is nice double tap off the backboard, intercepted by Treachery. Looking to take it up the sky. Nice trying to get that flip reset. Couldn't get there. Galaxy knocking it back into their own defensive end. You can see these players, they're not willing to take too many risks right now, knowing the consequences for committing too far forwards, not being able to get back in time. You'll see 1, maybe 2 players for St. John's huddling in the back, leaving an oftentimes weaker offensive game. In those front lines heading into this last minute, though, that's where we're going to see these riskier plays start to come in.
Riskier plays, it's going to be an hour and a moment, like you said. It's going to be a lot of kind of understanding and primal instinct out the window. You've got to go for the big goals. You've got to go for the crazy plays. You've got to catch your opponent off guard, or game 2 could very likely end in an overtime. Game 1 just barely avoiding one of the 3-2 scoreline victory for Xavier. Can they pull it out again with only double digits left on the clock?
Only double digits. We're getting down to those last seconds. And I honestly, neither of these teams, I guarantee you, do not want to go to overtime. They want to end it right here in these last couple of times, but only a few more pushes available, only a few more opportunities for possession to really make them matter. But there hasn't been these massive statements, haven't seen these crazy shots. It's been mainly neutral game. And you know, as I see that, I certainly can't, because there goes Galaxy in the last 10 seconds. Put one in for Xavier.
Galaxy, the last member of Xavier to put a point on the board, but now all 3 of them have been able to say they've done it. 10 seconds left on the clock here. We need essentially a kickoff goal from St. John's, which isn't impossible, but it's certainly improbable. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull something out here on the kick. Galaxy goes in early, brought out by Shane. Nick going to be in a head-to-head with Galaxy as well. Treachery, a great pass. Nick, an even better setup. Yeah, Treachery hit the slam dunk. It's boxed away by Brosif. The all-rounder comes through for Xavier. It helps make this a 2-0 lead for Xavier going into our 3rd game.
And a chance, it was almost there off the kickoff, but Xavier, they were ready, they were confident in their ability to pull this one through, and they certainly did. Here they are, 2-0, one more step away from moving on in the winner's bracket.
I mean, we're seeing the dreams of St. John's here possibly being shattered like my dreams as I watched Blue the dog climb back into the car, and I was not able to meet him before he had to leave, unfortunately. But St. John's, maybe their dreams are a little bit higher stakes here, right? They've got a little more to worry about. I do want to call out, though, this is really fascinating. Brosif, actually the lowest scorer of the team for Xavier. 4 points this season. 4 points today. So, I mean, already Brosif has fully woken up, possibly one of those Lanimals I keep talking about to look at, because this guy, I mean, he's having a field day out there.
Oh, this has been the superstar of the Xavier squad so far. And, you know, you do mention that. Usually, I do wonder if maybe Brosif is a later addition to Xavier, because I feel that it's very hard to only have 4 goals through the entire season if you're playing the whole time. Looking at Brosif today, either we got somebody else on the sticks, or this guy is coming in as a super sub.
Yeah, and I do have to talk as well. I actually made a mistake when I said Valor was the top scorer for Xavier. It is actually Galaxy, who's in game right now with 40 points, just 1 more than Valor had. So Galaxy definitely trying to pad those stats this weekend and looking for an early kickoff once again. You got to remember that 6-second kickoff is the very reason Xavier was able to confidently win game number 2. It's going to be a little more silent this time. We beat the 10-second threshold. No points on board. Galaxy gets a great tap into the far corner, answered out by Nick, and it's this constant pressure from St. John's in game 3 that I'm excited to see. They're trying to keep the ball in the back third. They want to continue peppering shots towards this goal until there's going to be a lineup for them. Nick has to play that defense, and all of a sudden the plan of St. John's crumbles as the ball is cleared toward a goal of their own.
Trying to get that clear. Nice pass over the top to Shane, but Galaxy is there, one of the leading savers for Xavier, and that's exactly why the amount of times we've seen that go off, I don't know, I'm surprised in the slightest. They're looking to see not too much ball control on the side of the game. We saw Brosif get a lot of nice air dribbles, just individual control themselves, like this right now, what we're seeing, but Nick Lego able to throw them off course. Not something to worry about, but there we are. Confused Irish is certainly on the ball.
Confused Irish getting their second goal of the series, the first one of game number 3 here, putting Xavier back into the lead where they love to be. And as we've seen so far, when Xavier has taken a lead up to this point, they have yet to drop it across 2 games. So will there be a time from St. John's once again, or Xavier finally beginning to unlock their true potential against St. John's?
And they're beginning to, and almost getting another one in for Confused Irish off the kickoff. I don't think Irish is confused in the slightest. I think that was St. John's. They all thought they were there. They had time, but there was just too much force behind that ball to stop it. And Xavier, they're making a statement early on.
An early statement from Xavier here in this 3rd game, and it's going to be interesting because they're setting out a bit of a precedent here of we're ready to take down any and everybody that gets in our way, but at the same time, Xavier painting quite the target on their back. Coming in at the 4th seed of 6 teams is going to make them a team that a lot of people are ready to write out as they just barely missed that podium, but taking St. John's out of the way shows once again this team is out for blood. Galaxy getting that demolition onto Treachery, a lineup there from Shane, gets whiffed out, Lego hits the crossbar, and unfortunately St. John's just cannot secure that opening goal.
Able to get that one away. But oh, dangerous territory for Xavier. That could have spelled disaster, but that one will just go just wide. Nice post guarding. Brosif keeping it alive. Galaxy knocking it down out of the line of path. Here we go again, an open net! A rare time to see from Xavier, but I don't see St. John's complaining about that one.
Hey, like I said earlier, as a wise man once said, we absolutely take those. Whether we have to work for it or whether it's just an open goal for us, we put that point on the board, and that's what matters. St. John's able to cut that lead in half. Very reminiscent back of game number 1, where Xavier found their first goal around the 3-minute mark, and they actually won that game 3-2. Let's see if St. John's can flip the script and guarantee a game 4. A great pass in from Shane off the corner, tries to find a goal of their own, but the waterfall shot is not lined up in time. Galaxy takes it high into the sky, looking to be the guy to put the goal down for Xavier, and it barely just frames away. Misses that 3rd goal for Xavier and keeps us at a 1-point lead.
Seeing that 1-point lead, half of where we originally started. Certainly progress for St. John's, but first they got to get out of that dangerous territory they're playing, and we'll be able to clear it, but it's right back to Galaxy, who has the control. Shane knocking it off his course. going to continue to see this. You can tell right now, St. John's, they know they're on match point. They don't want to go down to the loser's bracket. Who wants to go down to the loser's bracket? Absolutely nobody. Keeping it alive here, keep the job easier. Later down the line, that's all they're fighting for.
Fighting for an opportunity here, St. John's. Like you said, they just want to stay alive. The second you drop into the lower bracket, you lose that safety net, and Xavier trying to cut it away from St. John's. Galaxy, an absolute beam down center field there, goes into goal and gives another opportunity for Xavier to walk away with this victory. Less than half the game left standing, and if St. John's wants a second half buff to kick in, it has to be right here and right now, because they are 2 minutes and 14 seconds away from being our first team in the lower bracket.
2 minutes and 14 seconds. They hope they can come up with something. They have to if you want to stay alive at the time they're at. And it's going to be a lot about you need to start taking these riskier positions. So far, it's always been treachery and either Shane or Lego in the backline. They're playing two very conservatively. And the tricky part with that is that when you get aggressive, Brosif is just going to make it a 3-goal lead. That task of coming back just got so much harder.
Brosif not only finding a 3-goal lead for Xavier, but finding his own 5th goal of the series so far. Easily the highest scorer, both Confused Irish and Shane with 3 of their own, but Brosif hitting 5 already, feeling pretty confident about their chances moving forward. I don't think we know, actually I believe their upcoming opponent would be Seton Hall, who is the defending championship of Big East right now. Confused Irish just hitting the highlight reel at this point, as it's a 4-point deficit with only 107 seconds left. Essentially 25 seconds per goal from St. John's just to tie things up. That is going to be a Herculean task at the finest.
It's looking pretty rough for St. John's out there. You can't let that get to your head. It ain't over till it's over. Granted, minute 45, not a lot to work with, but could you take it over anything else? I mean, Brosif right now is setting this one up to get even higher scoring, just volleying it in the air, buying the time. The slower it moves, the less chances your opponents have to fire it back. And of course, another goal added on wouldn't hurt either.
Another goal added on certainly would not hurt, but Xavier waiting, the patience, leaving their goal open, and Brosif barely able to make it back in time. Even 1 more point here for St. John's wouldn't be particularly detrimental, as Xavier finds themselves up by 4 already. 70 seconds left on the clock, 1 goal per 20-odd seconds here for St. John's. A very uncomfortable spot to be in, and we are soon rapidly approaching even the realm of impossibility for St. John's to answer back.
Once this time gets down, there's only so many goals you can score in a matter of time. I mean, if Treachery can get this one in now, they might be able to, but a great save from Galaxy denies that possibility. Still in their own end, Nick Lego is trying to keep themselves in the game. St. John's University relying on these 3 players to keep it running, keep the gas in the tank, but as those seconds tick away, so does the energy, the time that they have left to make something happen.
Got to make something happen here. 30 seconds, unfortunately. I think we've officially entered the realm of impossibility, and that's one of my favorite things about Rocket League is you get to a point where it almost feels like you're racing more against the clock than you are your opponent, right? Because scoring 4 in 5 minutes is no problem, right? We just saw Xavier do that, but scoring 4 in 15 seconds all of a sudden becomes this impossible outcome that I just don't think we're going to be seeing. Confused Irish goes for the Hail Mary shot, can't get the lineup, and with only 6 seconds left, St. John's finds themselves being the first team in the loser's bracket, unfortunately. Not a spot you want to be in, but the silver lining is you ain't done yet.
Nope, not at all. You still have that cushion to fall back on in the loser's bracket. Your opponent will be decided actually after our next match. But for now, you're going to have the time to go over this last match. What went wrong? What can we improve? What do we keep thinking about as we move forward? And that's such a critical time to have.
And that's what I talk about, right? Is that kind of going into game 1 or going into game 2, it's like, okay, you learned something great, but not only can you just learn it, you have to execute it. You've got to put it in the rest of the series. And like you said, this is a good time to do that because they get a little bit of a break here. We are going to be seeing, actually, I don't know if this is going to be played in tandem. We'll get back to that in a minute, but I know the point is they're not going to be on stage for a while, right? They've got this lower bracket matchup that can't exist until DePaul and Marquette duke it out. So you do have a couple of minutes, at least 15 or 20 minutes to go back and watch the VOD or even just normally discuss what do we do moving forward.
And that's honestly all it could take to keep this one going. St. John's, nice showing from them. They have the potential to continue and the time to figure out how they're going to do so. Let's talk about the team that actually ended up putting down to the loser's bracket. Xavier went into this one. We never saw a scoreless match, but they are going to continue with that storyline that it is always a 3-0 on the board, no matter the match that they've played.
Yeah, 3-0 one way or another, unfortunately, but it is a 3-0 regardless. Xavier coming in super strong here, and I touched down on this a bit, but now that we've got a couple extra minutes to talk about it, Xavier comes in a very unique spot, right? They just barely missed the podium. They make it into the lower 50% of teams that have come into the event this weekend, and I think that kind of teams are a little forgetful of them. Xavier is a very talented team. And the opening couple of minutes here was very rough from Xavier. They went down 2-0. Things were looking pretty devastating, but they did turn it around. They did adapt at the drop of a hat there, and they did find a victory. So I think to the top three teams here, looking at Seton Hall and Butler and DePaul respectively, do not count out Xavier because they just dominated that matchup. I mean, what was the overall score? 11-5 across 3 games. That is dominant.
Yeah, over twice the amount of their opponents. Kind of crazy to have to think about, and of course their journey is not going to be over anytime soon, but it does sound like that we are going to be able to hear from one of these players in just a moment.
Yeah, in just a moment here. I think we're getting ready to talk to one of these players. As I'm not quite sure who it's going to be if the notes stand true. I assume it's going to be Brosif from DePaul, or from Xavier. Gosh, I'm falling apart over here. Soy, take it away from us.
All right, welcome back, Indianapolis. I'm here with Brosif from the side of Xavier after they get the 3-0 sweep. Brosif, how does it feel to be here in Indy?
I mean, it feels great. My first LAN with these guys, and it was a good win, good first series.
We talked about how this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to travel with the team. I mean, what does it mean to play in a LAN environment like this to you?
I mean, this is great. This is a great venue here. I really haven't had a kind of a stage to play on before, and getting to ride up with these boys here was very fun. It's very energetic.
First series of the day, you open up on stage. Any kind of thoughts about playing through that first series, getting those first round jitters out?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first game we ended up winning it, but yeah, we did not hit the ground running. Some whiffs, some own goals, but yeah. But after that, we scored some goals and we got it back, and then we knew we could just put the pedal to the metal and score some more and win.
We talked about it a little bit on broadcast, but the typical starting lineup, one of the seniors is absent from this lineup, and you got to step in, and you've done a fantastic job so far of filling their shoes. How does the dynamics of this team change with you in the lineup instead of Valor?
Well, I am a staple in EGF. I am a 5th year here. A lot of people have said I'm on the Mount Rushmore of EGF. So I've played with these guys, we've had experience, but yeah, Valor was my old teammate. He couldn't be here, so I'm kind of filling in and just trying to get as much goals as we can, keep scoring.
You've done a fantastic job of that. Thank you so much, Valor. Congrats on the first dub, and we'll see you in the next round of Winter Side.
All right.
And with that, back to the desk, Tiny and Seth. Let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Soy, and a big shout out to Brosif, who truly is a staple of the EGF. And I think of Rocket League players, Brosif usually comes to mind relatively early. And speaking of Rocket League, that's what today's all about, right? So I think we are going to go ahead and throw it to a bit of a break for these upcoming couple of minutes and kind of let the other teams get ready. I think we're going to be seeing DePaul versus someone in just a couple of minutes. So enjoy this break, and we'll see you right back here with more Rocket League in just a little bit. Maybe you guys can just
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
For over a century, Indiana has been the destination for sports innovation and the state where champions are crowned. Now, we're entering a new era with Sports Tech HQ, a place that inspires innovation and invests in entrepreneurs who are changing the game, one startup at a time. Welcome to the crossroads of sports and technology. Sports Tech HQ, home of the game changers.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
and you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Mom!
How much time do we have for expected to be?
Become who you're truly meant to be. Marquette University. Be the difference.
St. John.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Big East Esports Rocket League Championships here at Butler. We just saw Xavier win 3-0 over St. John's, and now we're jumping down to another game in the upper bracket, DePaul University versus Marquette University. This is going to be Marquette, the 6th seed, DePaul, that bronze medal seed, that 3rd seed here this weekend. This is going to be a pretty big uphill climb for Marquette, but this team is one to have never gone down without a fight. I think there's a very real chance they might be able to win this if they bring their A game.
And of course, you never say never.
Absolutely.
I mean, Marquette, looking at their record, it's a little rough looking into it, heading 2-13 in the regular season. But strangely enough, both of those wins, or one of them, came off of not a Game 3 matchup. So, keeping that in mind moving forwards, I think Marquette is going to be one of those teams that needs to be able to have that adaptation, be able to learn on the fly, understand how their opponents are going to play, because DePaul, they're coming in with a star-studded roster.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, DePaul brings their absolute A game here. Martini, Pazzo, and Joseph all feeling super comfortable going into this. All star-studded players, all recognizable players, and ones that are ready to jump onto the battlefield. So, Soy, let's see who we're bringing up on the stage.
Thank you once again, and welcome back, Indy, to our second round of the day, and it should be a fantastic one. So please give a warm welcome to our next contestants. Entering first onto the stage, the boys from Chicago. Welcome, the DePaul Blue Demons. And their opponents here in their opening round of the day, the Beasts from Milwaukee. Please give a warm welcome to the Marquette Golden Eagles. Should be a fun best-of-5 series. Tiny and Zeppelins, take it away.
Getting ready to jump into this best-of-5 series. And, Tiny, I like something you were bringing up at the end there, right? That never say never concept. Because Marquette comes in with a lot, unfortunately, kind of a weight on their shoulders, right? Not the strongest season. They're not able to get a lot of wins out. But the wins in the past do not dictate the wins today, right? The past is in the past for a reason. We're all here in the present of Marquette, definitely trying to give us a bit of a gift here with a victory over DePaul. It would be quite the upset for them to kick off this weekend.
In this matchup, and thinking about all of that you were saying with their Marquette had a rough offseason. You head on land, you get energy, you get that momentum behind you. You got to feel the energy of just being in the arena, having this opportunity, playing on the stage, really can bring out the best in people, and we're looking that to be true for Marquette.
Absolutely, and I do want to give a quick shout out here to my boy Miggs on Marquette, a good friend of mine, team captain for the Rocket League. But there's something unique about Miggs in the scene of collegiate esports because he plays on almost every collegiate team that Marquette has to offer. He plays on Rocket League, he plays on Valorant, he plays on CSGO, he plays on Call of Duty, he even plays Rainbow Six. I mean, it's incredible the way he spreads out kind of this dastardly impressive nature across the program. I know that he's coached the Smash Ultimate team as well. Like, any game that he has the chance to be a part of, he jumps right in and he tries to make it happen. He's cheesing out there like a goofball, but we love him. We want to give him that shout out. And going into this one, Marquette, they've got a lot to prove, and I want to see if they're able to pull that off. As DePaul, I can't highlight it enough, right? They are a bronze medal team right now. They're coming into this as a 3rd seed, and it's going to be a difficult battle for Marquette. You can't paint it in a way where this is not an uphill climb from the very first kickoff.
there's a lot to kind of see heading into this. Marquette, they got the task laid out in front of them, and it's kind of looking like a mountain to be able to climb. I mean, you're looking at DePaul's roster right now.
Yeah.
I see Joseph right now with 48 goals through the entire season.
Joseph is one of those characters out here that is completely unparalleled. Like, I've only got a couple of teams pulled up here, but on the other team, top scorer 20, top scorer 46. I think Joseph has a very real chance of being the highest scorer in this Big East matchup so far. I'm going to go look into my notes before I fully say that as a fact, but the point is, even if he's not number one, he's in that upper echelon for sure, because he is the striker for this squadron. I often talk about how teams can play with, all-rounders or with kind of a striker and two secondaries, and I think the strikers concept is what DePaul brings to the table. Joseph goes up, Joseph gets the goals, and both Martini and Pazzo spend the rest of the game highlighting Joseph, giving Joseph the chance to be that scorer, to be that front runner, and it's helped them pretty impressively. Third seed is nothing to scoff at.
Oh, not at all. If you're looking to get the ball to Joseph, that's what you need to do. And also something for Marquette to be able to identify. If you start to see, we're setting up this play. They want to get the ball to Joseph. Where is Joseph? How can we knock them off course? Is it seriously going to be physically knocking Joseph off course? Going for those demolitions. And I think that's going to change and make the play style adapt even more as it continues to go on. And when we head into this round one, you could continue to say that they might have a more predictable play style, but nothing is never for sure in the game of Rocket League.
I think you're right in a pretty impressive way there, and the fact that the Achilles tendon, perhaps, of DePaul is obvious. It is right there in front of them. And a team with a striker like this needs to move quickly. They need to be proactive, because the second you become the reactive team and you kind of aren't controlling the speed and the momentum, your composition, your plans get ripped apart. Like you said, this is all kind of hearsay and hypothesis. They could come in with a completely different play style, and I think that would benefit DePaul in a lot of great ways, because I think going into this broadcast, I knew this. A lot of the players here that aren't on DePaul know this. Joseph's the guy to look out for. He's the one to go out, to put those goals down, to make the space the team needs, necessarily a very strong all-rounder and often the striker for this squadron. I loved what you said there. Does it become a literal bump? Is it literal physicality to make sure Joseph is never once comfortably approaching something? Has to deal with the 1v1, has to deal with no boost in the container here. There's a lot of variables you can do to take a striker team like this apart. The question is, does Marquette know what we know? Is Marquette going to go into this prepared, or is this going to be DePaul just, being DePaul?
I can pretty confidently say if Marquette doesn't know this now, they're going to find out in a couple minutes.
And I think that goes back to Miggs being a very analytical player, a very strategical player as well, is I think that Marquette does adapt a lot faster than teams often give them credit for. There's kind of that what am I trying to say? That expectation of they're negative on the season, they must be bad, right? And it's like, in reality, no. A lot of these teams have very hard seasons, and they have to go up against the number 2 seed 4 weeks in a row or something crazy like that, because unfortunately some teams just run into that bump, right? And I think Marquette has had a couple of very difficult matchups. Sure, it hasn't happened, but I cannot stress enough, the past is the past, and that goes even into separate games. Losing game number 1 does not dictate the history of games 2 through 5. Losing game number 2 even does not guarantee a game 3 loss. It's taking each game as it comes to you, taking each minute as it approaches, and that's the mindset Marquette needs going into this.
Yeah, and, even DePaul themselves, they've consistently been a middle-of-the-pack team. They're currently sitting at 12th out of 24 teams in the general EGF bracket, 3rd out of 6th here. This is the time to show that you are available and you are warranted to be in this top half. Start it here and finish strong.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the balanced scale right now, right? And it has to tip one way. It can't stay balanced forever. And I think that goes down, like you said, to winning or to losing. It's on the shoulders of DePaul right now to push this boulder up the hill far enough to put themselves in that upper echelon. And like you said, Tiny, prove that they belong there, because being that middle-of-the-road team, I think a lot of folks are honestly ready to write you off. And here is your chance to prove them wrong against Marquette. Game number 1 starting off relatively silent, 15 seconds with no goal. I think maybe we were spoiled a bit by Xavier and their continued forward approach, but this time it's going to be a bit of a slower burn. Marquette with the first shot on goal, but unfortunately blocked away by their opponent, DePaul.
DePaul blocking this one away early, trying to get it in. And a rather slow start isn't the end of the world. It gets these players, get them warmed up, used to that environment of being on the stage. And I think that the last match is one that's going to stick out because we saw that goal so early. I don't feel like that's going to be a recurring thing, and definitely not in the start round.
definitely not. At the start of game number 1 here, this is still technically upper bracket. Neither team has really had to fight for a spot in the upper bracket yet, so they're coming in like freshly hatched chicks in this scenario. They don't want to be the second team, rather, to go into the lower bracket, because I believe their opponent would be St. John's, who we saw jump down there earlier, and St. John's showed they could go pretty toe-to-toe with Xavier up to that point, and Xavier, can't stress that enough, pretty darn good team. Both these teams coming in looking for something to prove, and DePaul's Ponzo gonna prove something a little bit earlier than Marquette is able to find a very clean bounce in off the side of goal. Burrito gets the bump, but Ponzo right there to catch it, and unfortunately was not the defensive play Marquette was looking for.
No, not at all, DePaul. It was such a great bounce to have. It got interrupted a little bit, but that's the thing. You were able to recover, understand where that ball is, and get it where you need to be, and that's the advantage you have. These people that have been playing the game for so long. You need to understand the actual physics that the ball goes through. You need to predict where it's going to land so you can get yourself to that position. Therefore, great example of that from DePaul.
And that goes back to kind of demonstrate how important a single millisecond in this game is, right? Because you're playing full prediction all the time, but if your prediction is 10 milliseconds off, you're in hot water. You've got to be right on the ball at the exact time you need to be. And DePaul doing a great job of keeping themselves on the ball so far. Joseph takes it up into the far corner, smack into center field. Martini tries to find, no, will not find a goal as Burrito blocks it away. Joseph fits the demolition onto C-Jax too little too late, and DePaul's secondary attempt blocked out well. C-Jax really coming to life right now.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what you want to see. C-Jax controlling the ball, keeping it out of there, and able to keep that one in their control for the time being. But Patso, nice volley to the center. There's C-Jax on the recovery, but no, Joseph will get themselves in the mix, make sure their name's heard. Haven't been the one on the board yet. Patso's been the one with the majority of control. You can just see they're constantly going for these plays, getting that ball in the center to get Joseph in the position, just like the one we see. But when you're against both C-Jax and their good old pal on the other side, you can't expect that to happen.
Not expect anything to happen for free here, and it looks like Joseph tries to find a second goal for DePaul, but the Marquette defense has really been beneficial. It's an open goal right now, no boost available from DePaul in time. Double demolition opens the goal up completely for Ponzo, but Burrito spawns back in. C-Jax not far behind, and it's an easy knock away from C-Jax as they return to the fray. I cannot stress enough how risky a demolition can be in a moment like that, because it respawns them in front of their own goal. If you're not fast enough, you're essentially creating another hurdle for you to jump. Joseph goes for the goal from the heavens there, bounced away by Ponzo. Center field into Joseph again, and Martini is the one to put it away, finding another goal here. That's Martini's second goal of the entire season. Martini, they're going to be one of the players DePaul doesn't often have on their main roster. I was curious to see if they could hold their own, and clearly they're able to swing with the best of them.
And this is great to see. We haven't seen any of Martini so far. Coming out, putting one in. Not a bad look whatsoever. And also playing a huge part in DePaul's other goal. Seems like this guy was a part of the main roster all along. Really could never tell that they're a newer face to this squad. And, you know, that's going to be something to continue to look out for. This Martini gets a really great setup to the center here. Joseph wanted to follow up. Almost got it. Patso was just a little too early on that block. Will remain at that 2-0 deficit as we hit that 90-second mark.
90 seconds left on the clock here. I'm waiting to see that second half buff from Marquette, but coming into this, they're certainly a dark horse in the race against a team as talented as DePaul. Dick Burrito takes it into the corner here. A bit of a slow burn, a clean bounce off. Biggs has to play defense. Double commit from Marquette. Opens their goal wide, but DePaul is not there to find an inside guide and find that third point for their team. 60 seconds remain. 1 goal for 33 right now for Marquette, and that's just to tie things up. They need 3 goals to take a win here in this first game. DePaul desperate to not let that happen.
They're going to do their best to just keep that control. And I think that's what we're seeing. DePaul has been dominating where that ball has been going. They've just had their hands on it the whole time. There's been not a lot of aggressive plays or even offensive opportunities for Marquette because DePaul, they're so coordinated. They're honestly almost playing keep away at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely the game of keep away for the time being. I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Because you don't have to score anymore. You just have to make sure they don't. With 30 seconds left on the clock, Marquette needs 1 goal for 15 to force us into our first overtime of the day, which we are still waiting to see, but unfortunately, don't think it's going to be seen here in game number 1. That's going to be a team hat trick there. Joseph, the last member of DePaul, to put a point on the board, but 3 points, 1 per player in this first game. And Marquette may have to look at this game and say, hey, GG, go next. What did we learn, and how do we use it in game number 2?
You're reaching that point. It's nearly impossible. Actually, might be impossible to get yourself back on the board. You now have an understanding 5 whole minutes of how DePaul like to play? How can you interrupt that? Because Marquette, they'll have a little bit of time between these games to kind of understand that factor. Any points that are scored is pretty much meaningless at this point in time. That timer will go all the way down in the next couple of seconds. And you know, Sepulence, when we actually get to move to our next forwards, Marquette, what do you think is one thing that we could really look at them and say, this looked good from them, but we got to see more?
I think physicality is the name of the game for Marquette right now. We saw a lot of great bumps. We saw a lot of great demolitions in the second half of the game. Now, for things that looked not as good, we also saw a lot of double commits from Marquette. And a double commit can be a nail in the coffin against you 10 out of 10 times if your opponent notices you're double committing. So I think Marquette really needs to peel down, have one player playing consistently in the back third, and give the other two a little bit of space to succeed, because when you've got two people on the team both trying to play goalie, then you've got that one other person left out in a 3v1 on the center field. So you've really got to be careful with that. I think a dedicated goalie would go a really long way for Marquette.
And I think that's been one of the things we've seen from DePaul is that their rotations, they're so clean. There hasn't been a moment like, oh my gosh, that's close. No, we just haven't seen that. DePaul, they're very careful about where they're positioning themselves. If they need to have two in the back, then great, you do that. Get the set up. And honestly, we've seen Joseph Moore take that defensive role. Granted, every person got a goal in that round, but it's been Patso and Martini for the most part. Looking at these statistics here, they're the ones who were making the impacts.
Making the impact is the name of the game. And Joseph with one of the best gas scores I've seen so far. Goals, assists, and saves. All those numbers being incredibly high for Joseph across the board. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see a lot of that, like you said, because poor Joseph's stuck on the defense right now. Just cannot get out of there. Has to play that third man, that goalie for DePaul, because the second they stop, DePaul kind of forgets defense as part of the game. Wow.
there
we go. Thank you, Joseph.
Oh, we knew it had to come eventually. Honestly, I feel like they're kind of listening to us. They know, they're like, we got to have it in. The door was left wide open for Joseph. And, hey, you take those, move on.
Wait,
there's that 5-second goal.
50th goal of the season, just right there in the beginning of game number 2. So, huge play from Joseph. Huge congrats on that as well.
Oh, yeah. Joseph looking good, feeling happy to have that 50th goal. Wants to get a 51st, but will be denied at that goal line. Marquette, they're off to a rough start, losing that one in the first seconds, but there's a nice setup across the line, but Morales just isn't able to get there in time, or Miggs wasn't able to get there in time. So that's one of the things that we're seeing. You have these nice setups, you're double committing, but you need to be able in those positions to get that ball up through.
2 times now we've seen Marquette go for some pretty clean goals, all things considered. They were blocked out by DePaul, or maybe there was no boost enough to get them in. Martini takes it high, going a full-blown aerial coast-to-coast, knock in from Joseph. Looking for a slam here. Exclamation point at the end of the sentence is a race as Marquette steals ball control back. Seajax tries to go toe-to-toe with Martini. Can't find the lineup stake. Desperation clears it towards center field, and Joseph was there to catch. Up and over, not one, but 2 defenders. And Joseph is getting nice and warmed up here at the Big East. This is going to be another great opportunity for DePaul to take a lead. The first game was, what, a 2-0 in their favor, a 3-0? And
3-0.
Now they're looking to make it happen once again.
Oh, yeah. They're looking to make this a complete and total shutout, and I think Joseph just needed some time to warm up. Now able to play more on that offensive angle. Surely it makes them happy. That was a perfect example of getting them in that striker position that we talked about so much in the pregame, because look what just happened. It's working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely. If it ain't broke, you might as well keep it together. Phenomenal block from Miggs there, keeping the dream up and running for Marquette. Sure, you're down by 2, but I mean, not even half the game has been gone yet. Double demolition from DePaul steals that momentum right back in their favor. A clear off Marquette towards center field into a bit of a no-man's land. Martini goes for a shot. Ferrito is there to catch it. Can't win the 2v1. Does not have the boost on line. DePaul doing a really good job of just not allowing Marquette to get cooking, because the second they do, something great could come of it. They steal ball control, they sink it down, and they say, who needs to cook when you've got a nice Martini ready to score?
I know it feels like Cox. We're out here. We're all kind of chilling, and you know, Martini, huge pass from Patso to the center. That's just an example of how well-oiled a machine DePaul is. They're in the position. They're able to get this together, and this is not what would look like to be a middle-of-the-pack team with how concise they're playing right now. But I do question if that rhythm is able to be thrown off order. Are they going to be able to adapt? I haven't even had an answer that yet because Marquette has been seemingly on the back foot the entire time.
Yeah, it feels like DePaul's been really good about doing what we thought we wanted to see from Marquette, right? It's all these demolitions, all these bumps, it's intentional boost drought, making it difficult for Marquette to play every major aspect of the game. They're stuck in a current 3v2 against them, and then they have no boost to work with either, so they're moving slower. There's less of them to work with, and DePaul just taking away every possible angle from Marquette to make this as difficult as possible. About half of game number 2 is getting ready to come to a close, and DePaul really feeling good about their chances moving into this third game, possibly another 3-0 over the horizon.
And 3's been the magic number today. Hey, 3's my favorite number. I'm not going to be mad about that. We're playing Rocket League 3s. Great day for the number 3. But overall, we're looking into the second half here. Marquette, they're still struggling to maintain that possession. They've gotten it a lot more than what I've seen last game, but they just can't actually keep it together. Either Joseph comes flying and out of nowhere, interrupts these passes that seem to be well set up. Like right there, you saw that Megs, they wanted to go for that pass. They just weren't able to get there in time. It's these tiny things because of how fast you have to make these decisions. If they're even a hair off, it can mean the difference of whether you're getting a goal or not.
The difference of getting a goal is going to be critical here for these teams, but DePaul definitely feeling better about not scoring anymore. Only 100 seconds remain. We're looking at 33 seconds per goal from DePaul in a moment like this one. And sorry, from Marquette against DePaul to tie things up. DePaul certainly doesn't need to score anymore if they don't want to. They've got a dominant lead in the second game and walking away with a second 3-0. That's calculated, right? They only need one more to have 3 3-0s to make it a 3-0.
Oh, that's a lot of 3s there. Keep that one rolling. And honestly, I think that what's shown right here is DePaul, they're not letting up the aggression too much. Even being up 3-0, they're like, all right, if we give up another goal, fine. It's not the end of the world, but they want to make it 4. They want to make it 5. They want to keep this one going as much as they can. Keep boosting those stats. Why don't you?
Might as well.
Yeah, exactly. You have the opportunity to go for it.
When you've got 48 points on a single player going into this, clearly DePaul loves getting as many stats as they can. Because 48 points is a lot of points, and it looks like Joseph is looking to farm just a couple more. Currently sitting, I believe, at 51 overall in the season. First player we're aware of, at least, to hit 50 here in the Big East, possibly even in the EGF, if I might say. I can't think of another player that is that dominant in terms of scoring. Oh, you hate to see it. Burrito gets it close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and neither of those involved in a game like Rocket League. 30 seconds here left on the clock. 1 goal for 10 from Marquette to tie things up, and unfortunately, I don't think a tie-up is what we're going to be getting in game number 2. Bright side, best of 5, not best of 3, so Marquette's got at least one more chance to answer back.
And he almost had it there too. It was literally on the goal line. Oh, there's been so many close calls in just this last minute, but none of them have gone through desperately. Marquette is trying to get themselves on the board, but with 7 seconds remaining, it seems far from feasible of an option. DePaul are going to be up at a 2-0 lead, ready to take this one to a match point.
Match point just around the corner here. That is a 2-0 lead for DePaul in this moment. Marquette has a hypothetical 5 minutes to answer back. I believe it or not, I do think that game looked a lot cleaner. I think you said as well. Let me take a look here. We saw 4 shots on goal from Marquette there back in game number 1. I think we saw only 2. So that's doubled. That's a sign in the right direction. And I think there were a lot of those goals that, like you said, just, I mean, milliseconds off, inches off from going in. That one was 70% across the goal line, but it's got to be the 100% to count. So Marquette, unfortunately, not able to get anything in that second game. Hopefully, they will not go silent into the lower bracket. Hopefully, they can get something on the board here in game number 3.
I do like to, with the amount of close calls that they have, and all of these, not to mention, we're pretty much in the last minute of the game. So that maybe says something that, all right, Marquette, they're getting a little more confident. They're getting more comfortable to be able to play on this stage. You just got to get it through. You got the plan out. You got step 1. You got step 2. We got to get to step 3, actually getting the ball in, because the points, they just haven't been there. And it's really just as simple as that. We see the plans. We see the ideas. I just love to see them come to life.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I believe if Marquette does end up losing this, they will be going up against St. John's going into the next matchup. So that'll be very fascinating. But that'll be one of those off-stream games I referenced earlier. So unfortunately, this is the last time we're going to be seeing, either Marquette or St. John's if Marquette loses this. There's another kind of inspiration, another boost for this team to comfortably try and head into at least a game 4. Flip the fight onto DePaul. Stop being the reactionary active team and start making them play your pace of play. Go for a boost drop, go for demolitions, go for ball control. Don't put the respect on the table if you think you need to have none for DePaul to win this. I think we're seeing a lot of respect from Marquette. They're afraid of the demolition, so they're playing a little bit slower. And I really think they need to be going full throttle out of this to win. Double demolition against Marquette. Joseph goes for the setup, Martini goes for the drink, and there it is. First goal online for DePaul here in game number 3.
Beautiful. No changes to come through from DePaul again. There's those demolitions. Simple as that. We want to see Marquette do it. It's working out for DePaul so well. What we thought would be their greatest weakness just flipped it on the table. They're making it their greatest strength. Taking the players out of the way, so much easier to get the ball where you would like it to go. And DePaul, they're keeping up this momentum. Marquette, you cannot let any of these early goals go in because slowly you're going to find yourselves with an unclimbable pass. And at that point, what do? You're on match 3. You're so close to going down to that loser's bracket. It would be a shame to go without getting at least one on the board.
Got to get at least one on the board here, and already 20% of game number 3 off the clock. DePaul still up with that one they found earlier. Martini, a great pass from Joseph on the setup there. And I've got to say, DePaul has certainly changed their play style from the last time I've seen them, and I wonder if Martini has a lot to do with that, coming into this as one of the newer players, at least that we are aware of, really coming in, not playing that full-blown, only look at Joseph play style anymore. It really has been a team collaboration effort, and we see that again as Bonzo puts that second goal down on the board. That's going to be a tough one for Marquette to turn around, but DePaul feeling really good about their chances of a 3-0 victory.
This is just great from DePaul. They're doing the same thing over and over again. We're seeing the ball getting out there from Martini to Pazzo. I believe that's the 3rd or 4th occasion that we've seen that exact play happen. And there's a good reason for that. If you have enough trust in your teammates to be in the right place at the right time, here you are, you're finding that success and you're carrying it forwards. Are already 2.5 minutes into this 2-0 lead. Make it a 3 because Pazzo is not done yet.
And that is the 3rd player of DePaul to get 3 points. All 3 of them have scored 3 times across this 3-game series so far. So a lot of 3s continue to be highlighted. Marquette versus DePaul. And going into the rest of this matchup, I got to highlight a play that DePaul continues to utilize. And I think it's been really impressive where they let Marquette get ball control, and instead of stealing ball control away, they just demo that person. Just take them fully out of the fight. Steal ball control back, you put it in your favor, you knock it down toward the goal of your opponent, and often they've been able to score. Speaking of scores, falls too far to the right side. Joseph, they're on cleanup crew, 2 minutes gone, 60% of the game left at stake, and Marquette still desperate to find that first point on the board. DePaul trying to give us the 3rd 3-0 of this 3-game series so far.
You know what? It would be a shame to actually have another goal go in because we want to keep with the 3-0 tempo. I don't think Pazzo wants to do that. They just want to get another 4th one to just say, nope, I'm going to get as many goals out here as possible, but it's going to be Joseph to get it into the back. No more 3-0s. We're going to at least 4.
At least 4 points on the board for DePaul. Marquette had 2.5 minutes more than to answer out early, 2:46 on the clock, and left more than half the game still standing. It's going to be a critical moment because they have to look at each passing minute here as the GG go next. Scoring, 4 times in 2.5 minutes doesn't sound very easy, but hey, DePaul just did it, so clearly it is doable. I want to see more demolitions onto Martini. I want to see Marquette get up close and personal, removing these power players from the side of DePaul, force them to play a 2v3 instead of allowing them to constantly put you on the back foot entering the second half of what could be the final time we see one of these teams here today. And Marquette desperate to try and put anything on the board at this point.
You know what? Second half buff is what we want to see, but it's going the other direction because that is a 5th on the board for DePaul in just this one. Marquette, they're struggling right now. I think you can begin to tell that this one they're starting to feel like, all right, this one might not just be our game. We need to run it back in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that's my favorite thing about a double elimination, that we don't see double elim in collegiate very often, but I'm glad that we're seeing it here because it does allow these teams to get a second chance. It's not just a one and done. Not every game's going to be our game, right? There's a lot of changing and a lot of adaptation that happens on land. Playing at a computer that's not yours, possibly a controller that's not yours, on a stage that isn't yours, well, a bunch of people staring at you that sure aren't yours. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very important circumstance to be in. 2 minutes remaining on the clock for Marquette, and while this stream may go out with a bit of a whimper instead of a bang, they're not done yet. The lower bracket is awaiting them just around the corner, and I mean, 1 goal per 20 seconds here would be possible for Marquette to tie things up, but certainly unlikely.
And you can hope that you can get that many in, but you're crunching the numbers. Why you're very good at that. Septilance, you can just say that rather unlikely. Far from likely, actually, is a better way to put it. DePaul, they're just dominant, and yeah, there it is right there. That might as well just be the end of this match.
So get this, last game, highest scorer in the series from Xavier Brosif, 5 points. This game, highest scorer in the series, Joseph, also 5 points right now. Now has 87 seconds to become the highest scorer we've seen so far today on stream. So I wonder if that's kind of the solo goal they're going for, and only needs one more goal to do it, currently tied. And speaking of one more goal to do it, that goal actually made this the most dominant game we've seen so far. A 6-point lead for a team. This is the first time, and if I'm guessing, probably not the last, but Steak Burrito brings it back to life. Burrito looking neato indeed, and Marquette with 74 seconds remaining. They're gonna feel very good about their chances of putting, hopefully, a couple more down.
You know what? You got the opportunity to do 5 a lot when you look at it like that. But if we can get one off the kickoff here, that momentum might as well just be going in their favor. Remember, that last touch did not. So they're going to be the ones in their own defensive end and, you know, getting one on the board and getting it answered right back from DePaul. There's that Brazil. That was, DePaul was looking for, you know what, give it to the stats. You can say that you've done it today. But Marquette, you know what? They're not going down without something to say. Getting one on the board is still something to walk away with.
Getting one on the board is huge there. Lion's share of momentum going into the next game. But Miggs puts down a second there. He will not go silent into that good night. He will find a goal of his own. 64 seconds remaining. 5-point differential here. And it was fun to see the Brazil on land, but we got to see it for a whopping 9 seconds.
9 seconds better than no seconds. And hey, we still have plenty of matches to play later today. Who's to say we don't see another Brazil? I personally hope we don't, just for the reason I like to see these matches. I like to see them go back and forth, continue that battle. Joseph almost brought it right back, but nope, not this time. Final minute remaining here. DePaul looking so good to close this one out and continue their run through that upper bracket.
DePaul's upcoming opponent will be Butler, hometown Heat team here. Got a bit of a home field advantage. That'll be a super exciting one to watch, but Burrito puts a third one on the board. They are desperate to try and turn around against DePaul, and I'll say 4 goals in 40 seconds. You're looking at 1 for 10. It's not going to be easy, but you have re-entered the realm of possibility, especially as that is another kickoff goal. We've seen quite a few of them from Marquette so far. Can they keep that momentum up? Can they keep up the opportunity to possibly take DePaul down a peg? Unfortunately, answering a 7-point lead at one point is a very difficult hill to climb.
And even if you get 4 in, you got under 10 seconds to do it right now. And Marquette, the majority of their goals have been off kickoff. 2 out of the 3. Not a bad rate to have, but this time you're not going to get that opportunity to be able to turn that stat around. Yeah, it's just in your own end. Joseph and Pato with a shot each in a matter of seconds from each other. The pressure is on from DePaul. They're looking strong your side. We're ready to see you, Butler, in the next round.
Here goes another opportunity, a goal for Seajax. Just wants to put that on the board for Lions momentum, but unfortunately can't get the line up. Miggs spikes it down. Game comes to a close. 7-3 in favor of DePaul. 3-0 across the series, and they've got to be feeling comfortable. Like you said, Butler, their next opponent. Marquette will be jumping down to the lower bracket to be versing St. John's. Both these teams, a little bit of breath left in them, and I can't wait to see how those games go. These were... Everybody's shown their worth here, I think, and every single team we've seen so far has shown us they've got some potential waiting in the wings, so I'm not ready to count anybody out of this race.
And if you look at your traditional bracket, right, especially with double eliminations, you expect this upper bracket first round are often going to be those matches that are the farthest apart. This is where that seeding starts to come in.
Right.
Like, for example, we're looking at St. John's playing Marquette. That one could go much further than the 3-0s we've seen so far, especially getting DePaul and Xavier against Butler and Seton Hall respectively. Those are going to test the limits of these players. That's the advantage, having the higher seeding here. Seton Hall, they're going to be fresh. Butler, they're going to be fresh, but warmed up. Their opponents certainly are.
Yeah, warmed up indeed, and I love what you're saying there because St. John's 5th seed, Marquette 6th, so it goes back to how dangerous that can be. Now, we did see the 4 versus the 5 3-0, right? That was pretty devastating as Xavier did 3-0 St. John's. Not the cleanest start, but this time St. John's is the higher seed. So they're going into this with a bit of a deficit. They're warmed up. They got maybe a couple of points there, 4 across their series. Marquette got 3 in their own. A lot of ways for this to go, and unfortunately, it's going to be one of the games we aren't seeing on stream, but I promise as soon as we have an update on that, we will let you know. We know the next game on stream, if I had to guess, would be Xavier and Seton Hall if we're following the bracket, as we have Seton Hall currently Big East defending champions, so... Xavier, out of the frying pan into the fire on that one.
Oh, yeah, they have got their work cut out for them heading into that next match. I mean, Seton Hall, look at that. They've been at least in the top 2 every single time they have met in the Big East Conference, which, whew, that is something to be able to say considering the amount of teams, the caliber of the competition they're facing.
And I've got to say, Seton Hall, talking a little bit about them while we move this interview to get prepared, we are seeing one of their lesser played players coming out later today. We're seeing Mr. Sheep, a player we have not seen very often from Seton Hall. Only 1 goal across the series so far, but 14 assists, or sorry, saves, excuse me. So definitely playing a hard goalie, a back third, and I'm excited to see if they continue that pattern when we get to that game. Before we get to that game, we've got to celebrate our winners once more. Soy's got an interview with somebody from DePaul.
Thank you, Sepp. I'm joined here with Joseph from the side of the DePaul Blue Demons. And Joseph, how do you feel about that first series?
Oh, we felt great. We came out really strong, and we just played our game. And, I don't think we let the LAN or the opponents kind of shake us at all. So I think we just felt really ready and excited to play.
And fantastic to see. Is this your first LAN?
Yes, it is. This is the first LAN DePaul's played since 2019. So we're super excited to be here.
And it's fantastic to have you guys here. So this DePaul squad coming into this series, the big story for you guys has been the numerous roster changes. Like a lot of different players. I think in terms of the Big East schools, you've had the most different lineups week to week. But you have been the consistent name, week in, week out. So this lineup in particular, what is the strength of this lineup of you, Patso, and Martini?
Well, we're really good friends. We bond really well together. Actually, in the hotel before we came here, we actually worked out together, and that was like a great team bonding experience. So it was definitely fun coming there with them, and they just bring a great vibe.
That's fantastic to see. And now you get this opening win here on stage. Were there any kind of nerves for you guys as you're getting warmed up and ready for this matchup against Marquette?
There's the typical nerves that you have at a LAN or a big event like this, but we were just so excited to be here that we didn't even really think about it. It was definitely like, let's just play, let's just have fun.
That's awesome to hear. All right, last question for you here. What are you looking forward to next? What's the big focus for you for this next matchup?
Win.
Fair enough. All right, that's Joseph from the side of DePaul. They are on to the next round of winner's side. Back to the desk to get ready for our next matchup.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the desk here. We interviewed Brosen. We interviewed Joseph. I don't think we have any more Cephs this weekend, but it'd be very funny if we did. Either way, it really has been a phenomenal tournament so far, and there's plenty of bracket left. Coming up next, I believe, will be Butler versus Xavier. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to another break here. Use this time, get a snack, get some water, do something. But come right back here because the day is far from over.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Mom!
Become who you're truly meant to be. Marquette University. Be the difference.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
For over a century, Indiana has been the destination for sports innovation. We built the racing capital of the world, founded the first sports commission, and created a state where champions are crowned. Because no place does sports like Indiana. Now, we're entering a new era of sports innovation. From our fitness routines to our fantasy teams, Technology is changing the game, one startup at a time. That's why we built Sports Tech HQ, right here in Indianapolis. A place that inspires innovation, invests in entrepreneurs, and shapes the next generation of invention. Welcome to the crossroads of sports and technology. Sports Tech HQ, home of the game changers.
Let's face it, who isn't trying to get their hands on the secret sauce we supposedly dunk our students in before they take on the world? Which, by the way, they have this habit of always trying to change. But I digress. Why do employers keep placing orders from Musketeers like it's a Black Friday sale? Simple. The Musketeer mindset. A train of thought powered by passion and relentless curiosity. Why be a Musketeer? If not for the endless enrichment that comes with the Musketeer mindset itself, well, there's always the stash.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning in fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't. Driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
everybody, and welcome back to the Big East Esports Rocket League Championships. I hope you missed us just as much as we missed all of you during that break, but it is time to dive right back into the action. The home field advantage team here, Butler, going to be going on stage for the first time this weekend against Xavier, who has, I believe, already, proven themselves once, so they've got to jump right back into the combat here.
Hey, they've got that out of the way, but you got a lot more. Let's just say Butler is a bit up there when it comes to thinking of the opponents that you'd be a little afraid of. Butler, they're the number 2 seed coming in this, and for good reason. They almost had the number 1 seed spot. They were tied for it, but it came down to mere match differential that decided that fate. Nonetheless, you got to buy first round. You're coming into this ready to go and fresh, but that doesn't say Xavier have had that time to warm up.
Yeah. Xavier feeling really good. They're looking for an opportunity here. A 3-0 win earlier against St. John's. Butler versus Xavier is going to be very difficult to look at, so I'm not sure if it's the lineup. Oh, Seton Hall Xavier, bro. I'm literally talking about the wrong team. We'll talk about how good Butler is in a bit. This is about Seton Hall right now. Number 1 seed. So we're jumping even further ahead. So sorry about that. I got mixed up in my own personal notes, but Xavier versus Seton Hall. Jumping into this one. This is going to be just as difficult to work with, just as difficult to prove through, because Xavier, yes, you won 3-1 over St. John's, but St. John's is the 5th seed. Now you've got to try to 3-0 the number 1 seed. And Seton Hall also defending champions of Big East. I mean, they're coming in with a lot on their shoulders and a lot they'd like to continue walking away with.
Seton Hall, these past, how many seasons have been? This is the 5th one now that we've had this Big East Conference competition. Seasons 1 and 2, Seton Hall, they're there, the runner-up, so close to getting that victory. But you know what? They've had it those past 2 seasons. They want to continue that streak here. Give them the three-peat. I mean, no one's going to give them anything at this point. Xavier are going to give them a run for their money.
Xavier's going to give this team a run for their money in Seton Hall, getting ready to prove that they are just as good as they once were and have always continued to be. Let's take a look at who Seton Hall is bringing to the table today. Soy, what do you got for us?
Welcome back, Indianapolis. We are getting ready for winners semis here. Please give a warm welcome to the defending Big East champions, the Seton Hall Pirates. And their opponents, we saw them once get a 3-0 sweep earlier today. Welcome back to the stage, the Xavier Musketeers.
Thanks.
Should be a fun winners semis. Back to the desk, Sepulence and Tiny, you take it.
Thank you so much, Soy. Seton Hall versus Xavier. I will continue apologizing about that for the rest of the day, but it is what it is. We are going to be jumping in Seton Hall with a lot to prove here. And let me double check my notes before I say this out loud. Yeah, Stokely just shy of that 50-point threshold right now. Arguably the strongest individual player to be looking for, not only in this series, but this entire weekend. I mean, 46 goals, 32 assists, and 68 saves. I don't think there's any other player in the league right now that has more than 50, let alone almost 70.
Yeah. You cannot underestimate this player by any means. That will come back and bite you in the butt later on if you do. We've already had one player, Joseph, in our previous match, hit that 50-goal mark.
Yeah.
It would be great to see that today, guys.
We've seen that 50-goal mark hit, and when we do get around to talking about Butler, they've got 2 players close to the 50-point threshold. So there is a lot of celebration here this weekend if they can achieve it. I also want to talk about, I mentioned this earlier, I want to say it again, Seton Hall bringing in Mr. Sheep as one of their players, the lowest scoring player on the team, only 1 goal this season, but 14 saves. So perhaps we're seeing a bit of a defensive player enter the fray with this squad. Let's see if Mr. Sheep can make some big waves against the number 1 seed, or with the number 1 seed.
You got the title behind your back. You need to be able to back it up. Don't get me wrong, Froze and their partners Stokely are a huge names to have on the roster. Like, look at this early on pressure. We've already seen a great shot on goal from Stokely to keep this one going. And that's the thing. if you give any room at all to Seton Hall, they're going to take it and absolutely run away.
Yeah, Seton Hall just needs a little bit of space to go a long way. The type of team you hand over an inch and they've taken 10 miles before you can blink. This is a fully momentum-based team, and I think Xavier is already bringing a lot of intelligent plays to the table in terms of negating that momentum, getting the demolitions, getting the bumps, stealing ball control, making it difficult for Seton Hall to play the game Seton Hall loves to play. They want to be 2, 3, 5 points in the lead. They want to be able to score on you and form a highlight reel, but if you force them to play 200% the entire time, this team can really begin to struggle. So let's see if Xavier can continue going for blow here, if they'll run out of energy a little faster than Seton Hall.
It goes back to that original statement you made at the beginning of the match, whether you're starting out with a sprint or you're in it for the long run, taking that marathon. And I think Xavier, they're one of those teams. It took a little bit for them to get in the game last time. They're in it for that sprint. They're the ones that will put that pedal to the metal, and they're going to keep it there until they end up getting what they want. And, you know, Seton Hall, they want to show that too. And there it is, Stokely with the first point of the match.
Stokely, first point of the match. Takes a little bit longer than maybe they wanted, but hey, better late than never. You got the first point on the board, you never lost the lead. You've got Xavier down a peg, and you can't count Xavier out yet, because I want to jump back one more time to their very first game against St. John. They were down 0-2 for a while, and then they were able to strike through, put themselves up 3-2 to win it. So just because this team has gone down a little bit does not mean they're going down all the way. Galaxy and Probes trying to rule one, and both end up in the junkyard for it. 45 seconds, getting shy off the second minute here, so only 3 minutes remain in this matchup. A secondary goal from Stokely, finds no purchase. Confused Irish blocks it out. Broseph clears it down the field. Mr. Sheep tries to catch it in Galaxy. Misses the defensive play. Can Seton Hall capitalize off the back of it, or they find themselves on a defense a little faster?
Here's the thing, though, because you get Broseph in this position to try to set up Galaxy, and I think that's what we're going to see time and time again, but you got to be careful for things like these. It's getting dicey. Every single player on the side of Seton Hall had an opportunity to get a shot in. Thankfully, for Xavier, none of them went in. That is rare that happens. You cannot allow these opportunities to come in because that was such a clean rotation from Seton.
I mean, what a phenomenal opportunity from Xavier there, because, like you said, it's rare we see 3 shots on goal that back-to-back, and none of them go in. So a bit of a Matrix moment, perhaps, as they block each and every individual bullet to keep it at that 1-0 scoreline. I did see an overextension from Seton Hall there. I do want to highlight all 3 of them being at the opponent goal.
Yeah.
Not where you want to be. A very risky chance to make, especially when Mr. Sheep looks like a defensive player. Bringing them into the front line can be something that can cost this team if they don't play their cards right. 2 minutes left here on the clock. Seton Hall up by 1, and sometimes that 1 is all you need to get it done. Will they be sending Xavier to the lower bracket?
And, you know, when you said that before, you're like, oh, that might not always be true. But honestly, this is the match that's looks closest to proving that point so far. The lowest score we'd had heading into the under 2-minute mark. So wanting to keep that storyline, Seton Hall, they're just playing defensive. I mean, they did make a 3-player commit early on. They're confident that they're able to score. They realistically don't need to, but you need to be conscious of what risks you're taking, because Xavier, they're also one of those teams that will be able to get in the back, follow up on the mistakes of their opponent.
Following up on the mistakes is a critical moment here for Xavier to capitalize with. 77 seconds remain. It's only a 1-point differential, so Xavier very much still in a comfortable spot to try and answer this. Stokely breaks the aerial play high up. It's going to fall right into center field, and that is a wide open goal for Mr. Sheep. Their second goal of the entire season, but one that comes at a time Seton Hall truly needed.
Oh yeah, if you weren't feeling too comfortable with 1-0 lead, how about doubling that to a 2-0? That was also great positioning too. You talked about Little Sheep being a bit more of a defensive player. That's what they were doing. They were hanging out in the midfield, waiting for it to come back, and so, oh hey, open net, why don't I just take that chance? Knocked it right in, and heading into the final minute, Seton Hall up 2-0. Looking good to close this one out. They just got to keep the wheels on the bus a little longer to put themselves up around.
If they're able to do it in these closing 50 seconds. Seton Hall's Froze takes it up, tries to bounce it in off the crossbar right down in the Galaxy. A great demo from Stokely, but the ball falls off pace. Not on that trail they were expecting, not able to get that free goal. 40 seconds remain. Broseph has a great clear down center field. Confused Irish gets a little confused in that moment. It doesn't jump up into the ball in time. Now has to play a hard double committed defense. Ball bounces up. Froze not able to find the lineup for Seton Hall. 30 seconds remain. 1 for 15 to tie things up and force an overtime. We're still looking for that first overtime of the weekend. Are we going to be seeing it from Xavier and Seton Hall in this moment?
15 seconds here. Broseph, the best opportunity that we've seen from Xavier all game. just not able to get it in, and that one being sent straight down to Xavier's defensive end. Not a great look for these final 3 seconds as Seton Hall, they're making it one more. And, you know, I believe it ended up, yeah, that one ended up going in at the last second, but still, regardless of that, what happened there at the end, the result remains the same. Seton Hall with a 2-0 victory to open this one up.
A 2-0 victory for Seton Hall. Actually, I believe the lowest scoring win we've seen so far with only 2 points the entire game. Now, we did see a 2-point win earlier from Xavier. They won 3-1 over St. John's, but other than that, they have been, you know, 3 points, 7 points. Like, it's been a pretty large deficit, all things considered. So that's a pretty critical moment for this team to answer back. Xavier, unfortunately, 0 shots on goal in that moment. And Tiny, I'm so glad you point that out because we kind of look at a moment where I said, Seton Hall, they're the proactive team. And if you let them be, they will continue to be. Xavier, unfortunately, couldn't find a way to stop them, and that ends in 0 shots in 5 minutes.
That is rare to see. Granted, Seton Hall, they didn't get as many points in as you would think that would be allowed. But that also tells us that Xavier, they were playing the defense there. This is far from the team that we saw in the first match against St. John's. That unrelenting aggression, nowhere to be found right now. And I think that they're a little nervous. Looking at the opponent they're facing the number seed, that's no small task by any means. But at the same time, you need to keep your cool because right now, they're playing Seton Hall's game.
Yeah, and it's funny because I said this, the thing I'm about to say about St. John's when they were losing to Xavier. You can't have that respect on the table right now. You respect them as players, yes, absolutely, and you respect them as teams. And of course, outside of the game, there's a whole different kind of respect. In the game right now, you cannot just let them roll over you. You can't default and roll over and play the game they want you to play. You've got to break that momentum. You've got to break that curse. And you've got to find an opportunity to strike against this team. Seton Hall's ball control ends favor early in the hands of Stokely. Broseph tries to take it up and Froze knocks it away. And with only 13 seconds missing, unfortunately not the early goal that Seton Hall was clearly looking for.
Yeah, and they're coming out of this one strong. They're confident after that last match. And you go, 13-2 in your entire regular season? I just want to point this out, by the way. Every single match that Seton Hall has played that they've won has been a 3-0. And you know, Froze getting one on, we might just see that continue.
It very much could. Froze finds the opening goal a heck of a lot earlier this time, only 32 seconds off the clock, and that's actually the last member of Seton Hall that needed to find a point. All 3 members of Seton Hall having put 1 point on the board, with nobody from Xavier being able to score yet, let alone shoot on goal. It's been a rough burn for Xavier so far. I want to see more physicality, I want to see more bumps, and I want to see a little bit more aerial gameplay, as it feels like that's where Seton Hall really has been able to run away with this series, is they just play it higher above Xavier. Xavier not beating them in the air very often, and plays like that are allowed. Stokely finding what is now their 48th goal of the season. This could be a critical moment, as this game could be the one where Stokely breaks that clean 50.
And that's what they're going for at this point. You get 2 goals in the first minute. Stokely is just going for the record books at this point. And you know, this is the strong start we're talking about. Xavier, they haven't had that same opportunity. They haven't been allowing themselves to have those opportunities to get those shots off. Because Seton Hall, they're in such good control of what is happening on the field, not just in the ball, but also look at the rotations. Look at the way that they're resetting themselves to follow up on these shots. Like, perfect example here, Stokely retreating back, anticipating that return, just to take it all the way back down.
Anticipation is key at the end of the day, and Seton Hall, like you said, looking to break those records. The most points we've seen from a single player so far is our boys Broseph and Joseph, both sitting at 5 points on their team respectively. Broseph being in game right now, silent for the majority of this game, has not been able to find even a shot on goal, let alone a goal in itself. 90 seconds gone, 3.5 minutes remain. Seton Hall, ball control still in their favor. Tiny, I feel like it's rare we see a game where ball control is this one-sided.
You point that out, it is just so obvious to see. Like, you don't even have to know anything about this game. You're like, all right, this team, they're the ones in control. You know what's happening, and there's no reason to think otherwise. Like, this is just Stokely being in charge, taking it off the top ropes after these passes. Like, yes, now Broseph will be the one with the ball, but look at things like this. You got the followed up from Conjure Irish. That's all 3 players with a touch from Xavier. none of them able to get the job done we want, and just like that, we're already heading back down to the other side.
Already heading back down to the far side, the goal of Seton Hall. We will not spend very long there as it's cleared down from Froze into center field. Galaxy able to catch it. Broseph in off the pinch in the corner. Demolition takes Broseph out of the equation, but Confused Irish was the intended recipient of that ball control. 3 players gonna whip at the slow burn out. Broseph sinks it and finally puts Xavier on the board. Better late than never. Broseph, their 6th goal of the series, or sorry, of the day rather.
Yeah.
First goal of the series, just shy of the second half activating. Is this the second half buff?
And you know, Xavier was that team that they're the ones that had that second half, but time to follow through. And it can't just be Broseph this time, which actually I believe they're now the highest scorer of the day, sitting at 6 points right now. They're going to keep that going forwards. No reason to stop what you're doing, Xavier. They have won. They need to understand, how did that happen? Why did that happen? And continue to make plays such.
Sheep goes for a great tap into center field there, tries to redirect the momentum of the ball. Froze almost has the catch, but almost is never going to be enough. You got to hit it 100% on par. 40% of the game left standing as 2 minutes begin to tick down. Seton Hall want to strike at their earliest opportunity, and the earliest might not always be the best. Stokely clears it down. There could be a follow-up from Froze in off the corner, and it is going to be disrupted once again. Great spike from Galaxy. Confused Irish can't get there in time. Sent up into the top sky zone there, and Seton Hall, ball control in their favor once again.
Yeah, they're going to be back up. Classic thing, Little Sheep up to Stokely. There's the follow-up. Little Sheep wants to get in on the action, but they might have to with Froze getting demolished on the backside. That's something we haven't seen too much from Xavier. They haven't been going for these demolitions nearly as much, and you know, look at that. That was a great setup from Seton Hall. It just got disrupted by taking Froze out of the equation.
1:10 left on the clock here for Seton Hall. The equation is one that has not worked well for Xavier, but clearly Seton Hall passing their math classes. They've created an equation all their own. A demolition on the Galaxy from Froze makes things a little more difficult to work with, but is it going to be enough for Xavier to score? Stokely's there. Broseph can't get in time. Confused Irish. Bit of a sloppy clear into the far corner, and I think at this point the name of the game is just don't let Seton Hall touch the ball, or you might fall. 2-1 in a game just like this. 42 seconds on the clock. Xavier has been danger close to scoring, but close is never going to cut it. Close only counts in hand horse and shoe grenades. Rocket League ain't got none of those.
Honestly, I'm kind of grateful it does. We see a lot more explosions than we already do on the field. Would kind of hurt my eyeballs, but heading into the last 30 seconds here, see, they're so close. Look at them. Look at how aggressive they're being. They don't want to give Xavier the chance to take this back. It's only a 1-point deficit. It's never been closer, but that one just is gonna land. A great pass, even better finish from Stokely to put Seton up in an extra point lead.
I mean, just what a clean play from Stokely there. Takes it from one coast all the way to the other, sets themselves up for the double tap and says, I'll do it myself. A snap of their fingers, 3rd point online for Seton Hall. 13 seconds remain, and I think Xavier has to say goodbye to game number 2, but we don't have to say goodbye to Xavier quite yet, as this is not a best of 3, it's a best of 5. Games 1 and 2 don't end in your favor. Hey, that's all right. Let's look at it going into the future. What did we do wrong in games 1 and 2 that we can utilize a little better in game 3? Because, well, the scoreline is technically just as close. Xavier did score this time. They did have shots on goal, and while it is a 2-point differential, they've got to be proud. 4 shots on goal versus the 0 they found in game 1. So, I mean, that is a 400% increase.
You know what's not bad about that either is the fact that Seton Hall, look, they got 10 shots on goal, only 3 of those went in. That's not a terrible rate to have either.
I think first game they had 12 too, and they only found 2. So it's like,
see, there you go.
And it goes to kind of prove the point of just don't let them have ball control, right? Because clearly the method for Seton Hall right now is just keep trying. We'll get it. Like, we'll score eventually. 12 shots on goal, 10 shots on goal, scoring only 2 and 3 points respectively. Like, the score per shot on goal ratio is not very good. No. So it's like if you take ball control away from Seton Hall, you get a little bumpier, you steal the boost, you make it a little harder for them to just clear it up and over. It could be a really easy way to dissect this team.
And you know what might be the player to look at for that is Stokely. Out of all of those shots we've seen, Stokely had 6 of them. And that's a huge percentage, having more than half over their other 2 teammates. And that's the most saves as well, I believe.
Yes.
They went
68,
through with it.
and I'm sure there's more at this point. None in that game, but game 1. Oh, no, none in game 1 because there were no shots on goal.
True,
so still 68. I do want to call out that Stokely has scored their 49th goal this season. Stokely is one shy of hitting that mythical 50, something very few players you'd say they get to do in a single season. As Stokely looking close for it, gonna find a demolition on Broseph, and there it is! Stokely hitting their 50th goal of the season here at the EGFC. That is their 4th goal here at Big East tonight, but that is their 50th goal of the season, and you've got to be proud of a moment like a clean 50.
Oh, that's a clip to see for a lifetime. Huge accomplishment, huge achievement for Stokely. A true star on Seton Hall, a star amongst stars. In all honesty, the reason that Stokely has been able to do crazy things like this is because Froze and Little Sheep have been so incredibly consistent in their own roles as well, being able to carry that through. And look at that, you get that demolition onto the player that you had carrying the ball. Xavier, they've been looking towards Broseph to be the one to turn it around here, and they just haven't had the opportunities because Little Sheep specifically has been so on top of it, whether it's just knocking the ball out of control or quite literally taking Broseph out of the equation.
Yeah, we assumed that Little Sheep was going to be kind of that background player, right? Was going to be kind of that defensive player, the one that sneaks in late, looks for demolitions, looks for a strong defense, and I think that's exactly what we've seen is Little Sheep living in the back wings. The one goal we saw, like you said, was pure opportunity. It was, oh, I'm center field? Oh, the goal's wide open? I mean, I might as well, right? And Mr. Sheep found a great moment of capitalization off of that. Speaking of Sheep, no, gotta get sheared just shy of that goal. Nothing happening quite yet. 90 seconds gone, and Seton Hall waiting to find a second point. That second point could be a very strong advantage for them moving into the rest of this game, because once they've taken a 2-point lead, they have yet to lose that 2-point lead. 2-0 victory game 1, 3-1 victory game 2. If they find that second point, well, statistics suggest they might not lose this game either.
This is just Seton Hall. I think that just says something about their overall play style. If they get going, they're unstoppable. And that's been it this whole game. There's just not too much to even add on to that. We've made this point so many times. You're gonna hear it in your spleen. Seton Hall, they're the first seed for a reason. This is that reason precisely. We're nearing that halfway point. Only one on the board. Only one needs to be on the board. And they're doing the same thing. They're dominating the ball control. They're keeping it out of their own defensive end. What more can you ask?
What more can you ask indeed here, Tiny? This is a team that's really looking good. And to highlight a point you made a moment ago, something I say often is, I've never seen a team accidentally be first seed, right?
No.
Like, you're never like, oh, wait, we're first seed. No, you work for that first seed.
Yeah.
You bust butt 7 days a week to get that first seed. And Seton Hall proving how they ended up there so gracefully with unbelievable amount of points. I can't do that math. The point is this team has well over 100 points as a team. Almost exactly 50 of them coming from Stokely. So a very strong performance from this roster. Stokely has been the star-studded player up to this point. And as we go down to the final 2 minutes here, I believe if Xavier loses, they will fall into our other lower bracket game, which also will not be on stream. So maybe this will be the end of the Xavier train here this weekend. More than enough time to change things up. I cannot believe that did not go in for Broseph. But luckily enough, Galaxy is there to tie us up at 1-1, which I love to say, it's just a complicated 0-0.
In reality, yes, we're exactly back to where we started, but only this time, Xavier, they got home. They're like, all right, we got in. What's one more that you could add on top of it? Plenty of time to work with here. But I gotta say it again, Xavier, they were given a major opportunity to work with, and there was almost another one. They were so close to putting this one up. Xavier, if they can get another one on the board, potentially take a round away, that could be it for Seton Hall if we're going straight off track record. Like, look at this now. They're getting the setups, they're getting aggressive. Suddenly those shots, where have they been this whole game?
Yeah, Xavier has fully woken up in this moment. So reminiscent into their performance against St. John's after game number 1, where they really came to life and began to play a lot of cool, calm, and collected plays. Confused Irish takes it up, and oh, it's in! Xavier taking a lead for the first time over Seton Hall. This is critical. Confused Irish putting that goal down. Now all 3 members of Xavier have officially scored. That was the threshold last time where the team really began to wake up. This is their opportunity. 70 seconds left. Can they take Seton Hall to a game 4, which, if I'm not mistaken, Seton Hall has only been to twice.
Twice, and they haven't won either one. Which, that hurts. That does not feel good at all. Going down here, this could be it for Xavier. This is their opportunity to succeed, prove that they can take down that #1 team. They gotta go lead. All they gotta do is keep it out of their own net, but they're playing with dangerous territory. Froze, Stokely, and Little Sheep. They're not gonna let this one go easily. They don't want to go to another round. Simply don't have the practice in that type of scenario. Keeping it calm, keeping it collected. It's gonna be the name of the game, but we're seeing this control go back and forth. These players, they're coming alive in the final seconds. Little Sheep with a nice shot off the crossbar. Not in just yet, but Stokely is looking to make this one go a bit differently.
Oh my goodness, unbelievably close, but close to look at count and hand shoes and grenade horses. And right now, Seton Hall desperate to find a little bit of an opportunity towards this strike. 13 seconds. Game 4s have not historically gone in their favor, and if Xavier can take them to one, a Game 5 could be just over the horizon. They have not gone to a single Game 5 this season, and they do not want to start today. Rose knocks it up, has to get through Rosif, and lets it fall just a little too low. That is Xavier putting a Game 3 victory on the board and taking us, at the very least, to a Game 4.
This is the point we wanted to be at, Septilins. We wanted to see this come back. Xavier, we knew they're a team that can compete with the best of the best. And they just bought themselves another chance, another life in this series. But you got to take it all the way. You got one, you need two more to be able to close it out with a victory. And I can assure you, Seton Hall aren't going to make this one easy.
Seton Hall, you've got to imagine a fire has been lit underneath them like never before. This team hates Game 4s. They do not want to go into one if they don't have to. Froze just barely gets snuck out, but Froze will freeze out Xavier's chances of putting that first goal on the board. Seton Hall goes up by 9 seconds in. To jump back to a point I made back in our very first game of the day. Scoring early is great, but it's certainly a double-edged sword as your opponent now has 99% of the game to answer that one goal back.
Yeah, don't count these first second goals for too much, because as we saw last game, Xavier, they ran it back. I don't know what happened in that first half of the game to that last minute. I don't know. They must have had some ridiculous amount of caffeine. I want what they're having, because my goodness, was that a turnaround. And right now they're finding themselves in a similar situation. It's time to hit the boosters, bring it back once again, because this one is not easy.
Yeah, man, I don't know if Xavier's just like non-sponsored gamer liquid kicked in or what, but they clearly had a bit of an awakening there on stage. Rose, though, getting ready to, I'm going to make the pun again, freeze him out of this Game 4 because it is dominant from this player so far. Froze going into this had only one goal. 45 seconds later, bumps all the way up to 3, scoring both goals for the team here in this game. Truly trying to send Xavier down to that lower bracket where Seton Hall, I can't remember the last time they were in a lower bracket.
No, I don't think they can either, to be totally honest with you. This is the runner-up team, and if they're not a runner-up, they're a champion.
Absolutely.
This is one that competes at the top and plans to stay there. Froze, you said at the beginning, a fire has been lit up in Seton Hall, but it's Froze and now Confused Irish to put that one out.
Irish cleans a whistle there, bringing a bit of heat to burn Froze away from this strong, unblockable offense. Froze has a bump. Unfortunately, momentum not in their favor. A ball in motion will stay in motion unless Froze could have been just a little faster. 1 minute off the clock now, 2-1 on the board. Seton Hall find themselves up. They were up by 2. Every time we've seen them up by 2, they've yet to lose, but this time it's only a 1-point differential. Can Xavier answer things back? Can they find an opportunity to strike and tie things maybe into an overtime, maybe into a Game 5? Or will Seton Hall box them out here and find their own first Game 4 win of the season?
And this is the closest they're going to get to it. Granted, they have a lot more to do, even if they manage to take this match away. But one step at a time. Don't look at the whole picture. Look at what you have to do now. Keep your eyes set on that. That is so important. These high-pressure games, that where it's where you can feel yourself start to slip. And Stokely finds himself with a near open net there. These cracks, they're starting to show for Xavier.
Galaxy, I was really afraid there was clearing back down in front of their own goal, something I always recommend you do not do unless you absolutely have to, but they carried it way further out than I thought they were going to, towards center field instead, so a lot less detrimental than it could have been. Little Sheep unfortunately missed that chance. Froze has an open goal, but it's boxed away by Galaxy. 2 minutes off the clock, 3 minutes remain. Stokely clearing ball control for Seton Hall. Goes into center field as the ball hurdles toward a goal of their own.
Yeah, they're getting into the back. Classic Little Sheep recovery, but this time Brusef Great intercept to keep it in their control. Still 1 point needed to tie this one up for Xavier Galaxy. Almost had it, but Little Sheep has got this one on top. Amazing dribble, amazing control. But Brosis says, nope, if I'm not going to score, you aren't either. Denied at that goal line. We've passed this half-minute point, Septilins. That is key, especially when you're looking at Xavier.
The Septilins patent pending second half buff needs to kick in right now for Xavier, or things are going to look bleak going into that lower bracket. Xavier's opponent at this point could be a myriad of teams. I mean, we're looking at, it's going to be, I believe, the loser of DePaul versus Butler. So the second and third seed, respectively, Xavier really needs to strike the Titan here, cut the Snake's head clean off, and try to take down those lower seeds as they get into it. But if you can knock the #1 seed into the lower bracket, that could be truly fascinating. 2 minutes left to answer back, at least force an overtime. And if you can get to a tied-up game, a game 5 could be yours. You just have to get to it.
One step at a time for this one to come back. But as I'm watching the Septilins, I'm seeing Seton Hall being in that controlling state once again. The ones with their hands on the ball, they're getting the demolition. Xavier, they're being choked at the very start. They can't get anything going because they have no room to breathe. Seton Hall, they're not allowing it. And one more going in might just stop it right there.
Rose getting ready to completely win this for Seton Hall. That's their 4th goal of the series, 3rd of the game. So a hat trick for Froze in that moment. I mean, absolutely dominant performance from this individual player. You know, we talk so much about Stokely, who's up to their 50th point in this series, but hasn't been able to jump that threshold yet. Froze actually just hitting their 40th point. So really getting ready to be on the heels of their teammate Stokely and trying to keep the dream alive. 75 seconds left. Can Xavier find 2 goals in those 75 seconds, or could this be a disaster? Could Xavier end in that lower bracket as well?
You can't give the Xavier, you can't give them the chance to succeed. Seton Hall, they gotta be all team ahead, because look at that! There goes Confused Irish walking it straight in. That was such a fastball to be able to deal with. It actually had a little bit of assist from Stokely to get in, and that was perfect. That was perfect right there, because Xavier, they're still in this game as his final seconds. This last minute is going to be the teller if they're going to continue their upper bracket run.
I mean, folks, what more could you want, right? 1 point differential, 1 minute on the clock, #1 seed, the #4 seed trying to make that Cinderella run we always look out for, but that's going to make it a heck of a lot harder. Bros going to find their 5th point of the series so far, tying them. No, sorry, Brosif is technically in the lead with most on-stream points with 6. The only point Brosif has scored this series so far, but it's still a possibility. Froze 1 more point can tie it up, bump them up into an opportunity to be top scorer on stream. 45 seconds left here in Seton Hall, having a 2-point differential. This is very difficult for Xavier to take back, if not impossible.
This is just Froze. Come on, we made so many Froze puns recently. I gotta make
this is the
more.
Froze zone, okay?
Exactly.
This is the Froze zone right now.
I love that. I love it. I mean, you're not wrong, though. This has been Froze. With all of those points, you look at the score that they have, it's far above any of their teammates. This is Froze not wanting to go to a map 4. And, you know, ironically, as I see that, our screen freezes. They have control over up to Septilins. They know.
Is Froze. Oh, my goodness. It's incredible how powerful this player has quickly become and how convenient their name falls into so many puns. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. But Seton Hall winning Game 4, their first Game 4 victory of the season, and it could not have come at a better time. 4-2 for Seton Hall. Wow, that's a bit of a tongue twister there, but the point stands. They win 3-1 on the series. They move forward once again, and their opponent will be either DePaul or Butler, which is going to be the next matchup. Either way, Seton Hall looking really good. Let me do some quick math here. 10 points in total across the entire team. Only 5 from Xavier. So hitting that double-point threshold is incredible. Sure, it's not as clean as you want, but it's a win, and a win is a win.
A win is a win. We're going to look back at that. We just see Seton Hall moving forward in the record book. Well, I mean, granted, the score will be there. The result is going to be the same. Now, we've seen something new from Seton. They got pushed to their limits, and they were actually able to come back from that. Granted, this is only the 4th seed match. The 4th seed. This isn't the 3rd. This isn't the 2nd. That match is going to be coming up shortly. Ooh, I'm a little scared for what comes next for this team because they really had to work hard for that one. When you're looking straight at numbers, that shouldn't have been the case.
Yeah, and it's great that Xavier is able to take that one game on Seton Hall, something many teams have never done. Only 2 teams have taken Seton Hall to a map 4. Like, I cannot stress that enough. So it's incredible that Xavier has now entered that echelon of being one of 3 teams this season to take Seton Hall to a map 4. It goes to show whoever their opponent may be, whether it be DePaul or whether it be Butler or it could be St. John's or Marquette. I don't know who won that game, but the point stands that Xavier, not the cleanest run, but it's a good run and one you can very much be proud of. You took a game off Seton Hall. That momentum boost alone should give this team an incredible chance going into their first lower bracket game.
They still got time. Like, the fact that they won their last game dominantly, they're going against an opponent who definitely won't be the first seed. Their chances, it's there. We can totally see a resurgence from Xavier, and that's something I'm going to look out for. It's a storyline I'm following throughout this match. And, Seton Hall, they're good. That's about it. They're good.
No, they're good. That's a fact. I mean, this is a very good team. I'm really excited to see kind of what they've brought to the table so far. It's been an impressive roster from them, and I think going into the rest of this, Seton Hall being number 1 seed, if I had to look at this statistically, I would say the team most likely to take them out, it's going to be Butler. I mean, it's the hometown team, 2nd seed. 2 of them are a couple points away of the 50-point threshold. Like, they're a very talented team, and one that I'm excited. I hope we get to see Butler versus Seton Hall. That could be one heck of a matchup.
And, that's one we are going to look forward to. But in the meantime, we're going to send it back down to the floor with Soy Sauce and Seton Hall. Hear what they got to say.
Thank you. I'm here with Froze from the side of Seton Hall after they get the victory here over Xavier. You guys are now on to winners finals. How does it feel to play your first game here in Indianapolis?
Feels great. We got a good win, and I mean, it's a beautiful facility. I've never seen anything like it. Nothing to complain about, and really came out strong, which is great.
And so the big story for you guys coming into this tournament is that Tone is not in the lineup for this battle or for this round, and you've got Mr. Sheep, who's done a fantastic job of kind of being or stepping into the lineup. Can you talk about how Mr. Sheep has kind of changed the dynamics of this team?
Yeah, it's definitely different. Tone, I mean, we've played with Tone for a while in both Big East, CRL, all over the place. So we've gotten some scrims with Mr. Sheep. We got practice in, and I mean, he's definitely a good fit. We're able to work around him, and he works around us really well.
It's fantastic to see. So I've got a fun question for you. You say you follow the pro scene, and what I've said about Seton Hall many a time is that you guys feel like one of the most experienced squads with your time in CRL and whatnot. So I've got a fun question for you. Of the pro teams that exist in RLCS, which one do you think you are most like? Is there a player or a team that you feel like Seton Hall is very similar to?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'll go FaZe. I'll go FaZe because we're inconsistent. but we're good when we're good.
You guys are certainly, when you guys are on it, you guys feel unstoppable. What's the big focus for you guys on LAN events like this?
I mean, it's just staying focused. That's really all it is. We got the most LAN experience out of, I think, most of the teams. We've gone all over the place. So we really take that as like an extra step, as we just got to take care of business. We got to do what we came out here to do.
That's awesome to see. All right, thank you so much for joining us, Froze. And we'll see you for that winners finals match. Congratulations again. Back to the desk for more action.
Thank you so much, Soy. The action will continue here at the Big East Esports Rocket League Championships in just a little bit. We're going to go ahead, throw it to a break, and get our next couple of teams ready. If I'm not mistaken, it's DePaul versus should actually be Butler this time, so should be a pretty entertaining game. Either way, we'll see you folks right on the other side of this break.
For over a century, Indiana has been the destination for sports innovation. We built the racing capital of the world, founded the first sports commission, and created a state where champions are crowned. Because no place does sports like Indiana. Now, we're entering a new era of sports innovation. From our fitness routines to our fantasy teams, technology is changing the game, one startup at a time. That's why we built Sports Tech HQ, right here in Indianapolis. a place that inspires innovation, invests in entrepreneurs, and shapes the next generation of invention. Welcome to the crossroads of sports and technology. Sports Tech HQ, home of the game changers.
Let's face it, who isn't trying to get their hands on the secret sauce we supposedly dunk our students in before they take on the world? Which, by the way, they have this habit of always trying to change. But I digress. Why do employers keep placing orders from Musketeers like it's a Black Friday sale? Simple. The Musketeer mindset. A train of thought powered by passion and relentless curiosity. Why be a Musketeer? If not for the endless enrichment that comes with the Musketeer mindset itself, well, there's always the stash.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning in fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Mom!
Become who you're truly meant to be. Marquette University. Be the difference.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
For over a century, Indiana has been the destination for sports innovation and the state where champions are crowned. Now, we're entering a new era with Sports Tech HQ, a place that inspires innovation and invests in entrepreneurs who are changing the game, one startup at a time. Welcome to the crossroads of sports and technology. Sports Tech HQ.
I'm feeling like a soul out of body, stuck on the outside looking in. When I slow down, I wonder if I'll be stumbling around waiting for the end. If our sky doesn't have a limit, then there won't need to be a finish. I wanna be in the life I'm living. Maybe I'm already winning. Will the world pass by if I can't hold on? what should I do when I don't feel strong? I just wanna be here for now. What if I let go and just lose control? How do I find out what means the most? I just wanna be here for now. What do I do? How do I stay here? Gotta find you before it all disappears. What do I do? How do I stay here? Gotta find you before it all disappears. What do I do? Gotta find you before it all disappears.
listen to me speak, but just do what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because he caused it first, and now we've come undone. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, Look between the lines, because you bent the truth. Now it's hard to find a place for me and you. I know you're paranoid, but that does not excuse the way we've paved a void and made ourselves confused. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? to know every time you pack up and leave in your car. Why can't you stay here, soak up the charm? Take a breather, I know you need it. Give me your heart, I wanna make you sure I'm the reason to rest up here. If you don't linger enough, you'll be a stranger, baby. So come get to know me. Don't be a stranger now. I place some mirrors in my mind. Thought that I could theorize, but I could only see in black and white. And I got so terrified. I looked for all the silver lines, determine what is what. They left me open, undefined. I found myself deconstruct. Operating from my ego, but I'm trying to disconnect. I wonder where do we go? The unknown is that effect. I've tried to fix by overthinking. Why do I overanalyze? For the time being, I paint these mirrors in my mind. Now I'm sifting through the fake signs. Tell myself that it's enough, but I know these feelings won't align with everything I think I want. And just burning through the days, uncovering decay. I'm trying to feel some way that's different than before. Operating from my ego, but I'm trying to disconnect. And I wonder where do we go? The unknown is not a fact. I've tried to fix by overthinking. Will I finally realize? And for the time being, I'll keep these mirrors in my mind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Big East Rocket League Championship. My name is Soy. Joining me at the desk is Tiny. And Tiny, we're on to winner semis now.
We've come a long way since this first started out, and man, I am overjoyed to be at this point because you know what? We've seen 5 of these 6 teams so far. It's time to see that final team, and you know what? It's another end other than the home crowd, the Butler Bulldogs coming into this as that number 2 seed, tied with Seton Hall in terms of record, but just in terms of those match wins, didn't have the ability to keep that spot. Still, second seed, not too bad. We're looking forward to see how the team will play today.
It's going to be so fun to see this squad, right? And I love that you mentioned the home crowd.
Yeah.
This is their home turf. And if you think that doesn't make a difference on land, you are greatly mistaken. They feel that presence. They are so comfortable on that stage, and they feel poised and ready to make another deep bracket run. And their opponents, though, this is going to be a tough one. They're going up against the DePaul Blue Demons, who, as a team, as an organization, as a school here in the EGFC and in the Big East, they have yet to miss out on a grand final. For the past 2 seasons that they've been in EGFH, they have been one of the cream of the crop, but they have yet to take that crown.
They haven't been there just yet. They've gotten close countless times. And today's the day to kind of pull it off. DePaul, I said this previously, but throughout the season of both EGFC and Big East, they've been one of those middle-of-the-pack teams just breaking even, looking to get that little bit over that cusp to be considered one of the top contenders. And hey, if you're going to come out and take the crown away from Butler today, that could very well do it.
It could very well be the case today. And for DePaul, the big story for them has been the numerous roster changes that they've gone through. But the one name that's been consistent, you talked about it a lot in their opening series, Joseph. He has been fantastic for the Blue Demons and his compatriots, right?
Yeah.
Patso in particular, I think, has really stepped up, especially in the fall split. But Martini is going to have their hands full in this series going up against the Butler Bulldogs. Watch out for them in this series. But we are going to cut to the stage to get ready for this winner's semifinal with Septulence.
Moment here, and please, if I can say, it is really funny to watch these players kind of sit off to the side and blush a little bit when you guys talk about them. It was quite enjoyable to see how they were kind of acting in that moment. But speaking of the players, let's get down to them. I couldn't kind of excite this team enough. You guys really touched the point on them. Home team Butler coming into this, their first upper bracket game due to the fact they're tied for first seed. They're coming into this one, so let's make some noise for Butler as they come in to their first game. If you don't clap, I'm going to shame you. There's the clap, and we're hearing it. And going up against them is a team looking to put another team in the lower bracket. This team already 3-0'd Marquette going into the rest of this, and now they're looking to take down the behemoth known as Butler. Let's make some noise for DePaul as they go into their second on-stream game today. It's going to be a fun one. I think it's going to be a tough one, and I know that all 6 of these players are poised and ready to strike at their earliest convenience. Back to you guys at the desk. Let's jump into what's going to be a great series.
Should be a fun semifinals that we're getting ready for here. DePaul versus Butler. And I think the big story too, or at least one of the big stories to touch on here, with all those roster changes, DePaul feels like a very different squad. This squad used to be a very defense-based team. In the past semifinals and winners finals, even grand finals last year, they were constantly on the back foot defensively, but they were able to hold strong, and that offense came from counterattacks. This year, a very different squad, a very different way that their offense is going to work.
And I think that does show in where their points are being scored in their last match against Marquette. Each team, Martini had 4, Patso had 4, Joseph had 5. That's very consistent. And that means that each player is able to take up their own role. They're able to be flexible and kind of play around that way. And that's one thing that I think DePaul, they can find it to be one of their strengths as they're coming out here against the number 2 seed. But Butler, though, they're not a team to be underestimated. Looking at their roster, they have 2 players that are so close, 1 point away, I believe, from hitting that 50-point mark.
Yeah, and they've been so good this season. Morales and Kai in particular have been 2 consistent names that we've seen throughout the weeks here at EGFC and in the Big East, and they've done such a fantastic job. Plus, the addition of Craig. Craig, to me, is one of the players to watch in this, for Butler in this run in particular, because Craig joined this roster late. He joined during the spring split, and his tag in-game is crit hitter, and that's what he is. Yeah. He gets so many critical touches on the ball to either keep Butler alive in a series or to make sure that Butler is able to take the edge. Look for him to be an impact player in this series.
And that's the thing, Craig's coming into this rather new to the Butler team, but if you're coming in fresh, you could argue that Craig is very well one of the reasons that Butler find themselves in the number 2 seed, and we're going to have to see if that's the case here as we are heading straight into our match, and I can't even get a sentence finished because 2 seconds in, Kai's already got one of the men.
Kai gets the early one here off a kickoff. 2 seconds into the match, like you said, it's the perfect shot towards that far post. And an early goal, a very good sign for the Bulldogs. A fantastic start for them. Kickoff number 2 here, Joseph able to win it. Krieg to the air, already pressing the attack here. Looking for the double tap to set up Kai. Sends one off the backboard. Double commit coming through from DePaul. Leaves Morales with some space, but in an awkward spot. Martini will be able to clear it away. Butler now looking to press forward here. Not a whole ton of boost. And DePaul will be able to buy some time. And I think that's going to be a huge factor for this team again. DePaul, a very important part of this game for them has been how well-rounded they are, how they continue to be consistent across the board in their rotations, but Butler can really make them sweat if they get control of the ball at the midfield.
And that's been Butler's strength, right? The goal that we saw first on, you cannot really attribute that to too much. Sometimes you just get a bad break. That's pretty much what happened. Butler in position to take advantage of it. We're not really going to see that again. It rarely happens in this level of gameplay. Right now, this is practically the start of the game, but Butler, they're starting with that point advantage, and that could be really huge. The amount of neutral game we're seeing right now. I love how back and forth it is. We can't see one team particularly in that dominant control point, and Morales, though, has been one of those players who's been up on the wall, getting the ball to Kai to that striker position to continue pushing that forwards, because you get things like that. Didn't even need Kai onto that one because Morales will happily take the point.
Kai takes the 50 against Martini. It's fantastic, and Joseph in the generally right position, but it's Morales to punch that one into the back of the net, giving the Butler Bulldogs a 2-goal lead here with 3:38 on the clock. But this is how the Bulldogs have played this season. They've been so successful at getting great early starts to their series. And DePaul, especially in the spring split, a little bit slower to start off in some of these best of fives, but they really heat up the more they play. When they get to games 4 and 5, they are above 500. So that's the big thing, is can they survive the early storm for Butler?
That's really all up to DePaul right now. They're having kind of a rough time. Already down 2, make it a third as Krieg will get their name on the board. 1 from each on Butler right now. This isn't even just a storm. This might as well be classified as a hurricane at this rate, because Butler, we're not 2 minutes in. We're not halfway through the point, and being down 3, DePaul, they got to start finding that momentum to turn this one around.
We were talking about how well-rounded DePaul is as a team, but look at Butler. Everyone putting up a goal here early, 2 minutes into this match. Krieg now moving the ball forward. Oh, Martini's got the intercept. What a save by Kai, diving into that corner, backflipping to make that save. And now he's pressing the attack once more. He's going to get a demo that's going to eliminate Martini for a little bit. Kai gets taken off the field. Patso's air dribble right to midfield. Joseph in front to make that save. A dangerous chance at that one. Patso in an awkward spot. Joseph gets bumped into the ball. He'll be able to pick up this corner boost, but Krieg keeping the pressure on here. DePaul again forces their back third very, very frequently.
They're forcing it. Like, look at that. You constantly need to have somebody hugging that post. They do not trust that that ball won't just come all the way back down. And here's the point. You're seeing Patso has to get it across the middle to Joseph. You're playing with fire right there. Butler, they've been great with these rotations so far. Trusting that they'll have their own teammates in a position to follow up on that, understanding when and where to commit. And that's just one of the many strengths that this team has, and why they're up at 3-0 as we're getting down to those final 2 minutes, 120 seconds, to see if DePaul has anything left to say about this one. They haven't had those same opportunities we've seen previously. And look at this, shot after shot will come through, all of which denied that chance to get aggressive, to be on the offense simply as there, because Butler are way too oppressive.
Minute 35 now on the clock, and Krieg, maybe from distance, going to continue to put pressure on that red net. 50 goes their way as well, but Patso will kick it to the corner. What can he do with this ball? Tries to 50 it, but Krieg is there. Shot wide, rebound from Kai, also sent too far left of the post. Martini now traveling through the midfield, looking for Joseph. Shot off target and nearly had the double tap to it. As we're approaching that minute marker here, this 3-goal lead looking very strong, but you now are starting to see that adjustment come through from DePaul, but it's going to go awry. It's Morales at the near post to make it 4-0.
Morales was hugging that post, even had practically, look at that, a pass to themselves, gave it to Joseph, you know, like, you know what, you can help me out on this one. It is up 4-0 with only 60 seconds remaining in this match. This is Butler. We talk about that home crowd advantage. This is part of it right here. You have the hype. You know everybody is at your back, ready to cheer for you. And this is the spot to be in. This is DePaul. They've been trying their hardest to get out of their own defensive end, but Butler, they're just simply too good at controlling that midfield that DePaul have had very few opportunities to put in their own chances. And if they have, it's been because of Joseph. Joseph has been the one running back and forth between the defense, between the offense, and I guarantee when we get to see these stats in full view, that's exactly what it's going to reflect. And, you know, sometimes we're reaching this final 30 seconds being down 4-0, we're reaching that point that's impossible of returning.
DePaul, they need something. They need it now, but like you said, that clock working against them here. 15 seconds left, and this ball continues to be pressed into the red half. Patso will do their best to stall out that attack. They'll get a clear as well. Maybe they can find one more for the road here, because we've seen some good chances late from DePaul, but they're going to run out of time here in game number 1. It's going to the Butler Bulldogs, first of this series, and looking very, very strong.
Oh, yeah. This is the Butler that we expected to come out and play today. A 4-0 performance on the first one. Each player making the mark, getting at least one in the net. What more could you ask? This is just a team. They're well coordinated. They know where the other is going to be, and that's just basically about it here. Because they're on top of it, they have a plan heading into this matchup. They just got to follow through, and that's simply it. DePaul, they haven't found the answer to try to disrupt it yet. Thankfully, though, it is best of 5. You have many more chances still to come.
One of the biggest things about Butler that we've seen over the years is that Kai, he's been there for a very long period of time, but he's gone through so many different roster changes. A lot of different players have cycled through. But for Kai and company, it feels like this is a squad that has really grown. It's really meshed together. And the players on this squad around Kai feel like they can all elevate each other. It's no longer just Kai kind of running rampant. Morales is their lead scorer for a reason, and you can see how dangerous this offense can be. But it's going to be Patso, I believe, who's putting on the first goal here in game number 2.
Yeah, wait, seriously? We're seeing this again, but this time for DePaul. They got themselves on the board early. What could you ask than a better start than that? This is where that turnaround begins. Don't let that get to your head, though, because you still have a major hill to climb moving forwards. Only being at that 30-second mark and having Morales with such great control, getting it off to Kai, off the top ropes, but back in it goes because Krieg is there on the follow-up and will make that final blow.
Look at the speed here. Morales with the ceiling pass, and look at that bullet off the backboard. And Krieg with the read here to get that ball immediately back on target, and there's just no time for Joseph to go for that squishy save off the back of the net. There's no time for him to get back into position. Butler playing at such a rampant speed here and just making life very difficult for the Blue Demons. Kai has a flip reset, go for the air dribble, one at the 50, got it, but it was off target, and Martini will help clear that ball away as DePaul, they dodge another bullet.
Yeah, that was a risky one they were playing with, and you say they were dodging a bullet, that must have been by a hair. When Kai gets their hands on the ball, you expect him to do great things with it, and here he goes again. Nice arrow dribble across the side, but ran out of boost before he could really make anything happen. But there's the pass to the center, and Krieg on the follow-up. Butler, they are working like clockwork right now. Both of these goals have been absolutely beautiful plays. Everyone in the right place at the right time, and you could not ask for anything more from this team.
And look at how they're scoring. They're finding each other in the midfield. We talked about it in previous series, how often offenses can get bogged down in these corners. The pace of play can really slow down. Butler easily getting that ball out of the corner, but when you make turnovers in your own defensive end, DePaul will be able to jump on it. Patso, look at this feed off the backboard. Krieg just too far away from it, and Joseph on the follow-up ties this game up at 2.
Hey, you know what? You take those. That's going to be DePaul getting themselves back in an even mind. Might as well be at 0-0. Who cares if there's 4 points on the boards? The tie is going to be the same regardless. That's actually Patso's 5th of this entire series so far. They managed to get a lot done in the first match against Marquette. Haven't seen them too much here in Butler, but to be fair, these are the first 2 points that DePaul have gotten on the board in total, and you know, we're still even. It's far from over at this time. You just got to get a matter of this because Kai and Krieg are working together so incredibly well to keep this one controlled that DePaul are likely going to have a hard time getting those chances once again.
Interesting to see the kind of formations and rotations that these teams are opting for. Butler, they do not want to be backdoored again. They've got 2 players constantly back and 1 player going in, being that forechecker of sorts, wreaking havoc in the defensive end, whereas when DePaul is moving the ball forward, it's all 3 members all at once in the same line, but they're able to find each other so cleanly, especially with these feeds off the wall. But here, we're seeing Butler's defense step up, maybe a chance in the infield. Joseph dodges in, but Kai meets him there. Martini with the bouncer, and Morales, his backside will make the save. Joseph now looking for Passo. The feed is there, but Morales sees it and shuts that play down. Kai with the pinch will buy some more time, and maybe a counterattack developing for the Bulldogs as we crest the halfway marker.
Oh, that one was pitched off the corner so great, but it was right to where Krieg wanted it to be. Oh, could not have gone better for Butler there. That's what we're talking about, the ability to predict where this ball is going to be. Krieg was just simply there, and that is perfect setup for Butler. That's the 1 point that they needed to get themselves back in the lead. DePaul only 1 point ahead of them. Butler, if they can get 1 more on the board right now, that would be such a great look from them, but they need to be careful not to leave any doors open.
Krieg's got a hat trick here in game number 2. They are playing fantastic, and that decision making that you talked about, right? To know where that ball is going to be, put yourself in the right spot. Don't get too eager. We see that a lot, especially with such a huge spotlight on these teams. But Krieg, they are thriving in the spotlight. A bullet to the far post. You're not dodging that one. 4-2. The Butler Bulldogs are back.
Krieg, that is their 5th of the series so far. Krieg is just on fire. I mean, I give all the credit to them, but I mean, look at the setup they're getting from both Kai and Morales. That's just what you need to do. That's your striker. You get your striker in the spot. You know that they can touch the ball. Krieg's been that guy, and Krieg's going to continue to beat that guy. A 5th one, and the 6th for Krieg.
He is over a quarter of the way, or over 3/4 of the way to hitting 1,000 points, hitting that 4-digit marker. Insane play from Krieg in this second game, and let's give credit where credit's due to Kai and Morales for feeding the ball to him. Feed the beast, feed the hot hand that is Krieg right now, because DePaul, they are still scrambling for answers, and now maybe a chance towards a far post, and it's gonna roll into, this one goes to Morales, but the defense of DePaul gets called out here after the double commit.
DePaul, you had to give it to him. They had to try something. You're down by so much with not a lot of time left. You got to go for the double commit, but with great risks can come with great loss, such as that. And Butler, they're going to take advantage of it. That's just what you do when you're at this level. Identify where you can take any length and turn it into the mile that you need to pull yourself ahead with 4 points of a lead for Butler. This is just amazing from them. They're looking just hot on the point to go up to a match point, continue themselves forward in the upper bracket.
The biggest thing for DePaul is, what do you do? What's the change? Because it feels like both teams are getting solid chances, but the execution Butler has, it feels like they're converting off every little thing. DePaul, they haven't had too much time offensively, but 2 goals on the board here with a minute remaining, it's not a half bad marker for them. So what is the play here? What do they have to do to change things up? And they got to do it quickly here because they're down 4 with 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be very difficult to pull off a comeback in this one, but if they drop this game, they're sitting on match point.
That is not a spot that you want to be on, but 30 seconds, 4 goals, less than 10 seconds per goal, that is not a spot to be in, and pretty much an impossible point to look at, especially with Morales just playing keep away at this point. Kai coming in with an assist. This is Butler. This is them at their strength, being on their home turf. They want to take home the win today and even have a shot to do that later down the line. And Morales escorting one right up to the net, making it look like it was going to go in, but that one will. Kai wanted to get in on this game too, to have another hat trick for each player in this match. 5 seconds to go. This one is about as good as done.
Let's not forget about the player who kicked and dragged this team into those finals not too long ago. Kai has been fantastic ever since joining this squad, and he's getting on the board here late in game 2. A 7-2 scoreline, and this ball will touch the ground. Butler with a statement game here in game number 2.
That was ridiculous from Butler to pull that out, what, 7-2 with a 5-goal lead? Just utterly beautiful. That's how I gotta word it. I'm at a loss for words here because I think this is just what I expected heading into this. You highlighted these players before we started the match, specifically Craig. That's been your guy. That's been your guy through this match to actually follow through, and it's that one last touch that makes all the difference in the scoreline, in the storyline, and here they are, match point.
And the other thing too, right? Krieg had the 5 goals that were the difference maker in that series. Morales gets 1, Kai gets 1, but it is Krieg who is the player right now, finding the critical touches, finding the gaps in the defense, and punishing accordingly. DePaul here, they've got to find a way to adjust, but they're running out of time to do so. It's Morales here with the opener off the feed from Kai, and look at the touch. Krieg backs off of it, and Morales, right place, right time, strikes true.
It wouldn't be a Butler versus DePaul match without a goal in the first 10 seconds. We followed up on that benchmark, but what we've learned is from last round, that goal doesn't mean a whole lot with over 90% of the game still to be played. And Morales, they've already got their point on the board. Now it just seems like it's up to Kai and Krieg to follow through and do the same. And, you know, that does make you think, though, DePaul, they understand how Butler wants to play this. They want to get everybody in on the action. They're so flexible with how they're positioning their rotations. They haven't found that answer, and where can they really even look to find it?
Well, that is the question here. The thing to note again, the longer a series goes, the more it has typically favored DePaul. So if they're going to make adjustments, this could be one of their strongest points. Is this game 3? We're already seeing some good early attack here as Martini tries to center that ball. Joseph will block it to keep it in. No rotation back, though. DePaul does not want to get backdoored, and they do not want to give up another one and make this a 2-goal differential. The goals have come a little bit harder for the side of the Blue Demons, but it's because they're really having to work for them. Butler's defense has been very, very strong. I think the biggest portion of the game for them has been that midfield game. Time and time again, every time DePaul want to boom this ball down the field, they want to get a clear, there has been a body in the way, already in the sky. And now we're looking at Kai, looking at a double tap, and it's gonna feed Morales, making a 2-goal lead with 3:33 on the clock.
Great setup from Kai. That shows the individual skill of this player. Wanted to get the double tap, didn't get it, but you know what? You got Morales. You don't even need to hit that one off. Second of the game for him. This is the Butler that we know and love. They're just in control at all times. And you were just talking about, too, that not only are they able to keep the ball out of their own, they're controlling that midfield, which is often where we see these little tussles take place, those battles for control. That's simply been the way that it's been played. Look at that. Patso had a nice run down the center field, but it just got knocked back up. And this time, Morales can take it away. This is the simplest things we can see. Controlling the middle field. You don't even need to control your half because it's denied. You don't get that opportunity. And Morales almost wanted to put in a third one for themselves. They have to wait a little bit longer, though, as they are getting closer and closer to pull this one through.
Butler's rotations are so clean, but the fake from Patso is going to leave the door open. Martini will get the tap in, but the fake was nasty.
Wow.
Takes his shoes with him, and Martini gets the goal to cut this lead in half. And that's the thing about this DePaul team. Again, adjustments. They're seeing that they're losing the midfield battle, so what do? They change up how they approach it. Open space, go for a fake instead. Their offense, some of their best chances have come off of passing plays. They're finding each other more and more. Krieg with a dangerous shot off the backboard that's going to be denied, but that's the key for DePaul. Get that defensive stop and find a way to transition through. These booming clears have not worked so far, but when they find each other in these passing plays, when they're able to play the mind games against Butler, that's where they can thrive.
DePaul, they got to be on the same page, right? They need to be on one high line to make these pass plays come true, because that's where they found that momentum. That's where they're completely catching Butler off guard. They got that 1 point on the board to keep themselves in the battle for moving on in the winner's bracket. And right now, Martini is looking to make that even more true, but here we go again. You're going for these large clears. They simply do not work in the end, but it's a 2v1 situation down on the other side. DePaul, they're doing the best to win the numbers game, but Butler, they're simply quicker, are not giving DePaul any breathing room to have even a shot of getting on the board again.
1:40 on the clock here, and Krigg pushing this ball once again into the red half. Kai dodges a demo attempt. Joseph in front of that centering ball, making sure the shot doesn't come through. Passo now from his own backboard will find Martini, and they'll get the clear. But Kai is there. Martini with a good 50 high off the backboard. Joseph to try and redirect it back down, but that's a difficult shot to pull off. And Joseph has really been rather quiet in this series, but I think that's because Butler have identified the threat. They realize this is coming into this tournament. Yeah. He was the highest scoring player of the teams here, 48 goals in the season. And he has really been shut down in this series. They have cut down on his space to work with, which means Patso and company have to step up, and they're able to do just that with 58 seconds remaining.
That is it right there, DePaul. They have tied this one up. Beautiful play. You know that Joseph isn't getting the job done because they're getting checked out of the ball. We talked about it in the first round that DePaul played on, is that you look at the statistics directly, you know that Joseph's your guy, you know that he is the striker. You take him out of the equation, you make the job so much more difficult for DePaul to even be able to work with, but they're adjusting. And in the final hour or two, they are so close to taking this one back. They have a chance to be able to do it. But 40 seconds will be the decision maker. We haven't seen it overtime yet today, and that might stay true because Patso got the third one in. DePaul, they're now up.
Martini with the dangerous pass, but Patso quick to jump on it, and the entirety of Butler's defense caught off guard. Patso with a huge goal here. 37 seconds remaining in regulation, and the DePaul Blue Demons have one of their first leads of this series. And now with 30 seconds remaining, Butler is the one that has the pressure on their backs. How do they find a way to battle back in this series? How do they break through this defense? Because look at this, Martini's going for the far post, and Morales makes a diving save.
Look at this, DePaul, they're confident. You can see that they had faith in their gameplay to do this. They're getting aggressive. They're trying to keep the ball out of the reach, but Kai, as it's in dangerous territory, Morales won't be able to get the touch in. Krigg will, but with 4 seconds remaining, you just got to keep the ball off the ground. Joseph trying to kill it out of the gameplay, and they are looking to get that last touch. Patso, we're doing a good job of keeping it alive, but it cannot stay that way forever as DePaul. We're taking this at least one more round.
Everyone stepping up here for the side of DePaul. Again, although Joseph offensively has been shut down, Martini and Patso have identified what they need to do in this series. If Joseph is getting screened, if he's getting locked down, shut down out of the play, it means that Martini and Patso have to step up. That's exactly what they were able to do in this game.
And that's it, right there. You know, we talked about, DePaul, are they a one-sided team heading into this? You know what they're trying to do because it seems like it's the same thing every time. No, they're not a one-sided team. They know how to adjust. And honestly, it's such a trick play to be able to pull that card out of your back pocket and continue that moving forwards. We're heading into our 4th round. Next team here, if Butler, they pull this out, they end the series, they move on. But DePaul, they have shown that they are not done just yet and want to push this series all the way to its limits.
It's been a very long time since the Blue Demons have missed a winner's finals. Butler trying to make sure that happens here in Game 4. But DePaul, they've got the momentum after that last win in that Game 3. Patso with possession here, but no boost. Good 50 though, solid read. Kai, awkward spot. He's able to win the race against Martini and make that save. And everyone for the Bulldogs is able to get back in time and clear this ball away. But the offensive presses from DePaul are looking more and more dangerous. They've got more and more space to work with.
And honestly, you say that, I also think that it has to do with DePaul actually taking away that last round. You can tell they're feeling the high of that win. They're like, okay, this is winnable. This is where it turns around now. There is something I do want to note, though, is that Butler, out of the, I believe, 13 wins, 12 wins they've had this season, 4 of them have been on map 4s. That is a pretty good statistic to have at your back. Sometimes you have a bump in the road, but you can turn it back around into your favor. And I think that Butler, that they've learned from their last round as well, and they have to show that they have, because DePaul, they're starting to feel pretty warm and heated up, and they're relentlessly keeping themselves alive through the pressure.
Let's not forget how dangerous this Butler offense is. They continue to press the attack here, force these shots on net, and burn the boost of this Blue Demons defense that's averaging over 3 saves a game. Now maybe a chance here. Joseph on the kick down, looking for Patso. He's going to win the race of the ball as well. Kai will be able to clear that one away. Martini looks to turn. Kai put the pressure on, gets the steal of the boost as well. Morales unable to work it through that corner here, but a good feed mid for Kai, and it's good! What a shot, what a goal, and with 3 minutes remaining, Butler's back in the lead.
I am amazed that that one managed to go through, but every player was in check, but the one you should be watching, and that is Kai playing that far corner. Great 2-tap to set that one in. And you know, that's the longest time we've gone without a first goal being scored. Not in the first 10 seconds, but within the first 2 minutes. And that shows a lot to how this game has been paced out so far. That DePaul, they're finding themselves, the goals, they're more difficult to get in. Like, the reason that Kai was able to get such a beautiful shot was because they had an even better pass to them to be able to set it up. DePaul, they're super strong on the defense, and that's starting to show. We need to see that same thing here on the offense.
Both teams with a lot of dangerous chances, a lot of high-quality chances. And speaking of, it's Joseph getting back on the board, and in flashy style here, the feed from Martini sets up the double tap, and Joseph is not to be denied.
There is not a more classic play in Rocket League than the double tap. Perfectly played from Joseph, and you expect this guy, this is your main scorer, wants to get in on the action, and that's what you do. Don't need to pass it to him because Joseph can do it all by himself, but you're gonna need this team effort now. We're back to even, aka 0-0 pretty much. We gotta see that continue. Otherwise, we might just go to our very first overtime that hasn't been played in. I do like to see that these clears from DePaul, I feel like they're starting to peek through just a little bit more. That might show a little bit of gap in Butler's defense as well.
Midfield gameplay has changed a bit and it's starting to tilt a little bit more into Paul's way, but still, this offense from Butler generating such high quality chances. How long can the Blue Demons defense hold? That is the big question here. Patso looking for Martini, and they'll connect to get that clear away to the blue corner. A demo comes through as well. 3-on-2 for the moment, but Patso going to be denied by Kai. Krieg now to move this ball forward. Off the corner once more. The feed short side for Kai was there, but he couldn't put it on target. Now a chip shot over 1 will leave the ball in open space. Krieg has no boost though, has to turn on it, gives it up to Patso, now looks to 50, but again, Patso playing for the fakes. It goes out to Martini, redirected off of their car, and with just over a minute remaining, we still sit at a 1-1 score line, but so many close chances for both of these teams.
It's been so, it's a nail biter. It really is. Like, look at that. From Krieg, it almost went in. Martini has just been the saving grace. I'm not sure how many saves they have exactly, but I am sure it is quite a bit for what they've been able to accomplish here. The reason we're still at this even score heading into the final seconds, it does not get any more tense than this.
Approaching 40 seconds left in regulation. It's Butler with the ball. Krieg looking for potentially a double tap here. He's got it, but it's on target. Bounces back up high. Joseph will be able to clear it away. Krieg too far away to put a shot on target. Patso loses possession. Kai to keep it in. Now maybe a chance here, but Martini will stall it out. Morales to swoop in. Comes off the backboard. Krieg towards target. Everyone committing for the Blue Demons. Kai near post. The rebound. Dangerous in front, but Patso able to corral it and clear up the net. Now maybe a chance here for DePaul to break out. But how much boost do they have? Morales keeps it at midfield, and the ball sneaks past. It's 6 to the ground, and we are headed to overtime.
For the very first time, we are going beyond the regulation spot, and this is a great match to be able to see that DePaul is putting Butler to their absolute limits right now. They are testing the waters, and they're making sure that it is going to be colored red soon. They're taking the advantage, but here's the thing. With overtime, is that this can end in a split second. Its next goal will take the round win, and right now, it's looking to be Butler. They got a nice clear out to the side. Kai with an even better center. Craig looking for the follow-up, back up to the top, unable to regain that control. Morales still keeping it in the middle, contestable territory, very dangerous one for DePaul, but they'll be able to breathe for a little bit. That midfield game, it's suddenly coming back because look at how many of these shots are coming through. They just haven't been on target so far. Butler, the amount of opportunities have been there. They just need to follow up as now the tables have flipped.
Good reversal there from Kai to send that ball into the red half, but you're right. Butler, they're able to work this ball into open space, but that finishing touch is just not quite there. This Butler offense trying to figure out how to work east to west because, again, they're able to fork that ball out of the corner very frequently to find each other in dangerous passing lanes or in dangerous shooting lanes. But those shots are just not quite on target. Those shots when you're moving east to west are a whole lot harder. But maybe the feed down in front will still work, and it's Kai in overtime to give the Butler Bulldogs the win in this series, and they're headed to winners finals.
The home team is taking it to winners finals, ready to face off against the #1 seed, Seton Hall. Have got a match ahead of them, but Butler, they were pushed in this match. They lost a round. They went to overtime in that final thing. I'm not going to be completely shocked if DePaul come back through this and in the losers bracket. I'm not going to be shocked if we see him again.
I would not be shocked at all. The way these teams have played, they have been so much fun to watch this season. And DePaul, I feel like a team that, again, they've gone through so many roster changes in the fall, but they started to figure out the lineups that they liked in the spring. And even though they took a couple of harsh losses, it feels like they're clicking at the right time. But you know who else is clicking? This Butler team, this offense. They have been fantastic. And again, huge shout out to Craig in their efforts. The amount of times that they find these key touches to keep the offense going. Kai and company and Morales are thriving off the back of a couple of his plays. And this Butler offense looks near unstoppable, especially against such a solid defense like DePaul.
DePaul, they had a lot of saves on this board. Unfortunately, it was more than the points that they ended up scoring. Having a strong defense is one thing. You got to be able to fire back offensively. It's a double-sided game. Can't just be strong in one because a team like Butler isn't somebody who's going to be denied so easily on the defensive end. The fact that Craig was able to get 5 goals in one round, absolutely ridiculous in a 7-2 finish. Like, those things just should not happen. But that was Craig being on the game. Butler have their heads on their shoulders, and you know what? This is going to be a team to watch as we move forward to our next match.
It's going to be so much fun to see, especially with more matches coming for both of these teams. But we're about to shift our focus a little bit because, again, Butler, they got the win in this series. They are getting ready for winners finals. But before that, we get to interview one of their players. Let's head down to Septilence with the interview.
Thank you so much, Soy and Tiny. Like you said, I'm still Septilence. This time I am joined by Kai here from Butler, not only being on the team that wins the series 3-1, but scoring the winning overtime goal in what was a surprisingly close matchup. So Kai, my first question is going into that, that I think was a little closer than a lot of us were expecting. Do you feel like there was maybe one critical error the team made? Was it kind of looking at the audience, maybe a little bit of overzealousness, or kind of what happened there in game 3 that caused that collapse a little bit?
Yeah, kind of like you said, we came out really strong in the first 2 games. Going into the series, we really wanted to just bring communication over everything. Like the mechanics will be there when we warm up, the solo plays, the team plays, but communication was the most integral. And I really feel like we brought it out the first 2 games. The third games, we just kind of let our foot off the pedal a little bit. I think we kind of gave them that chance to come back. We just started to play more passive, kind of hold up in our half. And I remember one critical error that I made. It was just, and it was on miscommunication on the goal line. So luckily we were able to come back after that in game 4. But yeah, like game 3 was tough, but the recovery was better.
Yeah, so I know going into this next matchup, you play Seton Hall almost immediately after this, and before we even knew you guys were the ones going in, the discussion between you and DePaul was playing one series that goes to game 4 all the way into another series. Is there any concern of kind of lack of energy or maybe overextension going from one crazy series right into another?
No, not at all. I mean, you mentioned the crowd, like they're giving us the energy. If we lose it, like it's just so awesome having them cheer. But this match like proved to be like not only a good match, but also like a really good warm up for us. There was quite a bit of time in between our practice and when we actually played. And DePaul put up a great fight. Like they're a really good team. And it was nice to play them and really be able to have good competition going into this next series for Seton Hall.
Yeah, all right, perfect. Well, we wish you the best of luck heading into that next series, and we'll be seeing it in just a couple of minutes. But until then, we'll head back to you guys at the desk.
What a series from Butler, and I mean a fantastic showing from Craig, Kai, Morales, and they are going to get ready for winners finals after a short intermission. They'll be going up against the defending champs Seton Hall. Should be a very fun series, but to get ready for it, we're going to cut to a short break, so don't touch that dial now. We're just getting started here at the Big East.
For over a century, Indiana has been the destination for sports innovation. We built the racing capital of the world, founded the first sports commission, and created a state where champions are crowned. Because no place does sports like Indiana. Now, we're entering a new era of sports innovation. From our fitness routines to our fantasy teams, technology is changing the game, one startup at a time. That's why we built Sports Tech HQ, right here in Indianapolis. A place that inspires innovation, invests in entrepreneurs, and shapes the next generation of invention. Welcome to the crossroads of sports and technology. Sports Tech HQ, home of the game changers.
Let's face it, who isn't trying to get their hands on the secret sauce we supposedly dunk our students in before they take on the world? Which, by the way, they have this habit of always trying to change. But I digress. Why do employers keep placing orders from Musketeers like it's a Black Friday sale? Simple. The Musketeer mindset. A train of thought powered by passion and relentless curiosity. Why be a Musketeer? If not for the endless enrichment that comes with the Musketeer mindset itself, well, there's always the stash.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning in fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
to know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here we do.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Big East Rocket League Championship. We are getting ready for winners finals here. It's going to be Butler versus Seton Hall, and the winner is going to be locked in for grand finals.
The winner of this match, and honestly, you could argue this is the matchup we expected to see later on in the winners bracket, but you know what? One of them's got to go down. We're going to find out which one it's going to be here in just a moment. Both of these teams have been pushed to their limits today. Actually, in their second round of the winners bracket, both ended up taking a 3-1 victory, which certainly shows that they're actually able to drop points.
Yeah, and for how dominant they've looked, to see them drop those games is maybe a little bit concerning, but it shows that the Big East, the competition across the board is so much fun to watch. I've said this for the past 2 seasons, and I feel like it still rings true. This conference is lightning in a bottle. Everyone can pop off at any moment, and these teams epitomize that, especially when you look at Seton Hall, their offense, the ways that they can attack you, they just seemingly never slow down. And we saw Butler's offense and how strong they were.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I want to highlight this player again. I'm going to do it. Oh, it was great from Craig. Came up with 6 total points. Put them in contention for the highest score that we have seen all day, which is crazy, considering they've only played 1 match. And, you know, we've already gotten to see the Butler squad today. We're ready to welcome them back on the stage with their opponent, Seton Hall. Let's head down to the floor with Septimus.
Thank you so much, Soy and Tiny. Like you said, we've already seen one of these teams. They're looking to carry this victory just a little further, but first of all, you got to get through the defending champs. Let's make some noise for Seton Hall, those defending champs. They win in a 3-1 fashion to get here, and they have now made it to winners finals. So Seton Hall, get on up here, get to those setups, and get ready, because I genuinely think this has the potential to be the closest series we've seen so far today. So a huge GLHF to Seton Hall, and of course, a huge GLHF to that hometown squad. Once again, Butler coming right back up onto stage after winning in a 3-1 fashion. They get a very little break. They get a very little amount of time, and they have to swap sides of the stage. So a lot of differential for this team, but they are ready to come out here and try to take Seton Hall down for the first time in a long time. Would Seton Hall enter a lower bracket? Let's just jump right into it and head it back to you guys at the desk.
All right, we're getting ready for the winners finals here between Butler and Seton Hall. 2 of the best offenses in the Big East. I was just crunching the numbers. Both these teams averaging over 2 goals a game, but Seton Hall, they are closer to that 2.5 margin, are averaging 6.2, is one of the most elite offenses in the EGFC, and their leader Stokely kind of being the forefront. But the real story is that Froze has really stepped up, especially in that last series, along with Mr. Sheep.
Game 4, Froze just had enough. Was not happy that ended with they had to go to an extra round. They couldn't get that 3-0 that they were truly looking for. Froze was just that player to put that to an end, and is ready to show that they can do it again. A very consistent squad from what we've seen so far. And I want to point out, you shouted out Mr. Sheep too, and what they've been able to bring to the team, even if they haven't been on the main roster for long.
They have not been on the main roster for long, but here they are in the opener of this series, already into the action. Butler sticking with the deep blue, and it's going to be Seton Hall in the bright sky blue. And now it's going to be the opener going to Morales, one of the leading scorers in the Big East, is the first to strike in this series.
Yeah, Morales right off the back and straight over the heads of Seton Hall. And I got to say, this is a first for them. Not a first for Morales. The fact that they're able to come up with these early is going to be big in the later game. Get in your opponent's heads early and be able to push that advantage further down the line.
Huge to see. 40 seconds into the action, Butler now playing defense here. Craig trying to get around Stokely, unable to do so, but Morales will push this ball forward. Froze, so impactful in that previous series, but he'll get shut down trying to move that ball out of the defensive half here. Stokely now from his own corner, one of the highest scorers in all of EGFC, will be denied. He'll look to steal some boost here as Kai chips it across the field to him. Now Froze inside the box already, but Craig able to sweep across and make that save. Butler's defense already warmed up for that previous series, looking very strong here in the opening minutes of action.
Butler didn't even have to move anything. They were already on the stage, set to go. Actually, they might have had to move to the other side, but they're hot off. They're hot off the press. They were coming in as the home team, of course you have that home field advantage, and you're off a win. There's nothing that can get you gassed up like the energy that we're seeing out in the crowd today. And you know, the one thing I do want to point out, we didn't talk about this before. We're not 100% sure which players, but we do know now that both Kai and Morales have broken that 50-point threshold in their previous match. And Kai added another one to that just here as we are ready to hit that 3-minute mark. And I gotta say, we're looking pretty closely contested.
Very fantastic stuff to see, especially because you consider the number of games that these teams play. 16 weeks to hit those 50 goal markers. It's a lot harder than you think. You got to put up a lot of goals in a season to get there, and both of these players able to do so shows how strong this offense is. But speaking of strong offenses, Mr. Sheep with a dangerous shot off the backboard. Luckily, no follow-up for the side of Butler. Kai with a flick, Froze with a better save, and he'll be able to get back to this one. Forces Morales to make a difficult touch here. The pressure's on now. 50 keeps it to the corner. Morales loses the boost, but Kai able to sweep in, and a play like that shows you the chemistry this squad has.
Wow.
The communication of this team is certainly on point.
And you know, the plays that we're seeing set up here, they may have worked against previous opponents, but the fact that we're trading back and forth so closely, that shows how all around strong both these teams are, whether it's offense, whether it's defense, midfield play. They got it under control. And we are only up at a 1-0. Butler, I think they got the early surprise off on Seton Hall, but that's the thing. They don't need to score anymore. All they got to do, they have to win this neutral game, and you are set to go for the next 2 minutes. Something I do want to bring up as well is the fact that not only, since this is the winner's final after all, your next team who wins here goes straight to the grand finals, which earns you a spot in the EGFC Conference Championships. A lot at stake here.
Huge stakes for these two schools, especially when you consider that those conference finals, they book you a ticket into the top 6 in the overall standings. And when we talk about league championships, your path to a championship really does make a difference. We've seen a couple of #1 seeds get upset in the past from them, but it also makes your run so much easier in theory. That being said, you got to get there first, and both these teams looking to do so. Kai with a dangerous shot off the crossbar. Krieg from a far angle, gonna get read by Stokely and cleared away. Froze gets it over top of one, isn't on target, it's close. Double tap from Krieg to keep it out. Mr. Sheep with a shot, and Morales will be able to make the save. And with just under a minute remaining, we're close to that 45-second marker. Butler's defense is getting the job done.
The nail-biting moments right there. But Butler's defense, they have all of their bases covered. And if they got the defense covered, they got the offense. There's Kai, second one of the game, 2-0 for Butler in the final seconds. If we thought a comeback was happening, Seton Hall, they're just set back another step.
Kai with a monstrous shot there, and you see both defenders so close to being able to make that play. Sheep just barely unable to get in front of that ball, and then Stokely, I think, just frames away from being able to react to that save. But with 30 seconds left, Butler with a solid 2-goal lead. But let's not forget, the Big East offenses are lightning in a bottle. You do not want to doubt this Seton Hall offense that was #1 in offense last year. They averaged over 4 goals a game entering the playoffs, and Stokely showing why with nearly a goal there, a dangerous chance, but the defense of Butler already warmed up and ready, is poised to take this game. Do they get the shutout is the question as the clock hits 0 here. Butler are going to walk away with game 1 as this ball touches the ground.
This is Butler. We haven't had any upsets so far today, but this is the one, the first time we have seen a lower seed take the first map, and I gotta tell you, we have a series on our hands.
It's going to be so much fun to see these two go head-to-head again. And again, these squads, they often play so close. They so frequently match up against each other, and yet here it's Butler getting the early punches in against Seton Hall. And I think, again, the fact that they are just coming off of that close match against a sturdy defense in DePaul has kind of warmed them up for the pace of play. But Seton Hall, they are very, very good at adjusting. This is, again, one of the most experienced squads in the EGFC.
And we said it before, but I want to bring up a very old statistic here that has since been broken today. But anytime that Seton Hall have lost a map, they lose the whole series, except for one example. But I can tell you that was not the first round. You mentioned their ability to adjust. How do they adjust if they're starting on the back foot? They're down a point here. Time to step it up.
It really is. As we get ready for game number 2 of this series, how does Seton Hall adjust? Because one of the things that we noted from that previous series of DePaul and Butler was that DePaul got better and better at that midfield game.
Yep.
Seton Hall seemingly already have that formula fixed. They're able to move that ball into the Butler half very consistently. The question is, can they find that finishing touch? And the answer is they can.
Ooh.
Mr. Sheep, 3 seconds into the match, gives Seton Hall their first lead of this series.
You want an example of a good kickoff? There it is. The prediction on that from Mr. Sheep. We call them the defensive player. Defense, you got to get up. You got to be able to touch that ball. Perfect example of that from Mr. Sheep. And there you go. Up 1-0. That's the change we needed to see from Seton Hall. It is the first goal. You call it like it is. It's almost Craig had an opportunity to turn that one back into a tie. Not going to be the case right now. We're still in with a Seton Hall lead.
20 seconds into the match, Seton Hall hold that 1-0 scoreline, but the press is on from Butler. Kai with a flip reset, going to be blocked away, and throws the big booming clear. Is anyone back here for Butler? Morales is able to dive back and make the save. Froze putting the pressure on. Morales here with the ball still. Froze with a good challenge. Mr. Sheep unable to get that touch, but already a demo coming through, and we can see a little bit of change coming from this Seton Hall squad. They realized they were unable to get those finishing touches in game number 1. They have to free up some extra space or up the pace of this game to be able to get more better offensive chances, and we're seeing that already in this series. But again, that defense has to stay solid here. Good defensive read from Stokely to get that ball out.
And this is going to be one of those games, I'm calling it right now, Soy Sauce. It's going to be decided by 1 point. It is going to be so close. When you say that there's opportunities for Seton Hall, there's also opportunities for Butler. But you know what? Both defenses are so incredibly solid that they're seeing it's a toss-up. It's so back and forth. These rotations, they're clean. They are on point. It's that tiny window of weakness, that little crack in the glass that you need to go in, full-on sledgehammer that thing to get yourself back in the contention for a win, because right now there haven't been any gaps since that very first kickoff play. It's been so incredibly close, and it just got closer, and that is so unfortunate. Stokely had the shot off of the back, and you know what? I don't believe that one was set to go in, and Kai was just there, and you know what? It happens, but you know what? You take those.
Reactionary, right? You see that ball going towards the net and you think, oh, I have to make this save. And Stokely, such a good shooter, such great shot placement. That's the key to his striking ability, is that he is a sniper at heart. But in this case, in this game, maybe a little bit of panic setting in for Butler, right? You get that early jump on the defending champs and you feel like, okay, we can do this. This is our chance to strike.
Ooh.
But you've got to be able to make sure that you're solid on the attack. And it's going to be Kai with the bouncer to get Butler back on the board. A much-needed goal to cut into this deficit.
That could not have been any slower. We watched the panic fade out of Seton Hall's eyes in slow motion. There it is from Butler. Took a bit to get there, but still over half the time allowed is remaining. So certainly far from over from them, but we're going to need to see more like what we just saw from Kai to get into a good position. Crick almost had it there. There's a follow-up from Morales, but Stokely is there with the clear. Had enough of that nail-biting territory. Wants to take it back down to their own end.
Something that really shows how tense this game is and how dangerous these offensive presses are. Look how many times the correct defensive play for these teams is to throw it on their own backboard because they have to hustle back so quickly. That's how dangerous these chances are. Both teams are able to find these pockets, find these windows to put the ball into a dangerous position. And sometimes the right play is to throw it off your own back wall because it keeps the ball away from the other team and it denies those offensive chances, because the most dangerous spot for the ball to be is off the backboard right down Main Street.
And we saw a perfect example from that just now as well. That's what you got to do. If you aren't winning this speed game, you need to be able to get the ball cleared, get it past that mid-ground control to at least guarantee yourselves a reset. Because the point that you're at is that whoever has the speed, whoever has that reaction time, they're just going to be there. That came back to bite Butler in the backside not too long ago. But they're still in it, only down with 1 point and 90 seconds to make that turn around on Seton Hall. They're looking to make themselves a contender in this match of their own, still sitting with no wins.
Kai trying to move this ball forward. Krieg in transition, good shot on. Froze able to make the save. Ice in his veins as he made that one happen. Morales now moving backwards here, trying to 50 Stokely, but Stokely smartly plays it around him. No boost in the tank. He's going to get a good challenge here to try and set up Sheep, but it will be blocked by Krieg. Now leaves it for Morales, looking for the backboard touch. Froze again. Right place, right time. Shot from Kai. Sheep is there. Dangerous rebound, but all of Seton Hall collapse on that one. Morales to keep the offense going. Krieg low 50 there, and it will free up some space here for Kai, but he doesn't have much time. Froze again, another solid read, and the defense for Seton Hall flying around everywhere, making plays, trying to hold on to this 1-goal lead.
I just gotta say, wow. Wow from Seton Hall. Look at that defense from them. Yes, you got all 3 players back in the net, but that's what you needed to do because you give a chance for Stokely to get it on 3-1 for Seton Hall. We are down to these final 30 seconds, and Butler, they have a tall task ahead of them if they want to take another consecutive round.
A strange sequence there, but one that benefits Seton Hall. Butler knows that they've got to make the offensive plays happen. They press forward, they try and make something happen, but it's Stokely with the smart read, just booming clear from coast to coast from his own net into Butler's net, and they catch Butler without boost on the backside. And now that 2-goal lead looking mighty fine as there's only 10 seconds remaining. Krieg to keep it out of their own box. Kai unable to play this one forward. Froze at the midfield to deny any offensive push, and Froze will kick it to the ground, and Seton Hall tie this series up at 1 apiece, and we have got quite the series on our hands.
You know what? That's what I said after round number 1. We gotta say it again here because that could be anything but false right now. Seton Hall, they came back. They came out of the gates firing and pushed that advantage. I'm looking at the stats right now. I want to give a big shout out to Froze on the defense. We've seen them as that primarily offensive player, but this time they really sat back and they prevented so many of those seemingly easy goals from going in. That's what the change you needed. Seton Hall, they're still in this, and for the first time, we are tied at a 1-1.
Huge game here. Winner is on match point and on a chance to make it to grand finals here in the Big East Conference. Huge game to set yourself up for success. Morales trying to get Butler back on top, but unable to push this ball forward. Kai with plenty of boost in the midfield to keep this in, goes to the corner where Morales is there. Froze with a good 50, leaves it for Stokely. Kai with another solid read. Morales looking to set up Krieg here, has a great pass, high on the backboard. The feedback down short side was there, but Seton Hall read the play and are able to shut down that offensive press. Kai looking to 50, doesn't get the touch, and Seton Hall with some early defensive stands here. Morales still lurking in this offensive half, but Seton Hall, they'll get it out, and now they get to go on the attack.
I am witnessing the playbook of Butler being open, wide, and apparently Seton Hall, they've got themselves on hand with a copy of that. That was so many great reads, one after another, to be able to prevent such an onslaught of offense. And we're going to sit at a no-score game for the time being. But I do want to point out this has been far more aggressive from Butler because there's Krieg with that ball up. We knew it was coming because Butler, they have been so far up this whole round.
The crit hitter strikes again, and this time the bounce shot. Stokely's expecting that shot to go right on target, and instead it goes beneath him somehow, and then the mix-up of changes of angles is able to sneak that one inside the upper crossbar. A dangerous kickoff the other way is going to give Froze a chance to shoot, but Kai is along the backboard to make the save, and the decision-making and execution of Butler right now are the difference makers that have that extra goal on the board here, but Seton Hall looking to answer back good. 50 in front, and Morales quickly turning to adjust to that play.
These adjustments have been great from Seton Hall. We saw the changes they made back last round, but it's Butler's turn to flip that table right onto them, coming up with that first point. And Kai and Krieg have been the ones to kind of set this up. Morales has been on the back, but wants to take that aggressive approach, but look at that. You can't take so many risks with how quickly that ball can be cleared back around and right to Froze, who's sitting, who's waiting and hungry for that goal.
Hello, Froze, and the feed from Mr. Sheep. Are you kidding me? He turned around 360 to make that play happen, and he's sweeping across the goal line, basically, coming from a boost steal to get back inside the box. That's the equivalent of in basketball, the player underneath the hoop making, breaking ankles underneath the defense to make that play. Fantastic to see, and they tie the series up because of it, and we have just hit that halfway marker here in game number 3.
We've hit that halfway marker, and we're exactly where we kicked this series off. Still, being at that tie game, each second begins to matter more and more. Wants to go up to match point. Who simply wants it more? I feel like that's the game we're playing right now because they're both so incredibly skilled, not only with their communication, but also with their own individual mechanics. It just got to be the team who is here, who is ready to play right now. Time continuing to go down. We need to see who's going to come up, make that aggressive move, because these trades back and forth simply aren't going to cut it in the long game.
Both feel so even right now. Both teams punishing little mistakes with these massive, spectacular plays. And it feels like in a series like this, 1 or 2 goals can really make the difference. And it's those spectacular touches, those fantastic individual efforts for both sides that both teams have really thrived off of. And one of those efforts is going to put one of these teams onto match point here. That's what it's going to take. Who will make that play happen? It looks right now to be Stokely as he's looking for the backboard touch, but the follow-up from Mr. Sheep is there. The substitute is stepping up on the big stage.
Mr. Sheep does exactly what they do best, and that is wait in the back line, wait in that midfield, seize the opportunity, and they nail it every single time. That is what you want out from your substitute player. We may not have seen Mr. Sheep this whole season, but that makes me wonder, where have they been all this time? Because they are the team that the most consistent player that we've seen on this roster come up not only defensively, but offensively as well.
Such a huge component to this offense. When Stokely and Froze get shut down, locked down on 50s, they depend upon Mr. Sheep to be that sniper, to be that offensive presence, and he is the difference maker right now. With 43 seconds remaining, Froze nearly put the dagger on target, but Kai was able to block it away. Now a chance on the backboard, and Morales will corral that ball, move it forward here, looking for Kai at the midfield, but Stokely again, right place, right time, kicks that ball back out. Kai's in an odd spot here, gets a good challenge, he'll block Freeze as well. 20 seconds now remaining here in regulation, and Butler, they are looking for a way to tie this game back up, but they keep having to traverse the whole field, and right now Seton Hall, they own the midfield. 10 seconds now remaining. Morales on the dribble, gets it flicked up high. Kai races after it, gets it on target. Save made by Stokely. The rebound, no touch comes through, and Seton Hall are on to match point.
This is Seton Hall. They're making that comeback that we were talking about so much before, and this is why we do it, Soy Sauce. It's because they're able to make these changes and come to life. They won 2 in a row now. Can they make it a third? Butler, this is their time to shine. One of these teams will guarantee their spot in the EGFC championship. Lot on the line.
It's going to be so fun to see here who makes those adjustments and who comes out on top in this series. And we talked about it again, the longer series for Seton Hall have typically not gone in their favor. Both of their losses in the regular season were in game number 4, but here on the big stage under the spotlight, they have come up clutch, and it's everyone stepping up. Stokely has made numerous great touches and great saves. Froze has continued to put offensive pressure on, and in that last game, Mr. Sheep being the difference maker for the side of the Seton Hall Pirates, showing why this team is still in contention to go back-to-back in Big East champions. But Butler, certainly no slouches themselves. We'll see if they can battle back here and get to Seton Hall's first ever Game 5 this year. Kai moving this ball forward, 40 seconds into the match, and Butler looking to press.
Butler, they've had the pressure on early, trying to keep this one up. That midfield control on point as ever. Butler, they've been hot, they've been looking strong, and you were talking about how well Seton Hall, they've had each player come up and shine. It's not like that you just have one star player that's pushing you through. You have every single one of these players that is coming up and proving their worth in the team. Butler, they've been the exact same way, but they just haven't had that same opportunity. Like, look at this from Mr. Sheep follow-up from Stokely. Both will be going off course. I love how Seton Hall, they're pushing the advantages when they can see it, and I don't see that stopping. It's been Butler on the back foot progressively, and it's only a matter of time till somebody gets one in, and it will be Stokely.
And Stokely, again, one of the most experienced players on Seton Hall. They've played at RLRS, they've played at RLCS, and here they're making the plays happen, jumping on the little mistakes. That ball barely left the nose of the Butler car, and yet they're still able to steal that ball away and make it happen, put that ball in the back of the net, and give the Pirates the 1-0 lead here, and maybe another one. Throws backwards though, and Kai able to clear it away. Just over 3 minutes remaining, and once again, Butler find themselves in a deficit, but they're starting to find passing lanes now. Krigg with a decent roller on, but it's going to be saved away, and Seton Hall find another clear.
Able to find the clear, and that is great for them. They got the point on the board that's needed. All it takes is one goal to change the battle. And we know very well that we've seen Butler in this exact situation before, where players like Krigg and Kai will come up strong. They'll make the plays to get the setups, but it almost seems like that Seton Hall, they've once again read that playbook. They're predicting the future of where this is going to go. And Butler, they haven't had the chance. We don't see them working together the exact same because Seton are always one step ahead.
So many smart reads coming through for the Pirates. Good passing lane there from Krigg, but not able to connect on it. Morales with a ceiling play, shut down once again. Kai takes to the sky. He's looking for Krigg in the infield, but it's well read by Stokely. The bouncer just off target, but a follow-up here. Chance saved by Krigg. He'll get around Froze. Stokely to cut off the play though, and with 2 minutes remaining or just over, Seton Hall again continue to make this midfield a miserable mog to work through for Butler. They just cannot find a way to break through and give their team close-in offensive chances. They've got to work from distance, and that's not where we've seen this offense thrive.
No, we've seen them play up close and personal. That's their territory. That's where they like to be. Hall, they're not giving them the chance. The control in the midfield is ridiculous, but so is Butler's defense. And they're not willing to let another one in. They want to keep this one as close as humanly possible. Kai, straight dribble, back down to the back, but there's Stokely again, a savior and a playmaker. I believe they've had 4 goals this series, and that is compared to the 3 scored by their other 2 teammates combined. Huge showing coming up from this player, and that 1 point they scored earlier could just mean the difference.
Just over a minute now remaining here in regulation. Kai looking across for Krigg, but Krigg backflips. Didn't expect the demo to come through, but that was their opportunity to tie up this game. But now Seton Hall, they get the clear, and Froze is looking for the double tap. Kai just barely makes the save. The follow-up is blocked as well. The rebound shot from Mr. Sheep is saved by Krigg, and a clear comes through as well. Kai up very quickly to this one. He gets a solid 50. Krigg is there, but Stokely with a better read. Froze in transition is gonna make it 2, and my mercy, the counterattack of the Pirates is just too strong.
This is where we're seeing Butler struggle. They're struggling on these long shot plays, but Seton Hall, you can never tell. This is where they like to play their game. They're at 2-0. They're at 2-1 in these series. This could be their time to book their ticket to the grand finals. All they got to do, hold it out for another 30 seconds. While Butler, we saw it right there. They heavy committed to that offense. They need to make something happen. They know that, but they're leaving the gates wide open for something like this to happen. Is there's another one from Froze, second in the past 20 seconds. And Seton Hall, they might as well just done it.
Is there any team more dangerous with a lead than Seton Hall?
Wow.
This offense, they just continue to punish the little mistakes Butler makes. The second that ball is off the hood of their car, it's almost guaranteed to be in the back of their net at this point. That's how strong this offense has been. But Morales with a chance. He can't make contact. The follow from Craig, saved on the goal line, but the rebound from Morales gives the Butler Bulldogs a glimmer of hope.
They got a glimmer of hope. It's something. You're not going to be shut out, but you're looking at a 1 goal per 6 seconds. These got to be off the countdown, or even if you could just get one pretty soon after, have a chance at getting it into overtime. That's all you can look at, but beyond this point, we're looking at nearly no return as Seton Hall are looking to close this one out, get themselves into that grand finals match.
Clock hits 0, and Froze will pinch it away, and this game is mathematically, statistically over, done, dusted. Seton Hall win it 3-1 in game number 4, and the Pirates are guaranteed not only a spot in grand finals, but a spot in the EGFC playoffs.
And that is a title to be able to have, not only being able to make the championships of our Big East Conference, but also in the EGFC. That is only the best 2 teams in the entire conference. What an achievement to have. Their journey, though, isn't over. They still have at least 1 more match to be played, and after what we saw here between Butler's performance, not only in this match, but their previous series against DePaul, I'm not going to be shocked if we see them face off again.
I would not be shocked at all. Butler, they really made Seton Hall work for this series, but again, the veteran experience of this squad comes up clutch. Froze in particular, how many times when we question this offense, can they get it done, does he come up with the plays? Mr. Sheep also stepping up on both sides, offensively and defensively, and it's a well-earned spot for the Pirates. Butler, their run is not done. They will have to march through the losers bracket side, but it's been a fantastic effort from both of these schools. I just cannot believe that Froze, he's I know it's I know it's a pun, but he really does have ice in his veins. The fact that seemingly nothing phases him. They give up a goal and he just continues to make play after play.
We've made a lot of Froze puns today. A lot of Froze puns, but he's making it easy for us. The amount of work that this guy has put in to not only help their team, but boost their stats to get all the way to the grand finals. This is going to be it. Soy sauce, whoever has to face this team coming up, I'd be a little scared.
I'd be a little scared as well, especially since we can talk about this later. Seton Hall, it feels like they're overcoming that Game 4 demon of theirs. They've been able to win a couple Game 4s now, and because of that, they are into that grand final spot. And we've got an interview with one of the players of the Pirates on the floor, so let's cut to Septilence to get that interview.
Thank you so much, guys. I am down here on the floor with, I think we can all agree, series MVP Froze there from Seton Hall, who came in and not only dominated the last series, but this one as well, to give them an advantage and a win over Butler. So I do want to ask, going into this, you've secured a spot in grand finals. You're super excited. If there is a run back with Butler, and a lot of people are thinking there's going to be if they make their way up through the bottom bracket, is there anything specific you're looking to change or improve on, or is it going to be taking every game as it comes to you?
I think if we get a rematch, we got to make it a clean sweep. Got to knock it out as quick as we can. I think we played a really good series. They played a really good series. And I think we got to just take care of business.
So I do have to ask, in terms of taking care of business, Seton Hall in Game 4s has been really interesting. You guys tend to not end up there pretty often, and when you do, it can be a little bit shaky. But coming into today, was that something you were worried about? Or maybe like, if we do end up in a Game 4, let's do blank. Was there a specific plan, or again, is it just defaulting to what we know best?
Yeah, I think it's just going back to what we know best. I mean, as we know, we don't really go to Game 4 a lot, but when we do, we don't have as much experience there. But we're able to turn it around most of the time as quick as we can.
Yeah, so coming into this as the defending champs, was there any kind of additional nerves or kind of like, oh, there's a target on our back, or is it just Seton Hall, y'all have been the champs, y'all are usually the champs, and if not, you're like top 3 at least. So are you used to kind of being the center of attention most of the time?
Yeah, I think we came out here to stay on top, and I think we're going to be doing that.
Oh, you are one game away or one series away from doing so, so thank you so much for joining me, and a big congrats.
Of course, thank you, man.
We're going to throw it up to you guys for a bit of a close here before we go to this next break.
Thank you, Septolins, for that lovely interview. It's so great to hear from these players. Seton Hall, they are officially in the grand finals, and pretty soon we're going to find out who they will be facing. But before we get there, we are going to head to a brief break to get everything set up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more Rocket League action.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
And you can get there from here.
DePaul University. Here, we do.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Mom!
Become who you're truly meant to be. Marquette University. Be the difference.
St. John's University prepares students to reach new heights by offering more than 100 programs of study, a New York campus experience, study abroad opportunities, an alumni network of 195,000 members strong, and 17 Division I teams. St. John's motivates you to become the best version of yourself and gives you the tools you need to exceed even your own expectations. St. John's University, education that elevates.
Let's face it, who isn't trying to get their hands on the secret sauce we supposedly dunk our students in before they take on the world? Which, by the way, they have this habit of always trying to change. But I digress. Why do employers keep placing orders from Musketeers like it's a Black Friday sale? Simple. The Musketeer mindset. A train of thought powered by passion and relentless curiosity. Why be a Musketeer? If not for the endless enrichment that comes with the Musketeer mindset itself, well, there's always the stash.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Big East Conference Rocket League Championship. We are getting ready for losers semis here. It's going to be a rematch of our first battle of the day. St. John's of the Red Storm going up against the Xavier Musketeers.
And you know what's funny about this match is this is the exact same one we saw at the beginning of the day. There was an upset of a lifetime for St. John's, knocking DePaul out of the bracket. Their tournament life is done, but St. John's far from over.
St. John's with a huge upset over DePaul. Massive. This is going to be the first time in, I believe, 3 years that DePaul is going to miss a grand final in the Big East Rocket League scene. It's been a very long time since that's happened, and St. John's the team to do it. So they are playing hot coming into this series, but Xavier, they're coming off a win of their own, a very solid 3-0 over the Marquette Golden Eagles.
Very, very solid to go off of. Xavier has been the team. They've been consistent. They've been all around. They managed to take a complete and total round off of Seton Hall, proving that gods do bleed, and they have a chance of bringing this one all the way back. It would be one heck of a Cinderella story for either of these teams, really, to be able to make it back to the grand finals, but a lot stands in the way before we are ready to go.
The boys from Cincinnati, Xavier, they have been waiting for a moment like this to show up in such a big way. You go all the way back to EGFC Season 2, where they were the number 7 seed in the overall standings. They were playing hot, on fire. The only thing that stood in their way, an RIT squad that shut their playoff bracket down. But we're about to see if they can make a run here on losers' side, but they got to go through St. John's to do it. Let's kick it to the floor to get this series ready. Septilets, take it away.
Thank you so much, Soy. We are here on the floor, and I really could not have decorated these teams up any more than you two already have, so we can make it a pretty quick one. First of all, let's give a good hand and welcome Xavier back onto the stage. Xavier having a pretty productive day so far and taking down quite a few teams to get here. Not only sending St. John's to the lower bracket, but taking Marquette completely out of the tournament. And now in the lower bracket, they have to play the very team they sent here in our first game today. Let's give a hand to St. John's as they enter this stage as well, and they are here for some vengeance. Unfortunately, not the best first series, but they come through, they survive, and now it's their second chance. Their revenge arc can begin here to take down Xavier. I truly think this is going to be a banger of a series. I can't wait to see how it goes. Back up to you guys.
Xavier versus St. John's. Like we mentioned, a rematch of our first match of the day, but these two schools feels a little different this time around. Now they've gotten a couple games under their belt. Now they've both seen the stage. Who's going to come out on top here and take their best shot at the home field team, Butler, in that losers finals? That is the question.
So far, the 4th and the 5th seed. It does not get tighter than this. We are going to see an upset between the seedings here. This is the one for it to be. St. John's, they knocked DePaul, an incredibly strong team coming into this weekend. And here they are. They are out of the tournament. St. John's, they are here, and they are ready to make a statement, show that they are a team to be reckoned with.
A best of 5 to decide who gets their shot at Butler in that losers finals. It's going to be the Red Storm in the red and Xavier in the blue. Treachery with a decent shot on. Galaxy will be able to make the save. But the player to watch, I think, in this series has been Shane. They have been everywhere on the pitch for the side of the Red Storm, and a huge part of St. John's upset over DePaul. But it's going to be Treachery, the veteran of this team, who's going to get the opener of this series off a wild, wacky pinch off the ceiling, or nearly off the ceiling, and confused Irish.
I think everybody was a little confused on that one, maybe even Treachery, as a matter of fact. But you know what? You take those. St. John's, they've won 3 matches in the entirety of the EGFC season, winning a 4th one today in the conference championships. And they're just one step closer to putting that through. Coming out of the gate strong, especially Shane. We highlighted them a little bit earlier, but no, we don't get to see them. They have exploded, and they will be returning to the fight shortly. But the time that we're seeing, the last time these two teams met, it was a 3-0 for Xavier. Barely any points scored from St. John's, but we're already seeing a much different story.
But as we saw that series open the day, we also saw St. John's start to warm up. The games got closer and closer, especially that game number 3 coming really down to the wire, about a goal's difference in the final moments of that game that gave the Musketeers the win. But now both teams are warmed up, ready to play. But a whiff is going to come through, a chance to punish. The follow-up is there, and it's going to be Nick Lego to tap it in to make it a 2-0 scoreline with 3:36 remaining.
Oh, great setup from Shane. Treachery and Nick might have gotten the credit for that one, but it was beautiful. St. John's, they're up 2-0. This is a completely different team. They have just grown and they have improved throughout the day. That true land buff coming into play. I do want to mention Treachery scored their very first goal on stream previously. This has been the most that we've seen from them. They've been a little quiet, but the beast has been awoken within St. John's, and now is not the time to let that one go back to sleep.
Yeah, the big thing about St. John's is that they've mostly been a defense and counterattack team. A lot of teams have given them a lot of trouble, and you see this team constantly pinned to their back third, but that means that their counterattack game has to be even stronger. And you're seeing what happens when you give a team like the Red Storm offensive chances. They are strikers at heart, and they will punish you for the little mistakes that you make. Nick Lego and company able to get on the board. A lot of saves from all these members of St. John's, but their offense is finally getting a chance to shine here in the opener of this best of 5. Halfway through, and St. John's hold a 2-goal lead. Only for a moment, though. Hello, confused Irish.
I think that one left you a little confused. Soy sauce, you just had to say, oh, it's 2-0. Casterkirch much. Xavier, they got themselves one on the board right over the heads of St. John's. It's a start of a comeback. We need a little bit more to say it's a full lead, but technically, this is the second half. Patent pendant, Septilence buff we were talking about that Xavier is well known for. They started down in their first match exactly like this, 2-0. And here we are. We're seeing the same thing come back to life, and Brosif just proves the point. The second half buff is true.
Does history repeat itself? I guess the answer is yes. We saw St. John's, like you mentioned, take an early lead in game 1 of the opening series, and now, once again, Xavier has battled back, tied it up with 2:15 to go here in game number 1. Both teams playing incredibly hot now, and we'll get to see these teams at their full peak in this series. Shane and company trying to play defense here as Galaxy, looking to weave their way through this defense, but a good touch by Shane will kick that ball out. Brosif now with possession, goes for the air dribble, but Nick Lego to meet him in the sky. Confused Irish will send it towards the red wall, but Shane is there to receive. Gets a good challenge as well, and Nick Lego will look for him in transition. Gets by him, and Brosif will be forced to respond to this play. Brosif now on the air dribble, threatened to flip reset, but not able to pull it off. Shane, the ball gets by him for a moment, but he will corral possession, and a little bit slower pace here as no one able to really threaten those massive air dribbles inside the box quite yet.
Oh, this is one of those matches that's got me leaning on the edge of my seat because it can change at any moment. St. John's gets one in. This is the point to put him up. That storyline, that repeat we were seeing just got thrown out the window because there's the change we needed to see.
Shane with another clutch touch, and how many times have we said that this season? Although he is newer to this squad, we didn't see him at all during the fall. This spring split has really been his to work with. St. John's, a dangerous team here, but no touch coming through inside the box is going to leave confused Irish with a shot at an open net, and he will bury the chance. Tie game at 3 apiece with 1:07 remaining here in game number 1.
That's it. I'm scooting back up. I'm on the edge of my seat. We have got this one going to the limits, going to the max. I love these last second tensities that we are seeing right now. Confused Irish got this one all evened up, and Brosif almost put that one back into their lead. Not going to be the case, though. Whichever team gets these possessions as these seconds go away, each chance becomes more and more valuable as it comes across.
Let's not forget the storyline here for St. John's as well. Coming into this tournament, the big question was, could they get into an extended series? Game 1 means so much to them. If they win the first game, they often win the series. If they lose Game 1, things haven't gone their way. So the next 30 seconds are really going to be a huge detail to watch for, as now it's going to be Xavier with the ball, but Shane to keep it in the blue half. Rotating back now, Nick Lego to keep this ball in the blue corner. Good pinch all the way around, sneaks by Shane. And now Treachery in an odd spot. They're out of boost, and they have to play this one towards the wall, but it's going to forfeit possession. Nick Lego to keep it to the outside. Shane got to make a save here. Confused Irish and company take the shot, but it pinches out wide. And as the clock ticks down to 0, we might be destined for overtime. A good centering ball, but it's just out of reach. And there it is, a Game 1 overtime.
Here we are, second overtime of the day. I cannot be more excited to see this one. Honestly, that ball not touched the ground, we might not even be here right now. And it almost went to an end. St. John's, they were saved by the skin of their teeth, and there it is again. A heroic save after an amazing shot from Galaxy. It is not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Treachery looking to put it into the back of the net, but a nice knockoff back to Nick Lego, who is there to keep it in the midfield. We can see how aggressive that St. John's is playing right now. They need to be careful, though. That could come back to bite them later, because look at this control that we're seeing from Xavier, keeping this up to continue pushing forwards, because 1 point decides it all.
Daylight robbery on that save from St. John's, and now as we look for that golden goal here, it looks like Xavier is the one applying the pressure, but they can't get too overzealous with it. Positioning is key in a matchup like this. That one mistake could be the difference here, as this ball is going to drop down in front. Shane, though, able to make sure that one stays out wide with that 50. Broseph has to back off of this one as it fell to the backside of his car. Now it's back into the blue half. Treachery can't get the challenge here, which means Broseph will have a chance at this one at the midfield. Now he'll kick it back down low. Wins the race to the ball as well, and I don't think anyone was expecting that ball to make it all the way across. Treachery here, no boost in the tank, but he will get the corner. Pitches it up high, but only Confused Irish and Galaxy are there to play it. Shane patiently waits for a chance in front. Broseph with another huge block. The veteran stepping up and flexing the muscles inside the box.
Flexing the muscles, keeping this one going, and St. John's, they've had so much control throughout this overtime period, and they're keeping it up. It's been in the blue half, now sent back down to their own. We need to say the same stellar defense, get the clear, but it's denied by Confused Irish. These are so important, these corner balls, how they're bouncing off to be able to control that arc, send it down to the other side where Broseph is sitting and waiting. Historically been the star player. The last time these two teams faced off, I believe, scored 5 in that time, got themselves to that 50-point record. It's the story of the Cephs, and Broseph has been pretty quiet this time around, and one little peak of interest could change that. Right back over.
Broseph in an odd spot here along the goal line, as that one looked real dangerous in front of the box. Everyone now hustling back defensively for St. John's. Broseph could have a chance, but Shane, another key defensive touch, as this one going to stay in the blue half. Shane on the quick turn, has boost, and he scores! 2:34 into overtime. Shane with the brace to give the Red Storm the opener of this series.
There it is, 7.5 minutes in. I can see those players, they're taking a sigh of relief right now, Soy Sauce. And who can blame them? That was one heck of an overtime. And I was feeling the pressure here. I'm not even in the game. I just get to watch it. And that was what I could get so engaged in because of how close it was. St. John's, they want to prove that, no, we are better than the 5th seed. We can go the distance today.
St. John's are such an experienced squad themselves. Although they haven't put up the results of the past, they've been here since day one, and the program is so strong for this school. Across many a game, they continue to put up solid numbers, and they are looking to make their staple here in the Rocket League scene at this LAN event. Can they continue to make plays happen here against Xavier? That is the question. Shane with so many clutch touches, and we gotta talk about the recognition on the play in that sequence in overtime. The recognition to take the corner boost and quickly turn, see the gap, and seize the moment.
Gotta take your time with this one. Find it. Ooh, that was almost a dangerous pass back to the net. But it's gonna be Confused Irish taking advantage of possibly a slight miscommunication to put that one back into the net. And this time, Xavier, they're going to be the ones with the first one on the board. But what we've just seen, that doesn't mean anything.
Confused Irish with the opener here, and we talked about this a little bit. When you look at the numbers, he's a little bit more quiet when it comes to the offensive end, but don't let that fool you. He's got plenty of power in that shot, and he places it well in that sequence to put the opener on here in game number 2. Nick Lego forced to make a difficult save there. Now Galaxy with a chance from the far wall, looking for the far post, screens all the way across it. Broseph now looking to do it himself from a similar angle, and the St. John's Red Storm are just being pulled back and forth as this offense for the Musketeers works east to west.
The Musketeers, this is their territory, and they are charting it. They are planting themselves everywhere. We have rarely seen it leave St. John's. Actually, I don't even know if we have in this first minute of gameplay. And Broseph with a wide open opportunity. We'll make that a 2-0 lead to control this game. It's all been blue. It's all been Xavier. Not happy with that last loss. They're looking to make this one even.
Confused Irish said, "Get down, Mr. President," gets the demo, gets the bump, and that takes 2 players out of commission for that play. And Xavier with a 2-goal lead very early here in game number 2. And we talked about it in such a tight series. Some of these larger goal leads, anything more than 1, feels like a massive extension here. It's going to take a lot for St. John's to battle back now in game number 2, as they are really hemmed into their own half. As that's a dangerous shot from Broseph. It's a dangerous follow-up, but Confused Irish doesn't find the touch. Means Treachery will buy at least a little bit of time, but Galaxy quick to respond to this one. Now it's back into the blue half. Broseph, awkward save, but he'll be able to get back in front of it and buy enough time for his teammates to hustle back into position.
St. John's, they're taking a breath like, oh my gosh, it's finally out of our defensive end. We can play some offense, and that's big. St. John's, they had 2 in the net that whole 2 minutes of the game, and they still are down 2 goals as a result. They're playing so much more passive, and they feel like they have to, because Xavier, they have got them in a chokehold right now. Finally, they're getting the opportunity to play on the other side of the board, but Xavier, they're doing the exact same thing that they were doing on the offense, and that is keep the ball in their control and out of their opponents.
Keep the ball in their control and keep it out of the dangerous parts of the field. Don't let that ball get to the middle unless you are on offense, because that gives up chances for Broseph and Galaxy to follow up and find the back of the net. It's Broseff's double tap that sets up the biggest striker for the Musketeers. Galaxy with another one.
And that's Galaxy's first of the match up right now, and a third one overall. This is great. We've seen 1 goal from each team. This is the Xavier squad that we saw back in our first match, the one that was able to 3-0 St. John's. St. John's, they had a fire. It was blazing through the 4th, but right now it's gone down to a mere candle frame as Xavier have seemingly snuffed out any hope that they've had of getting this ball out of their own lane. Because you're playing so passive, you're playing that reactionary game. You're not able to make these decisions. You're not able to choose when you're taking the offense. That's why it's been so dominant on the blue side.
2 minutes now remaining in regulation. It's a solid 3-goal lead for the Musketeers as Shane forced to make a backboard save here. Treachery might have a chance in transition, but doesn't get the cleanest of touches there. And it's going to be saved away by Galaxy. He now moves forward here, looking to make something happen off of this corner play, but Shane reads it well. Nick Lego to make sure that ball finds its way up the backboard, and that's something Xavier are doing particularly well this series, attacking that backboard. Very difficult the way St. John's rotates for them to get into position to make those saves. A harsh kick out here off the corner is going to give a shot attempt for Broseph. The bouncer will be stopped by Shane. Now, maybe Shane's got something along the wall here. How much boost does he have? Plenty is the answer. Good air dribble in front, but 2 players commit to it to make sure that ball is walked out of the defensive zone. And Xavier's defense with a lot of clutch touches in this sequence, and with a minute remaining, St. John's, they've got to find the adjustment to try and bring this back close.
But what do you do if Xavier's defense is a brick wall? You just can't break through it. There's absolutely no cracks or seams showing that you can bust through. That's all it's been, and it's gonna get even harder now with Galaxy escorting that ball straight into the back. St. John's, this is not what they wanted to have happen heading into into the second round. They've lost all the momentum from their previous wins in both the last round and the last matches. Xavier, they're up 4 points, 48 seconds remaining. St. John's, either they come alive now or they're just going to get hit with a 5th goal.
A brace for confused Irish here in game number 2. This one coming off a kickoff. And any loss that's larger than, I'd say, 3 goals is going to sting a little bit. And it's certainly going to zap the momentum that St. John's had. And Xavier, what a response that they've had after dropping a game in overtime. They have come alive here in game number 2, and everyone stepping up to the plate here, making plays happen. Broseph is looking for more here with short time remaining. And Xavier, they can essentially play keep away for these next 30 seconds. St. John's, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and very, very quickly if they're gonna battle back in this series.
Very quickly, but at this point, that might just be it. Glegel, yep, you're not gonna go down scoreless, that is for sure. But with 18 seconds, 4 goals to score, to even have a chance at getting in overtime is something that is basically unheard of in the game of Rocket League. Nonetheless, St. John's proved that they are still fighting. They have not given up yet. And that is going to be great as we're going to get down to these final 13 seconds to head to this next round.
Shane will move forward, got a fantastic flip reset pass in that sequence, but it's not going to be enough. The time working against the Red Storm here, and Xavier will be able to brave that storm in game number 2. And Tiny, we've got a series on our hands now. It's now 1 apiece.
Oh, it certainly is. What we saw in this match was Xavier, they just found their rhythm. Once again, they lost it a little bit in the second match, or the first round, took it to an overtime, but this is the team that we know. Xavier, they 3-0'd Marquette. They 3-0'd St. John's previously, making the Red Storm seem like a mere sprinkle as it is outside now outside the Butler Esports Park. Get a lovely view of that. You guys can't see it, but I am certainly enjoying it so far today, as well as these lovely games that we've had. But right now, let's focus on the one at hand. It is a 1-1 even match. 3rd time in a row that we've seen this happen.
And what I'm seeing here along the score line, to me, the biggest difference maker, look at the shot totals. 13-6. Xavier doubling the amount of shots that St. John's was able to put up. And St. John's, they're getting some decent chances, especially that flip reset pass late in that sequence was fantastic to see. But again, Xavier, the high quality chances that they are finding, it is just something else. The way they're able to generate them 50 after 50, speed. They are reading the play so well. Their decision-making on point right now, and their adjustments, especially, again, in that midfield game. We've harped on it a lot here in the past couple series, but they've been the difference makers. How frequently has Xavier been able to transition from defense to offense with really minimal pushback?
And that's the thing, they really even haven't had to transition too terribly much because their offensive control is so gosh darn good. They really haven't even had to worry about it. We saw it in the stats. The number of saves, they were low because the total shots on goal were low. You didn't have to worry about that nearly as much as the last time. And this is just Xavier. They put on their work hats and they're like, all right, we are here to play. We are not messing around. And I think heading into this next one, this is where we need to see St. John's. They need to find that storm inside of them once again because they're getting closer and closer to getting snuffed out.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to see. Like we mentioned, the longer a series goes, the more of a wild card St. John's becomes. They've only really been in 3-0s via wins or losses in the EGFC regular season. So this is where we get to really see the spotlight on St. John's. How do they adjust in a series like this? Because Xavier feels like they are starting to fire on all cylinders again. They had St. John's number in the first sequence of this battle. Now we get to see if they have their number here in this second series.
Yeah, they are getting ready to show it up. We are all tied at 1 apiece. The third series will decide who's going to be going up on match point to take one step closer to the grand finals, focusing on what we have at hand. So far, it's been St. John's to come out with that early goal. Or actually, we had one from Xavier. It's been whoever's had this first point has been able to close out the match. They've been the champions so far, and it was almost the case for Broseph right there. impeccable timing from Shane to get their car in the spot for a defensive position.
With the entire net to shoot at, Shane reads the play and stops that ball from sneaking in the corner. A well-placed shot, but better defended by Shane. And now the early press is on here from Xavier. A whiff comes through. Treachery's in a 1-on-2, but he's gonna get bumped off the play. Galaxy the feed in front, but Shane will clear that ball away. And I love the point that you touched on. It feels like whoever gets off to that first goal, whoever's going to grab that early momentum, really has the agency for the rest of the game. And Xavier, more frequently than not, they have been the team that grabs that early momentum, that creates that first solid opportunity and puts St. John's on the back foot.
It doesn't say, though, that St. John's haven't been able to do that themselves. They've had that first point before, but again, they're finding themselves in a similar situation this last match. This early pressure is being applied to them. So many shots have gone in on them. That exact number, Galaxy alone already has 2, and I know for a fact Confused Fish has about 3. That's kind of crazy within not even a first half of the match going by. St. John's, they've only got saves to their name. Only saves. That is how difficult that it is for them to escape their own side. They want to see some blue, but orange is all they got.
They got to find a way to transition from defense to offense. They're able to get a chip shot over one. It will count as a shot on goal, but it's easily savable for Broseph. Now Treachery with a fast, low bouncer. Confused Irish, quick to respond to the call. Broseph now drops it down. Gets 50'd by Shane. Galaxy kicks it high off the wall. That's something we've seen a little bit more frequently from Xavier too, using that wall to their advantage. But it's going to be Broseph on the air dribble attempt. He'll get back to this ball and punch it into the back of the net. The Musketeers strike first in Game 3.
That was so clean, soy sauce. All Broseph right there. This is why he was your top scorer in the first round. This is the star player and the mechanics department. And here we go. Xavier, they got that first point. That has been the deciding factor, not only to get that momentum going, but it helps the mental game so much. Like, all right, we can do this. We're off to a start. Just got to keep going. Keep pushing a little while longer to make this one last.
And we talked about it too, how Broseph had not played all that much this season. We'd mostly seen Valor, the captain, the senior of the squad, step in. And we wondered coming into an event like this, how would he match up? Would he be ready for the spotlight? And I think the answer is, absolutely. He has stepped up on the biggest stage for Xavier, and they're looking to put another one in here if they can. Confused Irish shot saved away. Galaxy has to backtrack here, but Broseph will ensure that this ball stays in the red half and the pressure stays on. Shane's air dribble in the corner will get denied. Broseph on the follow-up near post. The rebound shot saved again on the goal line, and Broseph will tap it in. So much pressure all inside the box, and eventually Broseph will get the credit.
You gotta crumble at some point, and that is the definition of perseverance right there. It was blow after blow and blow from Xavier before eventually St. John's, they just crumbled now. Down 2-0. We are yet to see them come back alive. We need to see this same team that was in round 1 that put 3 points on the board, actually 4, including our overtime. They've had only the 1 from Nick Lego in the last second of our second match, and heading to these final 90 seconds, Xavier, they're inching closer to a victory, but this is also one of the opportunities St. John has to be aggressive, to have that opportunity to score, and Shane is gonna take it.
Gotta take advantage of the little mistakes. Broseph here kicks it out, but what a pass from Treachery back to Shane, and it's a give-and-go style play that Broseph is just not prepared for in that moment. The quick reactions, the quick turns. We saw that in game number 1, the overtime winner. Shane could have backtracked. He could have gone back, played safe, but the quick turn in that rotation, upping the pace of the game, found the opening that gave them game number 1, and here it gives them a breath of life in game number 3.
The opportunities, they are far and few. St. John's, they're fighting against a team of Xavier that's slowly becoming so tightly knit that it seems impossible to break through. Right there, a gap showed. Right there, St. John's, They took that chance and they ran away with it. 1 goal differential between these teams entering the final minutes. Nick Lego, here comes the hardest task that has been for St. John's all game. Get it out of their defensive end. Get some time to breathe. Even when they do get the clear soy sauce. Look at this. Galaxy's right there to turn it back around. St. John's, yes, they get the ball out of their zone, but they can never recover it in time to actually turn it into something.
Galaxy constantly in the right place at the right time, but Broseph and Confused Irish have been swarming in this red half. Now maybe a chance here. All 3 members moving forward for the side of the Red Storm. Treachery to dump it down in with 20 seconds now. Shane gets 50. Nick Lego to dump it right back down in. And the chase is on. Broseph trying to boom this ball out. No touch here coming through at the midfield. 10 seconds now remaining. Broseph kicks it off the wall. Can't get back to it. It's dumped back in to the red half. They've got to traverse the whole field. Kept up in the air. 0 time. Galaxy with a touch, and it's on target too. And Xavier will walk away with game number 3. They're on match point and 1 game away from being in losers finals.
1 game away for them to come back, fight and claw their way up to that point. And you see the statistics on, or you don't see the statistics on screen. I see them on my screen, and I can tell you there is a huge difference in the number of goals. 10 for the side of Xavier, a mere 3 for St. John's, and 1 of those went in. Yeah, you got a 30% success rate with your shots, but you need more than that to be able to match what Xavier's been putting out, and now you're on your last lifeline. This is do or die. Your lifeline is at stake.
Yeah, only 3 shots on goal for St. John's, but again, converting 30% of them feels like it's just not quite enough. That being said, the chances that they're getting are so high quality. They've just got to find a way to generate more of them. They've got to find a way to give their offense more time to work. That time of possession statistic, something that you can't really keep track of in a game like Rocket League with the ball constantly flying back and forth, but it feels like the ball has just constantly been on the hood of a Musketeer car. St. John's, though, when they get to those moments where the ball is in open space, when there's a little bit of panic, when you're not sure who should cut in, the communication from St. John's has been very solid. There's been only a handful of double commits per game, and it hasn't proven all that costly. It's the resource burn that's worked against them.
That's constantly what it is. I pointed out last game that St. John's, they have the ability to clear the ball. They just don't have the ability to recede because of that resource game. By the time you get the ball out of your own zone, you're suddenly scrambling. All right, I don't have any boost. I need to go back and get some. By that time, Galaxy or somebody else on Xavier has gotten control, and they almost made that turn out into their wrong way. There it is. That's going to be the clear, but there goes Broseph straight back in. Xavier still in control.
A lot of these booming clears still at midfield, getting steered back into the red half. But now Xavier's a backtrack. Good 50 up the corner here, but Galaxy should be able to get back to this one. Shane trying to quickly turn here, but the ball lands on the side of his car and he can't corral it. A chance now for Xavier maybe, but it will be St. John's to get another clear. Broseph from the backboard finds Galaxy to kick it mid. 2 players committing for St. John's. Is the 3rd member ready? The answer is no. The quick strike from Confused Irish gives the Musketeers the opener in game 4.
That's that opener that was needed. I'm not going to be that person that's superstitious, but wait a minute, I kind of am, because, you know, that first point has decided every single one of these rounds. And Xavier, I don't want that to be untrue. This isn't the time for them to turn it around. They're close to making that redemption arc. Want to show that they can not only beat this opponent once, but do it twice. St. John's, they're not out of the deep water just yet, but this one looking like they don't have enough speed to chase it down. And Confused Irish just added another one on.
Another one here, a brace for him off the kick, and that's just an awkward pinch, and Shane not expecting so much pace from that ball off the wall, goes straight over his head and bounces into the open net. And it's a quick 2-goal lead for the Musketeers, like lightning in a bottle. And Broseph is not going to be denied. He wants another shot at a championship, and he's going to find a 3rd goal here with 3:34 remaining.
A 3rd goal in this one alone is great to see. Actually, we've seen, I believe that, yeah, the 3rd one of this game, and Confused Irish is at 5 right now. That is something absolutely absolutely ridiculous to have. We're not even 2 minutes in yet. We've seen 3 goals. That's more than 1 per minute, the highest scoring, or rather the fastest scoring we've seen essentially all day today. Xavier, they have a taste of victory. They smell the blood in the water, and they're just chasing down the prey.
A complete effort right now from Xavier. This is a team that doesn't get too many assists when it comes to their offensive chances, but now it feels like they're finding each other in space more frequently. They're reading each other's 50s a lot easier. Nick Lego, though, gonna make things dangerous. Treachery's follow-up shot is saved by Broseph, and Red Storm, their offense, starting to die down just a tad bit, but maybe a chance here. Treachery can feed this one quickly, but Broseph hustles back with another backboard touch to keep that ball out of the hands of St. John's.
What a hustle back from Xavier. That's been St. John's with 2 shots, and I think the only 2 shots that they've been able to get off the entire game thus far, which is crazy to have. Both of them were incredibly close, but Xavier are in a one-trick pony. They can play the defense too, but not this time because Treachery is on the case. Look at this setup. Actually got hit off Galaxy right to where Treachery was sitting and waiting. That's the setup meeting.
Galaxy caught in the wrong place at the wrong time and ends up passing the ball perfectly to Treachery, and the veteran does not miss those, and that gives another chance at life here to the Red Storm. Do not count out the boys from Queens quite yet. Just over 2 minutes remaining in regulation play, and they are starting to get that momentum that we're seeing in game number 1. Nick Lego's got a double tap here, but it goes out wide, and Shane, that's a harsh read off the corner, can't quite find it. Pace will slow down just a tad bit. Double commit now comes through from Xavier, but too many bodies for the Red Storm are occupying the same space, and so Shane will have to hustle back. He'll pick up the corner boost, and with 1:45 on the clock, he tries to move forward, but it's still a loose ball here. Treachery backtracks, shot is on, and the shot is good. Galaxy beats the last defender, and Xavier's back to a 3-goal lead.
Xavier, that was a double demolition from Confused Irish there. It left St. James, they were rambling, they were scrambling to get something to come up, but when you have 1 player faced against 3, there's only so much you can do, and just like that number 3, we saw the 3v1, we're now at a 4-1. That has changed. Xavier are close to putting this one out, but that's not unless Lego has something to say about it.
Trouble for 2 here. Shane gets bumped, and he still is able to turn around and make this play off the flick pass from Nick Lego, and he still lets Nick Lego take that flick shot. Thought Shane got a piece of it, but Nick Lego's just too quick. Either way, it once again keeps the Red Storm in this game with under 1:30 remaining. St. John's, they've found some offensive opportunities off of some defensive miscues. Xavier, they're getting a little antsy here, getting too far ahead of themselves, and it's allowing the Red Storm back into this one. But St. John's, they gotta play defense here and wait for their opportunity to strike.
Gotta play the defense, keep it up. Xavier, they're letting that confidence, that winning score get to their heads. You cannot, because St. John's, they know when you're getting cocky, clearly, because now they have 2 goals on the board. That is something they haven't been able to do in the past couple of rounds. They're finding that life again to brew the storm, but still long ways to go. If that is actually going to turn out and not a lot of time to get there, that clock is 100% working against them.
35 seconds now as Nick Lego makes a save inside the box. Galaxy to keep it in, and at this point, Xavier, they're playing for the clock. St. John's has not been able to strike relatively quickly in this series, but it is the Big East. Never count out these offenses. 2-on-1 the other way, though. Galaxy, Confused Irish, he's gonna try and outmuscle him, but Shane is stronger on the goal line. He'll make the save. 10 seconds now remaining in regulation. Bouncer for Nick Lego. Galaxy cuts it off. Treachery with a good read, but the time is working against the Red Storm. It's still in front of the box, but Nick Lego's got no boost, and the Red Storm got no chance. The clock ticks to 0, and Xavier are headed to losers finals.
Xavier, what a performance from them. They went down early, but they got knocked down. They came back even stronger, threw that right back in the faces of St. John's. Their story ends here, but Xavier, they will live on. They will continue, but oh my goodness, the two teams that are ahead of them, Soy Sauce, they are gonna have a tough time.
It's going to be a tough run, but Xavier, this is the first time they've been top 3 in the Big East in a long time, and it shows how strong this squad is. But like you mentioned, Butler and Seton Hall are going to be tough challenges, but after a performance like that, they've got some momentum on their side, and I think one of the biggest keys, confused Irish. A lot of key plays, a lot of key goals in this series, but I think a huge part of their offense, they've been flexing the muscles, getting players off the goal line, finding the bumps, finding the demos, freeing up the space for players like Galaxy and company. Fantastic to see their efforts in a series like this.
Oh, so great. You talk so much about the offense. Usually that would point me to talk about the defense. But Xavier didn't need too much defense. The times that they let goals in, it's because they were confident. They overcommitted to that point. You can't even talk about the defense in that sense because they were on the attack so much. It's rare that you can see who has the majority of ball control when it is so much in the favor of one side. And as you see the replays of all of these goals, each player has contributed significantly to this victory. And Xavier, they're well deserving.
They look fantastic here in this series, and although they dropped the opener, it was an overtime game against the Red Storm, who are playing hot, who just got that upset against DePaul. Shout-outs to them for being able to pull off that, because again, DePaul, a very strong squad. First time that they've missed a grand final in 2 years. 2 years. Fantastic to see history being made here at the Big East. But now, we're down to just 3 teams remaining, and Xavier, one of those 3, and we will get a chance to talk to the players momentarily. I believe that interview is being set up as we speak, but it's fantastic to see once again everyone stepping into this lineup. Confused Irish has been playing out of his mind, I feel like, in that last series, but you cannot doubt the efforts that Galaxy and company have put forward. It's just so fantastic to see.
Exactly. It's a team effort, and I think each person is taking their own load, and some are carrying it more than others. You mentioned Confused Irish, but not to say the same, that Broseph and Galaxy are putting in the work. And now we have the opportunity to once again hear from a player from Xavier. Let's head into the floor with Septilence.
Thank you so much, Tiny. I am here on the floor with Broseph for his second interview of the day after second on-stage win today. Second win over St. John's as well, so a whole lot of seconds, but hopefully some new questions. So I do want to ask, going into this matchup, you guys won 3-0 earlier today. Were you a little worried about them coming in, especially after sweeping DePaul, knocking them out of lowers? Was it maybe a little bit of nerves going in, or you were thinking, hey, we did it once, right?
Yeah, probably the latter. We did it once, but I got to hand it to them. That first game one, they came out hot. So yeah, they were making some great saves too, and it was just kind of a little hard to keep up with in that first game. But thankfully, game ones don't count, and we ended up winning, 3-1. So little gentleman's.
Yeah, so going into this next matchup here, you're playing against Butler, somebody who have been on the opposite side of the bracket kind of this entire weekend so far. So is this kind of a nerves thing? They're technically tied for first seed. They're just barely that second seed. So is there a little bit of anxiety going into it, or is it just taking each game as they're handed to you?
I mean, sure, yeah, they're a great team. Butler is, but these are like our boys, our friends. So it's going to be competitive and also friendly at the same time. So I think, yeah, we could take it one game at a time, but it's going to be a fun match.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want to jinx anything here, but we talked about this before we went on. Xavier have not been in a grand final for the EGFC quite yet, so being only one series away from that, do you feel like you guys are really excited, really motivated that you are unbelievably close to achieving this goal?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I know it's my last hurrah here, so I want to see what I can do, make some waves, and then also maybe a little trend setting for the guys in the future.
Yeah, hopefully. I know we are very excited to see what you can do as well, and that'll be happening, I believe, just right on the other side of this break, maybe. So we will see you all right back here in just a couple of minutes.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education, but standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Let's face it, who isn't trying to get their hands on the secret sauce we supposedly dunk our students in before they take on the world? Which, by the way, they have this habit of always trying to change. But I digress. Why do employers keep placing orders for Musketeers like it's a Black Friday sale? Simple. The Musketeer mindset. A train of thought powered by passion and relentless curiosity. Why be a Musketeer? If not for the endless enrichment that comes with the Musketeer mindset itself, well, there's always the stash.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Big East Esports Rocket League Championships. And to the championships, we are getting closer and closer. We started with 6 teams here today, and we are already down to 3. Seton Hall, being that #1 team, have secured their spot in Grand Finals, which will be coming up pretty darn soon. But, Soy, which one of these teams will be going up against them?
Well, that is the big question here. Losers finals about to take place, and it's going to be Xavier, the Musketeers, after that takedown on St. John's moments ago. They will be going up against Butler. The home field advantage is a real thing. It's a real factor here,
yeah.
And it's going to be so much fun to watch these two teams go head-to-head.
And Butler's got the support of their entire community behind them. Every time Butler's been on stage, they have been out there loud and proud, and they've got some incredible support. I know Kai in an interview earlier said that it is that support and it is those fans making a huge difference. But before we talk about these teams too much, let's throw it down to Tiny Shiny on the floor and get another look at these teams before they duke it out.
And thank you for that lovely throw, Soy Sauce and Septilence. I'm Tiny Shiny. I've had the pleasure of casting these past 6 matches, and we are getting so close. We have the top 3 teams right now, but the losers finals is where we're going to decide who will be facing off against Seton Hall in the grand finals match. And without further ado, let's welcome our higher seed, Butler University. All right. Job Butler, they're coming off a recent loss to that #1 seed. They fell at a 3-1, and right here, this match is going to decide if they will take the rematch. But their opponent for today, they're hot off a win against St. John's University, looking to make a complete run back to the grand finals. Let's go ahead and welcome Xavier University. All right, we have our 2 teams. We are getting ready and geared up. Let's go ahead and head back to Soy Sauce and Septilence on the desk to break this one down.
Into this, there we go. Thank you so much, Johnny. Just like you said, we're going to be jumping into this one, and it is going to be the matchup of all matchups, because when you look at this, we're seeing a circumstance in which one of these teams secures their spot, not only in Grands against Seton Hall, but if I'm not mistaken, in EGFC, right, into the Delaware land happening later this year. So even if you lose, there's a silver lining to walk away with. But I know Butler is hungry for that vengeance matchup, and I know Xavier is chomping at the bit to try and make it to their first grand final, Soy.
It's going to be fantastic to see these two teams go head-to-head, and I think the biggest thing is Xavier is coming in with momentum and a fire under them. I mentioned earlier today, this is a squad that feels robbed of a playoff chance last season. They were 9-7, and an Eastern Conference run from a team that was below 500 ruined their chances at the postseason. They do not want to let that happen again. They want to take their own fate and put it in their own hands here against Butler. Can they do so? That is the question. Xavier in the white, Butler in the blue, and we are underway for this best-of-5 series.
Underway for the best-of-5. Butler making a lot of space early, a demolition from Kai to give them ball control, and they're trying to find an early goal. Morales on the lineup, but it's Craig who sneaks in and puts that first one down. 1 point up early for Butler here over Xavier. Plenty of game left for this team to strike back.
The newest face to this squad just continues to show up time and time again here, and just moments into the match, they've got the opener off the feed. I believe that was from Kai in that sequence, and already the big names of Butler getting off to a hot start.
A bit of an early pass here toward the goal of Xavier, and they're not able to find the lineup yet. Only 30 seconds have been taken off the clock here, so 10% of the game missing, 90% to go. Galaxy is going to be demolition, gives Butler an opportunity to take that 3-2 numbers advantage. The lineup isn't there quite yet, but if Morales can catch something off the corner, can turn ball control back in favor of Xavier. Unfortunately, not able to get that lineup there. Galaxy demolished again, Soy. 2 times in a row, completely not being allowed to play this first game.
Lots of demos coming through, and we've seen that from Butler as well. Their ability to get physical in a lot of these opening games, kind of open up the windows, test the waters here offensively, because we've seen this Butler team attack in various different ways, and now they're putting the pressure on here. A little bit of distance on a couple of these passing plays. really stretching the field, forcing Xavier to use a lot of resources to cover the offensive attack from the Bulldogs.
And what a good example of why we've been demolishing Galaxy over and over, right? The one time they don't, Galaxy blocks the goal they were going to make. So 90 seconds off the clock there. Butler only up by 1, and it's been clear that Butler has identified a Galaxy as the linchpin for Xavier. You take this player out of the equation, and the team really does start to fumble a bit. Can Butler continue that not only in one game, but in 2 additional games if they win this first one? Being up by only 1, barely bounces out of that goal box, and Confused Irish gets the technical save on it. Butler, that's the second goal they've almost found, but almost is never going to be enough in Rocket League.
And when you look at this Xavier lineup, remember we came into this tournament, Galaxy was the big name, led this team in goals with 40 through their 14 weeks. So huge props to them for the season that they put out, but it puts a target on their back in a series like this. And Butler, very aware of it, very aware of the players who can really make an impact. Moments ago, I think the impact player was Confused Irish. If Galaxy's going to get shut down in a series like this, I think Confused Irish and company have to find ways to step up in this series.
Soy, we are absolutely sharing a brain cell right now, because that was my next point as well, talking about how Confused Irish is just completely kind of the power player right now. But Xavier's in such a unique spot, because if you take out Confused Irish, both Galaxy and Broseph are right there to fill those shoes. This team can make a clean rotation. It's not about having one forward striker like I assigned to them way back in their first game on stream. They have completely grown and adapted as a team to make it possible to fill every role that any player has to make a successful team, and that's part of the reason Xavier's been continuously so scary here today.
And that's one part because Xavier is a very experienced squad, but Kai showing off his experience here. He may not have been in the league for long, but he is a striker at heart. This one kicks down right to him, and look at this perfect shot, and then the physicality, the bump from Krieg, right place, right time, coming up clutch once again.
Clutch again here online. 2 points for Butler, 1 from Kai, the guy, and Krieg. Like you said, the newer player for Butler has been a power player. Oh my goodness, almost a perfect example of what I was trying to say there, but Confused Irish on that strong defense once again. Truly the individual that Xavier needs to be a powerful player. Tries to go from defense to offense, catches a bump into the far corner, and isn't able to work with it afterwards. Krieg gets close, but close not enough. 100 seconds remain left here on the clock. Butler up by 2. Winning game 1 over Xavier can usually be a good sign they're going to be going down. Game 1 continuously important for Xavier's success so far.
Yeah, a lot of these game 1s have been very, very telling, but we've also seen a lot of teams overcome that game 1. So we'll have to see if that storyline continues to trend in that direction here. 2-goal lead here for the Butler Bulldogs, and the ball still in the white half. Xavier trying to find a way to break out, but a double play comes through. Good demo, though, going to free up some space. Broseph tries to move this ball forward, but once again, Krieg, good positioning to help buy his defense some time.
And it's fascinating. One of the scariest things about Butler is they can be up by 2 with only a minute left, and they're not pulling off the throttle at all. This team is going to go full throttle all the way through this matchup in a desperate attempt to show that they can go all the way. Whoever wins this has to go directly into a best-of-7 grand final with Seton Hall that, if they win, goes into a bracket reset next best-of-7. Somebody is running a marathon here, Soy, and Butler wants to make sure they're the team that gets to say they did that.
And Xavier trying to be that team that's going to have to go back to back to back on stage, which is a whole other beast in itself to try and reset your mind for each different series, because you really do have to treat each one of these teams differently, because they all, despite having very similar effects offensively, have very different ways to approach. And Galaxy showing off why here, the opener of this series for Xavier, and they've still got a chance here in game number 1 thanks to the efforts of Confused Irish and Galaxy.
Xavier able to take down not only St. John's twice, they removed Marquette from the bracket earlier in a 3-0 fashion as well. I believe they have the highest, I don't know what else to call it other than kill count for the teams in this bracket so far. 6 of them, 2 have gone down to the hand of Xavier. I don't think any other team in the bracket gets to say that. They have had to fight hard. They've also played one more game than everybody else, just due to how the bracket has fallen. Losing game number 1 here if these final 5 seconds do not tip in Xavier's favor here. And it looks like they're not going to be able to, barely able to block out that 3rd and final goal, but it should touch the ground and fall into a Butler win in game number 1. Perhaps a little closer than Butler wanted, but a win is a win.
Yeah, huge opening win here for Butler. And look at the shot differential. Xavier, only 1 shot on goal, and it came from Galaxy. Meanwhile, 10 shots on goal for Butler in that series. And again, the nameplates of Butler stepping up in such a big way. Morales, the fact that he has been the star of this team since this, since the opening weeks, he leads this team in goals, he leads this team in saves, and yet Kai and Krieg continue to step up and make plays. It's been a full, complete effort from everyone on the side of the Bulldogs.
A complete total effort here because they know they've got a lot to prove. They're hosting. They're the team everybody's going to be looking out for. The target is on their back, and they want to try to win things early, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to so easily. I want to call out that Xavier, in their first game against Seton Hall today, had had a game with 0 shots on goal. For this game to go as silent as only a single shot on goal dictates that maybe the stars are going to align in a similar way. Xavier lost that 3-1 to Seton Hall. That's how they ended up in the lower bracket, and Butler, just as much as Xavier, are desperate to get back up against Seton Hall. That's the team everyone's trying to take down right now.
Seton Hall are the defending Big East champions, but everyone has taken a very solid chunk out of that team. The question is any team going to be able to play hot enough to beat them? And both these teams are playing very hot, as it's going to be Kai out muscling on the goal line, not to be denied. Another chance here off the feed from Morales.
You cannot deny the guy known as Kai, so you truly cannot. A power player, a star of the Butler roster, and it's fascinating because Xavier, as much as Butler, have 3 strong players. These are 6 strong players on the field right now. There's not a single name I look at on my list and go, okay, that's the weak link. These are 6 people playing 200% to their highest capability, and right now Butler is desperate to win this in a 3-0 and show Seton Hall they are going out. No matter what Grand Finals ends up, it will not be a David and Goliath. It will be a Goliath and Goliath. It just depends which one of these Goliaths makes it further on.
It's funny, I asked Froze earlier what team he thought Seton Hall was most like in RLCS. He mentioned FaZe because when they're on it, they feel near unstoppable. I feel like you could say the same thing about Butler because Kai, to me, he reminds me of First Killer, the way that he rotates around and just continues to make play after play and be a huge difference maker. Broseph able to make the save here, but it's Krieg from the short angle that puts in goal number 2, and Butler, another huge opening with 3:36 on the clock.
That is exactly what Butler wanted to find there. A phenomenal shot from Krieg, probably one of the cleanest angles we've seen so far from Butler, completely over 2 defenders there, gives them a 2-0 lead with only 90 seconds having fallen off the clock in this moment. I think if Butler can find maybe 2 more before Xavier puts anything on the board, game 2 can be down and out.
Krieg only played in about 7, maybe 6 weeks
I still can't believe that.
Regular season action, and he had 16 goals in those weeks, a lot of them being 3-0 sweeps. He just continues to make play after play for this Butler squad. A huge addition to this crew, and a huge part of why this team is now up 2-0 with 3 minutes to go here in game number 2.
And we've got to talk about this as well, and this is not a knock on any other player, but there are some players we've seen the entire season, Soy, they don't have 16 points. This kid comes in for maybe half of the season and scores more than some players have in maybe a couple of years. Like, Krieg showed up and just put a staple on his back right away. It was the Krieg show for Butler for several weeks.
Yeah, and that's coming off the back of a Butler squad that, again, Kai has been a part of for a very long time. Morales has really grown as a player, but it feels like, again, this offense is just clicking at the right time. It is peaking at this very moment here in the postseason, and they just continue to churn out offensive chances. It's like a well-oiled machine, and yet they can still attack you in so many different ways. We saw them go for demos very early. We get to see them make some counterattack goals in that previous series, and now they're finding these crazy angles to put them up 3-0 here halfway through game 2.
Yeah, and game 2 comes to this halfway point. It feels like a great opportunity to talk about Butler and why I think they're so impressive as a squadron, because there's something I always say, separating the goods from the greats, right? A good team has 3 good players on the same team. A great team has 3 good players playing as a team, actually communicating, actually going for shots, listening to demolitions, playing a communicative defense. Because if you don't communicate with your teammates, doesn't matter how good you are as a person, right? It's 3v3 for a reason. You need to have teammates that are just as strong, and I think Butler is a great example of that. All 3 of them can play every role necessary, and it seems like they are all in sync all the time, and it's a huge part of the reason this team can dominate great teams like Xavier.
The greats elevate. That's what they do. They make good or average look incredible, and that's what everyone on Butler has done. they just continue to make each other look great.
Iron sharpens iron.
And that's been a huge thing too, is that it's not been the individual efforts. They're starting to find each other in passing plays. They're reading each other very well. The 50s, the communication, the positioning, it's all coming online in this playoff series.
Yeah, and at the beginning of the day, I was pretty critical on Xavier, talking about how Broseph tends to be the striker and the other two kind of fill in that slot, right? Well, they have proven me wrong on a lot of that today. I think the communication is not quite to where it is on a Butler level, on a Seton Hall level, and I think that comes from their old play style of the striker. They're learning this new adaptive play style, but unfortunately, they may not have been able to learn it fast enough to win today. Either way, series ain't over yet. I'm not ready to count out Xavier in the slightest. I just want to offer a fair criticism in the moment.
But that's what Xavier has really thrived off of, is when the communication comes online. You saw what they did to St. John's moments ago, when it feels like it's a complete team effort. Teams like St. John's, who are very solid squads, it feels like they have to work so hard just to get a goal in a series like that. And Xavier right now, up against it as, again, this 3-goal lead holds with 40 seconds remaining, and it feels like it's been a minute since we've seen an offensive chance. Meanwhile, look at this opportunity as Craig and company peppering this net.
Craig and Co goes crazy. What a good title for this squadron. I mean, Craig really has been a star player for Butler and goes for a strike, but unfortunately Xavier does block it out. 25 seconds left, less than 10 seconds per goal right now from Xavier. It's a very difficult cup to fill, but it's not an impossible one either. They may have to count out game 2 and look at it as a GG go next, but they've got one more chance. Is there a bracket resetting Grands? Yes, but this ain't Grands yet, so you've got to make it that far. And right now, Butler is 5 minutes and 7 seconds away from doing just that.
And maybe one more for the road here, and they'll get it. It's Kai locking on for another one here with 4 seconds remaining. Morales' air dribble sets it up, and confused Irish can do nothing about it along the goal line. Butler's offense alive and well in this series.
Butler really feeling strong, and unfortunately I wasn't keeping a strong note of each individual score when I was, on the floor, but I know that Kai is definitely up there in one of the highest individual scorers we've seen today. Really coming through each game we've seen. I think the lowest amount of points we've seen Kai score in a single game is 2. And other than that, I don't think Kai's gone silent even a single time tonight. It has been at least 2 points on the board. The most we've seen, I think, was 5 in one of our earlier matches, but it really is working well for Butler, and they are 66% done with their goal here and taking Xavier down in a 3-0 fashion and getting the shot to shoot at the king known as Seton Hall. One more game separates them from that opportunity.
And I believe the last time these two teams met in the regular season was a 3-0 in Butler's favor. The only team that's really given Butler trouble in the Big East is Seton Hall, who sit in that grand final match. So Butler looked poised and ready to make a championship run. And it's also worth noting, right, that it's been a long time since Butler has been atop the Big East. They've had many a good runs through the regular season, and they've had a lot of good playoff runs, but always the team playing just slightly hotter has denied them that chance at a grand final. It's been about 4 years since they've gone to a grand final. They are 1 game away now from getting another shot at it.
They are a hypothetical 5 minutes. A hypothetical single goal can make the difference here for Butler. And like you said, it has been a long, long time since they've entered the Rocket League Grand Finals. But with DePaul falling early, there's only one spot open. And Seton Hall keeps theirs. They continue to be so strong. And as DePaul does fall, the seat's open for any and all.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here. Now, we talked about how adjustments have been a huge part of the day for a lot of these teams. A lot of these teams have been overcoming that Game 4 demon of theirs, because a lot of these series for a lot of these teams have been 3-0s. And Butler looking to see if they can get the brooms out here. 7 seconds in, Morales with a solo effort and a flip reset to boot.
Morales' first goal as well of this series is one of the cleanest we've seen all day. Like you said, a solo effort comes in, a flip reset to clean things up there and slam that nail into the coffin. 7 seconds off. Plenty of game left for Xavier to be able to answer that goal back. You really can't feel comfortable in Rocket League without 3, 4, 5, 10 goals ahead of your opponent, because as long as there is time left on the clock, that is time for your opponent to strike, and Xavier is looking to do just that.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, the fact that these individual efforts are coming online is huge, because Butler, they're a team that has thrived off of the kind of full team effort. They get more assists than anyone else in the Big East. So for them to now be able to win these kind of 1v1 battles, that's a massive step forward for their offense.
Yeah, it's fascinating that we often see teams really good at being individuals and not as strong in the solo standpoint, right? But it's almost like Butler brings the opposite problem, which is much rarer. They're very good as a team, and then when it comes to the 1v1, they struggle just a a little bit. So hearing they have the most assists, seeing them come out and play this strong as individuals goes to show this team is jumping up another tier. Morales not able to find a point until game 3, but now has put 2 of them down, tying Craig for the amount of points and having more points than anybody from Xavier in this moment.
It's eerily similar. This Butler team reminds me of Season 2 Butler, where, again, their run ended a little short in the Big East Championship, but when they came online, you saw the true power, the true resolve of this team. In the postseason, in Season 2, they took down a #1 seeded Delaware to make the semifinals. That's one of the largest upsets EGFC has ever seen, and Kai, a huge part of that, as once again, he puts a play up on the board to make it 3-0 with a minute remaining.
Kai scored so fast, I couldn't even finish writing the tally mark next to Morales' name, and Kai had already put a point on the board. Kai now finding their 5th point of the series, putting them definitely, they've got to be the highest scorer we've seen so far today, and I think naturally your chances increase the more games you play, but Kai is being that notable scorer for Butler right now with Morales close behind, 2 goals, Craig 2 of their own, so what is that, 9 points across the board for Butler in a time that Galaxy, the only member of Xavier to score.
And Xavier right now, they're looking for any kind of momentum. The past couple of games, they've only been held to really a handful of shots, and that's not the type of team Xavier are. We saw in that St. John's series, they are a time of possession type of team, but they just have not had the ball offensively. And offensively for Butler, this offense continues to click as Craig puts in goal number 4.
You know, I'm going to be honest, I was waiting for the halftime to talk about the Sepulence patent pending halftime buff, right? The second half buff, but unfortunately, 90 seconds off the clock, you're down by 4. You got to kick up a lot faster than halftime, Soy. You've got a minute left on the clock before we get to 2:30. You've got to find anything here. Xavier goes silently into game 2 with 0 points on the board, only 1 point in game 1. If they want to turn this around, they've got to shake off the jitters right now and win this because, I mean, oh my goodness, what am I trying to say? Butler is running away with it. What a great example. Kai on the another point, 5th one on the board.
Another goal for Kai, make it 5-0 with 3:08 remaining here. And Xavier, they're just pinned and hemmed into their own half. They can't find ways to break out this midfield game. It's just a trap. There's nowhere for them to run to. There's no open space for them to work with, and they cannot find ways to hold possession for more than seconds or so.
Yeah, it has been just microseconds of this kind of, okay, we have ball control. Oh, just kidding. By the time you can say ball control, they've scored on you. Once again, a phenomenal lead up from Kai there into goal, pass down into Morales in a phenomenal lineup. I do want to say a record, I'm sure, is Kai scoring 6 points in one series is the most points we've seen from somebody in a single series. With plenty left there, if we include the assist, we can call it a technical 7, but 6 overall, and Kai has 2 minutes and 50 seconds to stretch that record out even further.
And a hat trick from Morales as well. He continues to put up goals for this team. He's been such a huge addition. If we had some sort of award for best player growth, I think he's very much so earned it this season. From season 1 to season 2, he's looked fantastic. And rookie of the year, honestly, might be going to Craig the way he's playing here, as it's going to be goal number 7 locked in for the Bulldogs.
I think if we had a Big East award ceremony, Butler would walk away with quite a few. I think you're totally right. So, I mean, they have the largest improvement of an individual player. Rookie of the year, hands down, goes to Craig. I can't think of anybody even contest that. As we have a lot of great players, but few can come in year 1 and make the impact Craig has. 7-0 in the final game to separate Seton Hall in that grand final. Half the game left standing. If the second half buff is going to kick in, it is now or never. Scoring 7 in 2.5 sounds impossible, but then you look at the fact, hey, Butler just did it. Why can't we?
That is the big key here, is Xavier's got to give their offense a chance to go to work. But right now, the defense has just been pinned in for so long. They got to find a way to break out, but that's a double commit coming through, and Morales is going to punish here. 2 minutes now remaining. Another pinch play comes through to get this ball into the blue half. Maybe they can generate some offense here, as Kai able to make a couple of odd touches, but again, just makes the ball so difficult for the Musketeers to read.
It is incredibly difficult for the Musketeers to do anything other than crumble right now. Morales, their 4th point, a haul on the board. 108 seconds remain, and already 8-0. I hate to say it, Soy, but I think there's little Xavier's going to be able to do here.
It's such a tough pill to swallow right now for Xavier, but you've got to hit that mental reset button now just to try and see if you can pull off something. And I feel like you just kind of go out guns blazing, see what you can do. Just throw everything at the wall and see if anything sticks, because at this point you're already down 8-0 with the clock working against you. See if something will work. See if you can get a demo. See if you can get, a backfield pass. See if you can backdoor this Butler Bulldogs team. you've got to find a way to press out of your own half, because otherwise you'll continue to get chances like this. Look at the beautiful double tap from Kai. Clip it, put it on the highlight reel.
Absolutely. Kai farming a highlight reel right now. 90 seconds left on the clock. 9-0 on the board. 1 goal per 10 seconds here, Soy. I mean, that's a tough ask, man. 9 points, not missing a single goal every 10 seconds is difficult. And I do want to say that Xavier Broseph in particular told me before an interview today that this is his senior year. This is his final hurrah. And while a 9-0, 3-0 loss is a tough pill to swallow, this is still a third-place victory. And I think there's something beautiful in that.
Absolutely. Broseph, a player that, like we mentioned on interview, he's been here for so long. He's been around for a very long period of time, and he was a huge part of those Xavier runs of old to get into EGFC playoffs, to get this Musketeer squad into the postseason. While he hasn't had as much opportunity to play this year, his impact is still very much felt among the Musketeers squad. And unfortunately for them, this playoff run comes to a close, but in such an electrifying Big East bracket, getting to that third place spot is an achievement all its own.
Without a doubt, you went down to one of the strongest teams here in the Big East. And hey, if Butler goes on to win Grand Finals, at least you can say you lost to the person that won Grand Finals. So there's a silver lining in that as well. 30 seconds left, and unfortunately, Xavier just not going to be able to find a victory they were looking for, but Butler hungry for that chance to take down Seton Hall in Grand Finals. We'll talk a little bit more about Grands as we get closer, but I've got to say, Butler walking away with, what is this, 15 points on the board. Sorry, 16 points on the board. Kai adding an exclamation point to that for me. You got to wonder how much of the midnight oil they've burned here, Soy.
You gotta wonder, right? Because they've been playing all day today, and now they played a couple series in a row. But I do feel like part of it is the comfort. They are on their home turf, and they've got the crowd on their side, and they are very comfortable in a position like this. And their offense is on fire, and that's exactly what you need headed into a Grand Final series.
Heading into a Grand Final series, which is going to be just over the horizon for them. That is a 10-0 win there. Absolutely beautiful performance as Butler is able to walk away with a 10-0 in Game 3 and a 3-0 on the series. There's going to be one opponent left standing in their way, Soy, and it's the very opponent that sent them to the lower bracket to begin with. There is a million narrative timelines happening all at once, and Butler, I mean, they've got a lot on the table here.
There's a lot for them to deal with, but Seton Hall is the team standing in their way. But the way this offense has been playing is going to make this Grand Final series so interesting. Again, it just feels like everyone is online here for Butler. Everyone is clicking. Krieg with numerous goals, Kai with numerous plays, Morales with the air dribbles and double taps. I mean, everyone is making plays, and they just continue to churn out offensive chances. The question is, can they keep that momentum rolling? Can they continue to land these critical touches time and time again? Because they've been playing all day, and Seton Hall, they've had that little bit of rest to go on headed into Grand Finals.
Seton Hall's had a little bit of a break, like you mentioned, going into Grands. They had to watch quite a few games happen before they got the chance to swing on again, so we're going to have to keep a close eye. Can Butler come out hot and kind of utilize the time Seton Hall hasn't gotten warmed back up and try to win maybe 1 or 2 games? It is important to note as well, Grand Finals will be a best of 7, not a best of 5, so the first team to win 4 points, and then maybe we'll get into the technicals on this later, but if Butler wins that first best of 7, well, then we got to do another one, but again, we'll cover those logistics when we get into it. As of now, Butler has made it to Grands. They have, if I'm not mistaken, secured their spot in the EGFC Delaware land later this year as well. So silver lining, no matter how this goes, you've got another chance down the line here.
This has been one of the best years for Butler, period, in the EGFC.
Absolutely.
12 wins in the regular season. Getting to double digits in the EGFC is no small task. They have been fantastic, and they continue that strong regular season play here in the postseason. A solid winner side run, and unfortunately they lose to Seton Hall on winner side, but you see their strength in a bracket like this on land. They have showed up in such a big way, and I cannot wait to see what they bring to the table next.
And not only do we get to see what they get to bring to the table, but I think we get to hear a little bit from Butler. If I'm not mistaken, Tiny should be ready on the floor with an interview, and I can't wait to hear what Butler has to say about what comes next.
All right, thank you, Septilence and Soy Sauce. What a match that was just played out. It started out, Butler started with a 3-win, went to a 4-0, ended in the double digits, 10-0. I'm here with Kai to talk about what a performance that you guys just put on in this last match. You guys went down against Seton Hall, came back against Xavier. What really happened between that last defeat to put you forward to this victory?
Throughout the day, we really wanted to have a focus on like keeping consistent pressure, not holding up in our own half, just really make sure we're like challenging them nice and early. In the DePaul series, that's what we did. In the Seton Hall one, I think we slowed down a little bit. So when we went into the Xavier series, we really wanted to put an emphasis on just full pedal to the metal, just going out there, just absolute pressure on them at all times. And I mean, it worked out pretty well.
Hey, I mean, if you're going to finish out a 10-0, that just doesn't happen often in a game such as Rocket League. I mean, you guys right here, you're the home crowd. This is your turf. This is your chance to shine. And here you are. You made it to the grand finals. And not only that, you haven't even gotten to the match yet, but you've also qualified for the EGFC championships held at the University of Delaware coming up. And you got a lot to look forward to for. And you guys, you're going to get ready to prepare for that. But before we go anywhere first, I want to know, do you have anything else that you'd like to say to Seton before you're ready to head into this grand finals?
I'm not too good at trash talking at all, but I mean, it's nice to see him in the grand finals again, and I think we'll get our revenge.
And thank you very much, Kai. You heard it here. They're feeling confident coming hot off a 3-0. Seton Hall, they're going to have their task cut out in front of them. But before we head to this match, we're going to head right back to the casters one more time.
Thank you so much, Tiny. And I've got to say, it is hilarious that he goes on to say that they're not very good at trash talk, because I hope they don't mind me saying, Butler really doesn't trash talk. But Soy and I were just talking about this, and it feels very relevant. The only people they tend to trash talk are each other a little bit, because Morales and Kai, there was a time earlier today, the numbers may be wrong, they were 1 goal away from each other, both just shy of hitting 50. And Soy and I both had stories of them talking about each other and how they were going to do it first. So it's funny to see that camaraderie with the other teams, and then when it comes down to your own teammate, you're like, I'm going to do it first. I'm going to score before you.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see. And in this division, right, everyone is just so friendly to talk to.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a nice group of kids that just continue to grow in such a fantastic way. And it's all culminating in this LAN. I mean, it's been years since the Big East has had a LAN.
Yeah.
And they're finally able to come back here to this stage, this scene. It's just a wonderful sight.
Yeah, and it's part of the reason I love collegiate, right? Because it's all that camaraderie. We get to see the same players all the time. We get to meet the same teams, and they get to spend a lot of time with each other, which often naturally grows a lot of friendships. And if you've been enjoying collegiate so far, I've got good news for you. There's even more on the other side of this break. We'll see you right back here in just a few.
Butler has always stood for excellence in education. But standing for something doesn't mean standing still. It means moving forward with innovative ideas that are transforming how we teach. It means experiential learning and fields that create in-demand graduates. It means cultivating not only minds, but communities. At Butler, we're changing what it means to be a university, one student at a time.
Great drive fuels the leaders of tomorrow and today. Great vision paves the way for a brighter future. Great ambition goes places, moving onward and upward. Great empathy finds strength in kindness and in each other, working together to create something bigger than they ever imagined. Great minds can change the world, and great minds start at Seton Hall.
Mom!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Big East Esports Rocket League Championships. We are finally at the championship indeed, a grand final just around the corner, Soy, and it has been a busy, busy day.
It has been a long day of Rocket League, but it's been very, very fun to watch. Everyone showing up in such a big way here at the Indianapolis LAN, here at Butler Esports Park. It has been so much fun to see these schools compete, but we're down to one final best of 7 to decide who walks away with the crown.
A best of 7 between only 2 teams. We started with 6. We said goodbye to Marquette. We said goodbye to DePaul. We said goodbye to St. John's. And just moments ago, we said goodbye to Xavier, who walk away in 3rd place. But Tiny Shiny is on stage, ready to show us who these grand finalist teams are.
And here we are. This is the moment we have all been waiting for all day. We've seen these 6 teams battle it out, and here we are. The final 2 remain, the 1st seed and the 2nd. It's going to happen no other way. And I want everybody to give it up for our number 1 seed, undefeated through the tournament bracket. Let's welcome the Seton Hall Pirates. Woo! All right. Seton Hall, they have made their run through the upper bracket, have only dropped a total of 2 rounds through everything that they have played today. They're coming into this grand finals with the task set ahead of them go, because our other team, the home crowd, Butler Esports, they're getting ready to set up the stage. Let's give it up. The home crowd is here to support their team, the Butler Bulldogs. They are going against the one team they have not been able to beat today. And this might be the one time to do it. They're coming off that last 3-0, with finishing off with a 10-0 win. This is when they are hot. This is when they are on that streak. And they are ready to perform. We got these 2 teams. They're all getting set up. Let's head back to the desk to get into it.
And into it we shall get indeed, Tiny. We are going to be jumping in just a moment. You covered all the fantastic points there. Seton Hall, undefeated, number 1 seed. Butler, almost undefeated, only losing to Seton Hall to get to this point. So, Soy, they are coming in with a vengeance. And like you mentioned earlier, best of 7 on the line. So already a huge variable has been changed.
And I think the biggest thing entering this series, right, is Butler. They are fired up and ready. We've been talking about it all day, how this Butler squad, this roster iteration, the players on this team, they've all heated up to this moment, and they are ready for their run at the defending champions, who, with Mr. Sheep in the lineup, have stumbled here and there, but they've had their moments. But still, Seton Hall, they look near unstoppable when they get underway into a series. And here we go, a best of 7 with a chance at a run back. We are underway in this best of 7 grand final.
And you want to talk about being fired up. Butler is so fired up that they have scored 47 points as a team today, and they're almost able to find 48. Morales will get demolished. Seton Hall, they play things a little calmer, a little more collected, and a little less flashy. They have scored only 28, but I already have to scratch that out and write a 24 seconds into game 1, and Seton Hall able to take the lead.
This is still the defending champs, and I was wondering if Seton Hall, if they'd come out a little cold from that respite.
Right.
They've had that winners finals rest. They haven't had to play for the past 2 or 3 series, which means it's been, what, at least an hour since they've gotten back onto the stage. But they come out, get the opener, and that's just what they were looking for in this grand final.
They found their opener, and they're looking to close down Butler here, the home team, making it all the way to grand finals. They've secured a spot in Delaware later down the line, but this is about the bragging rights. This is about the Big East right now, so this is about trying to set a new crown atop a new head here in the Big East Conference. Is Butler going to be able to live up to that title? Kai gets Gets close, but close. Ain't gonna cut it. Froze. Blocks it out. 1 minute down. 1-0 for Seton Hall.
Oh, but a whiff comes through, and Morales on the flick. What a save by Sheep. The defender is going to make the play, and the pinch is going to go in too. Stokely with an early brace here in game number 1.
Absolutely devastating blow. Butler gets 2 opportunities at goal. They both fall short, and Stokely finds nobody home for a free point. Stokely, second of the series so far, second of the game, and second one for Seton Hall. 1 minute and 4 seconds has disappeared, and Seton Hall now find themselves up by 2 points in game number 1 of Grand Finals.
While Butler are a very comfortable team here with the home field advantage and coming off of a great series against Xavier, they're playing confident. They might be playing a little too confident, get overly aggressive there and get called out, and that's why you see that empty net goal come through. Short side angle here is going to get denied by Kai. Morales will make sure it sticks to the side wall, but Sheep with a chance to shoot. Kai cuts it off at the pass. Now Stokely to keep it in the Butler Bulldogs half. Kai has to race over as Krig's 50 goes awry. Morales looking to find his teammate in transition. That's on target, and Sheep again, the savior of this defense.
I mean, Sheep has been playing the strong defense all day long. Seton Hall makes it to Grand Finals. Sheep was, I mean, I hate to say the black sheep of the team, right? But it's not somebody we knew super well. We weren't familiar with their play style. They came in with 1 point the entire season, and I think we've learned why. It's not because they're a bad player. It's because they run 100% defense. Sheep has been the goalie. Sheep has been the back man. Sheep has taken the opportunistic shots, has scored only 4 times today, but you don't have to when the rest of your team has scored 25 times on the day now.
4 goals in this tournament, but they were the most critical. They were the difference makers. They were the tie-breaking goals. But speaking of critical plays, who else but Kai to get the Butler Bulldogs on the board first?
Seton Hall feeling comfortable, starting to feel a little less shaky in their boots, but Kai says, I've been here the whole time, and I'm ready to strike once again. Butler cuts the lead in half with half the game remaining. Will the Septulins patent pending second game buff kick in for Butler in these Grand Finals, or is it simply up to them to make or break this moment? Craig, a great catch towards center field, not able to get the lineup afterwards, unfortunately. Stokely gets the demo onto Kai and rips momentum right out of Butler's hands.
Move this ball into the Butler half. Butler, their midfield game has been streaky at times, and sometimes today it's looked fantastic. At other points, they've been punished for it, and they're going to get punished for it here. Stokely with a hat trick in game number 1. Froze with a huge play here off the backboard. Kai, not the best of touches, but nowhere really to go with that ball, especially with Stokely lurking in the backfield, and he's able to read the play and react to make it 3-1.
And I've got to say, there's something fearful about a player taking an hour-plus break and then hat trick in game 1. There's something really scary to be said about that. Stokely did not need the warm-up. Stokely is always warmed up. That's his secret, Cap. Stokely is always warmed up. And in a critical grand final moment like this, we're seeing in real time why Seton Hall is the Big East champs and why they're ready to take that crown right back home.
They've constantly been one of the biggest names in the Big East when it comes to Rocket League. Even when this league was at its inception, they continued to make play after play. Season 2 of EGFC, they were the #1 seed, got upset by, I believe it was DePaul in the semifinals. Then last year, they finally got their vengeance with a huge crushing win in winners finals and in grands over the Blue Demons. They're looking to try and make it back-to-back victories here against the red-hot Butler Bulldogs.
That demolition onto Krigg is going to be a pretty critical one, as it's each time Butler finds ball control, a demolition comes through just like that. Krigg tries to catch him, a little Sheep, a critical goal against them. 4-1, 1:18 remaining, and I think game 1 will be ending in favor of Seton Hall. Butler bright side, best of 7. Game 1's basically a myth, right? I mean, you hardly need a game 1 in a BO7 because they need to win 3 more times to find a victory.
And when it comes to best of 7s, including the EGFC, Seton Hall have been fantastic. You got to remember, this is not only the defending Big East champs, they're the defending league champs.
That's right.
They took down UTA in the semifinals, then took down Delaware in 6 games. So they know how to play an extended series. They just haven't been tested this year when it comes to a more extended playtime.
Extended playtime has been a bit of a nail in the foot here for Seton Hall, though. It seems as the series continues to kind of wean on, they begin to play a little slower, a little clunkier, and they do find kind of deficits. We talk about the game 4 difference for Seton Hall, right? How they haven't been very valuable in that 4th game. You've got to imagine this rolls all the way out to game 7. If this goes into the bracket reset, 7 more games on the table, Seton Hall really might start to fall apart at the seams. So I think they really are going to be running full throttle in games 1 through 4, because if they win it in 4, they go home happy.
And they're looking pretty fine about it here. Stokely putting in goal number 4 here in game number 1. Butler just trying to force plays now as they know they're up against it with the time working against them. They needed 3. Now they're going to need 4 to bring this one back. And Seton Hall, their defense, stepping up in a big way here.
Without a doubt, Seton Hall has been a very offensive team. I always talk about proactive and reactive. Right now, unfortunately, Seton Hall is not reactive enough to catch that one. A great tip from Kai off the kickoff puts the second goal online. Now, 3 more in 25 seconds is probably not going to happen, but you do have the lion's share of momentum going into the rest of this, and that momentum is very important, Soy, because I really don't think I could have explained this better than I did earlier. Goliath versus Goliath right now. There's no time to be the underdog because you're going to get stomped out before you get the chance to make that rise.
Everyone in the Big East can make these explosive plays out of nowhere.
Lightning in a bottle.
You have to be able to close out series, and that's what Seton Hall has done very well. They don't allow teams to battle back, but you can see Butler getting closer and closer, and although game 1's going to go to the Pirates, you can tell there's still a light at the end of the tunnel for Butler.
A light at the end of the tunnel, indeed. I believe that closing score was 5-2 in favor of Seton Hall. Kai, the one to put down both points there for Butler, and the opportunity to strike is arising more and more often. I said this earlier, and it's one of my favorite kind of analytical points to bring up. Actually, scratch that. Let's talk a little bit about something else really quickly. Butler, 9 shots on goal, only 7 from Seton Hall. Seton Hall, 5 for 7 shots. That is not something you see often.
Just accuracy, right? The fact that Butler is out shooting Seton Hall is massive, because again, this Seton Hall offense last year was number 1 in the EGFC. Coming into the postseason, they were averaging over 4 goals a game. They hit that marker here in game number 1 with 5, but that accuracy is key. They're punishing Butler for the little mistakes, and they are not missing the critical touches.
Yeah, and I think it was earlier today we saw Seton Hall with, at one point, I think it was like 17 shots on goal and then like 14 shots on goal in games where they were only scoring 2 or 3 times. It was a very explosive, in-your-face, off-the-wall kind of play style, and I critiqued it a lot. I wasn't particularly fond of it. The throwing it at the wall and praying something stuck was not my favorite position from Seton Hall. But this is the calm, cool, and collected Seton Hall I remember. This is the team who's going 7 or whatever it was. I already forgot. I'm so sorry. 5 for 7 shots on goal. I mean, that is cool, calm, and calculated. So that is surgical precision from this team.
Veteran experience pays off on a stage like this, and Stokely, the biggest thing about Seton Hall is that his touches, he and throws in particular, the amount of experience that they have, they jump on every little mistake. The second the ball just barely gets away from your car, that's the time that they leap. That's the time that they get the perfect 50. They are so good at reading those angles, and their communication absolutely on lock.
Without a doubt. I mean, Stokely is stoked, see, because Seton Hall is already up by 1 game into this grand final. They get danger close to taking a lead in the second one. Kai barely able to tap it out. A lot of mechanical gameplay from Stokely. Tries to get it past all 3 defenders, but Kai is the guy to read that play and make a change for Butler going into the rest of game 2. The first minute is a quiet one. A bit of a difference here in this second game. Seton Hall doesn't find the freebie they got back in that opening game, and all of a sudden Butler does feel a little more grounded, may I say.
Yeah, Butler a little bit slower of a start here, but they've got the ball in the right half. Craig will move it to the corner here. Froze should have a play at this one, but Morales reads it well to keep this in. Stokely already along the backboard, and look at Froze not turning back, immediately going for that midfield touch, knowing that if he's able to kind of break through this rotation, that's going to be the gap that they can exploit for an offensive push.
Rose tries to find a goal from center field. It's going to be boxed out by Kai once again. Already 90 seconds off the clock. 3.5 minutes remain. Stokely tries to play calculated. It falls down into Craig, into the far corner. And I think games like this are the games Butler has a really high chance of winning. Not allowing Seton Hall to run away with 5 points in a single game. Keeping it at a 1-0 or 0-0 scoreline, because Butler can answer in the opportunistic moments where Seton Hall is going to try to make their own chances. You play a strong defense, you block them away from goal, and you increase your own chances of winning the way I think Butler is right now.
2 things I think to watch as this series continues on. The improvisation is what we've seen play a huge factor in a lot of upsets that we've seen. St. John's with those quick turns in the corner to put in overtime goals. And here we're seeing Kai and company, instead of fully rotating back, they're constantly jumping into the air, backtracking just to try and keep the ball in the opposing half. That's another huge part. And then simplifying the game plan, right? Don't make things too complicated. Just get the ball into the right position, get the touch that you need. And Morales nearly doing just that. Kai doesn't find the touch. Krieg tries to keep it in, and now everyone on the Bulldogs has to hustle back. Stokely can't punish them for it, but Butler came oh so close.
That one is painful, Soy. That one is devastating. In a moment like that, Morales is so close, but close is never gonna cut it. Only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and neither involved in a game like Rocket League. Morales almost has it, but can't find the goal either. 2 minutes remain. Butler 0 for 2 on shots right now, and they are desperate to put a game win down. Going down by 2 against a team that only needs 4 is never a spot you want to be in.
This is eerily reminiscent of Butler's first series of the day, right? Where they just continued to pepper the net, but they couldn't cut those angles, and so the game remained close for a very long period of time. But the fact that they're getting consistent offensive chances is a very good sign, because eventually it's just too hard in Rocket League to play defense for an extended period of time.
Right.
And that was one of the big questions for Seton Hall last year. Was their offense was fantastic, but how strong was their defense? They just spent so much time on offense, and their defense was never tested. Last year they were able to answer those questions, and so far today the answer's been yes, the defense is strong enough. But against an offense as hot as Butler's is, you have to wonder if that's going to be able to be sustainable in a best-of-7 series.
You've got to wonder what's sustainable in a moment like this. Seton Hall trying to play offense 100% of the time, because so you've got to wonder, like you said, is the defense as strong as it needs to be against Butler? But if you play with the mindset, hey, if we're always on offense, don't got to worry about defense, right? And maybe that's what Seton Hall is trying to do, but the longer they do it, the more candle they burn, the more wax they burn off that candle, rather. Stokely gets a demolition onto Krieg, opens up some space for Seton Hall, but with only 60 seconds left, I'm very confident to say the next goal we see will most likely be this winning goal of game number 2.
Very likely here with short time remaining. Morales unable to find the touch here. Stokely, good touch, but Kai reads it well off the backboard. Should have a clearing attempt here. Morales on his right. Little Sheep pushed it his way, gave him a chance, but Stokely dives back to make the save, and that was a dangerous giveaway. A demo frees up some space for Krieg, and he will gladly clear it out of the half.
Pressure's on, 30 seconds remain, and nobody puts a goal down yet. It's wide open on the side of Butler, but Seton Hall not able to find that goal yet. Kai goes for a risky clear down towards center field. Little Sheep is going to try to intercept it, actually passes it back up to Kai, who runs it down the far left wall. Kai in, Krieg as well, but it's Morales that makes the space. Little Sheep drives it up, spikes it down, and we are in single digits now in overtime. Feels incredibly likely unless Butler gives us a miracle here.
Morales with a kick out off the wall. Kai is there. Krieg, maybe a chance here. Krieg gets bumped by Sheep. That was huge. The opportunity to shoot was there, but Sheep off the double commit, turns his camera around, tracks down the shooter, and bumps him off the play, and because of that, we're headed to overtime.
Phenomenal. I mean, Sheep is just a snake in the grass in plays like that. And overtime, I mean, non-existent, bro. 10 seconds on the clock there. Stokely's 5th goal. What a lineup, Soy. I mean, near flawless.
Oh, what a play. I was pointing it out. Froze with the bump in the final moments there. Making that touch off the corner is one thing, but then staying with the play. It's like in basketball, they teach you to follow your shot here. This time around, he sets up the shooting lane and then boxes out his opponent to make sure no save can come through. What a clutch play from Froze again on this stage.
It's incredible, because it's one of the first I think we've seen a clutch play from Froze that isn't just scoring, right? That goes to show Froze has a very strong defense. And what Soy is saying there is Krieg could have blocked that, would have blocked that, but Froze bumps him out of the way, and it's a free goal for Stokely in that moment. It is a small play, but it, as many of Mr. Sheep's plays have been, was the difference maker, and it's the reason they go up 2-0 in grand finals. They are 50% done holding on to that crown once again.
Looking fantastic, and again, shot total even at 5 apiece in game number 2. So it's not like Butler isn't getting chances, but the defense of Seton Hall right now is flexing its muscles. They are making save after save, critical touch after critical touch. But the biggest thing is that we've seen a couple of these chances go off the iron, go off the woodwork. So it's not like they're making every save, but it's those critical touches, those critical moments. 1 pixel here or there is the difference between game 1 and 2 going against Butler.
Yep, and there were wildly close goals, like 90% to the goal line there, but it's got to be 100%. So Butler falls a little short in game 2. I think game 3 is the last real opportunity they have to try and turn things around. Sure, there's a game 4 on the horizon, but going down 0-3 in a grand final, it is rare. I can tell you in the years I've been doing this, I've never seen a team reverse sweep a best-of-7 in Rocket League.
It's been very, very difficult, but I will say this is the Big East. They're all very familiar with each other. If it were ever to happen, it would be in this conference, so we'll have to see if it gets to that point in the first place, though. Butler, they are up against it right now, down 2 games, and we've talked about how early starts have been massive. The fact that Butler was able to keep it close for so long is such a good sign, because it feels like when you're working against the Seton Hall offense, it's only a matter of time before they find the back of the net.
Without a doubt, Seton Hall's offense is the reason this team is so powerful. The defense doesn't really need to exist often because defense doesn't need to play often. With the level of aggression Seton Hall continues to bring to the table, Froze goes for a drop-down shot. The waterfall gets cut off at the rocks there, and Butler keeps it at a 0-0 scoreline heading into the first minute of the game coming to a close. Last time we saw this was a 0-0 overtime. Overtime alone was 10 seconds, and Seton Hall walked away happy. What a block from Kai there. Very impressive. Lets it get very close to goal, but close, never enough.
I love what we're seeing. We're seeing the mind games from a couple of these players.
Yeah.
Kai faked out one player at midfield, and then on the flip side, Froze says, okay, watch this. Holds the flip reset for so long, baits out the double jump from Krieg. Morales here going for the Doomsy dish, but Krieg keeping the pressure on. Stokely gets read by Kai at the near post. Hello, hello. Butler's got the early lead.
Butler's got the early lead, only 90 seconds off the clock, and Kai, the only member of Butler to score so far this series 3 times, has scored all 3 points for Butler up to this point. Currently 6 points on the board for Seton Hall across 2 games, or I guess technically 3 if we include this one. So Butler does take a lead. Can they hold on to it? A great setup from Morales. Oh, Little Sheep almost messes up the angle, but Kai's the guy from the sky to say bye-bye to that ball and put a 2nd point on the board for Butler. All of a sudden, so a game 5 could be just over that horizon.
What a pass, what a shot, what a sequence.
It's that team collaboration again.
Morales with the backboard pass on and the bouncer too all the way across, and that's the one place that Seton Hall could not reach, was the opposite side of the net. Kai knew it, reacted, and got the goal, but it's Sheep who answers back here and gets some momentum back for the Pirates.
Little Sheep gonna shear that 2-point lead down to only 1. It's gonna be the Pirates coming to life here. 45 seconds off our 2nd minute, so we are approaching about halftime. 2:30 on the clock. It's gonna be a 2-1 lead for Butler. They have had a lead, and if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves correctly, there have been no games today where Butler lost a game where they had a lead at any point. I don't think I've seen them lose a lead at all this series, or this entire day so far. Is that story gonna change here in Grand Finals, or can Butler force at least a game 5?
We'll have to find out here. Sheep with a huge goal, and again, coming up clutch, right? When we talk about Seton Hall, we think of Froze, we think of Stokely, and now we see a save on the goal line, but it's Morales on the follow-up. That's gonna give Butler their 3rd, and this offense is coming alive thanks to a miscue defensively.
Yeah, so when we started this game, Seton Hall had scored 6 points across the entire series. Butler, Kai specifically, had scored 2. Now, Butler overall has scored 5. They are 1 point shy of tying Seton Hall for the points. Were games 1 and 2 just a bit of a fluke? Well, now's the time to find out, because Butler feeling good about their chances in game number 3. A bit of a clunky 50-50 into the air there. Frozen Krieg go toe-to-toe, or I guess bumper to bumper, and nobody's able to get away fast enough. Morales goes for the clear, demolished by Stokely. Kai has to desperation clear it down, and it's stolen by Froze once again. Seton Hall not allowing that ball to leave the back half of Butler, and even the goal. Stokely puts it down, and the lead by 1 once again.
It's so difficult because Kai here is just trying to keep pace. He's trying to read this ball off the wall, but it ends up being a back pass, and no one is ready for it defensively. And you know who jumps on mistakes like that? Stokely. Did you see how early he jumped? I think he got demoed, picked up the boost, and that's how quickly he saw that opportunity.
I mean, sub 5 seconds for Stokely to just read Butler's play like a book there. Speaking of Stokely, has ball control into this far corner. Kai goes in at the double commit on both sides, bringing Kai against a 2-piece, and woo! I'm, first of all, shocked that didn't go in. Second of all, have no idea how that's the angle it took, but it does not find a goal for Butler. One they definitely could have used, being up by only a single point. A great read in from Morales, spikes a little bit too low, catches the bumper of Froze, and dives toward that center field. It's centered out by Krieg. Morales there to catch it. It's a high roller, and Stokely not able to get that clean lineup they were looking for.
Yeah, not quite. Difficult play up the wall here. Froze, so many clean touches. Krieg, big save in front there. He'll use the ceiling to kick this one away. Force a lot of boost from Stokely. It's going back inside the box though. Froze with another solid read defensively. Will get that ball out of harm's way. Morales now from inside the box, chipping it into open space. Stokely though reads the play from Krieg. And again, it's read after read, 50 after 50 between these two. Huge demo though, might open up the door. Kai is there, but Stokely with a solid defensive touch.
Solid defensive touch indeed. 80 seconds left here on the clock. Butler looking for a time to strike, and just one more point on the board could almost guarantee that 5th game, but 75 seconds left is more than enough for Seton Hall to answer out. Speaking of answers, Froze trying to find some. Double commit from Butler, spends the ball up into the sky. Craig, desperation clear, tries to play an aerial game, bounce off the ceiling, demolition on to Craig, though makes it a 3v2 in favor of Seton Hall. Morales has to find the desperation clear. Froze bounces it back, and each time Butler tries to clear it away, Seton Hall is right there to steal it back. An open goal from Seton Hall is closed out by Stokely. 54 seconds left, Stokely in play. One heck of a player all day so far, but will fall silent to Craig once again.
It feels like the game plan right now for Butler is to try and play keep away. Just make sure this ball does not find the hood of a Pirate car, and they might have a backdoor goal here. It's Morales from distance, and you saw immediately Butler not taking any chances. The long distance shot, and Sheep unable to get back in time. He's being hassled, I think, by Craig or Kai as well, who's just hunting him, looking for a demo.
Hassle indeed. Trying to take that Sheep offline is critical in a moment like that. You box out the only defender. It's one of the most classic plays of Rocket League, right? You demo the defender, you bump them away, you get the goal wide open, and somebody scores. Just like that. 30 seconds left, 1 per 15 necessary from Seton Hall in a huge moment. And if they don't play their cards right, that could have been a slow roller right in. Little Sheep goes for a pass towards Stokely. Kai there to bump it away. Double commit from Seton Hall has not been benefiting them well here in game 3. Oh, Craig, the hero this team needs. Froze does not get that freebie. Little Sheep joins them in the failure box, and Morales has to play defense once again. Single digits, not much for Seton Hall to do against Butler in game 3. Could this be the beginning of it, Soy? Can we see possibly a full series on hand? At least we're getting a game 5.
At least, a much-needed win for Butler to slow down Seton Hall's momentum in this series. Again, clutch touches, really the big names of Butler stepping up. 2 from Morales, 2 from Kai, but Craig in the final moments getting the defensive plays on lock, ensuring that that gate stays closed against Seton Hall. Seton Hall still able to keep it close with a lot of key goals, and again, coming from key member Stokely, the biggest name, but Little Sheep giving them opportunities.
Little Sheep striking those opportunities and playing a really strong defense. I really cannot highlight the defense of Little Sheep enough because it has been a really large playmaker, and the only time that it got disrupted is the time Butler scored. Is that the beginning of a pattern here? They noticing, wow, Little Sheep is surprisingly doing way more than it looks like he is. He's kind of, like I said earlier, that snake in the grass. You don't catch him until it's too late and all your crops are gone. But I think Butler does not want to say, oh, crop here tonight. They want to walk away with a reset victory, and hopefully they're going to be able to, because a reset is all they need to make a true grand final. Oh, it's oh my goodness. Holy cow, it is boxed out by Morales. I feel like that's a death slammer if I've ever seen one.
Daylight robbery, are you kidding me? How does that ball not go in?
I mean, that's 99% in.
That is incredible, and the poise, no panic, although it seems so difficult, they're able to keep this game at a tie game so early. That's such a critical play for this defense to make, but Seton Hall, they smell blood in the water.
Without a doubt. I mean, that goal could have been an absolute nail in the coffin against Butler, but this one could be all the same. Goes a little bit wide, the demo's not there. Is that an angle in? Boxed out by Seton Hall's defense. Once again, Morales has to give a good 180 spin here on the corner. Does not get boost in time, and I can't even begin to explain what happened there, but I do know Stokely does find that first point on the board, and Seton Hall goes up 1-0 in what could be their penultimate game.
Morales wants to move that ball forward, but he turns too fast and the ball encroaches on him too quick, so the touch that he gets goes perfectly off the sideboards, and there's just no defender back to follow up, and so it's an easy roll-in goal for Stokely to give Seton Hall the early lead here. Butler gonna have to battle back, and again, these first goals, these early leads have been so vital to these Big East teams.
Craig gets it. Oh my God, I feel like I'm so reactive right now. Every goal has been so close, but Craig does sneak in the angle. I thought Little Sheep had the hit out. Craig was going to hit the side of goal and have it bounce away, but it bounces inward, and it's not going to be that daylight robbery against Butler the way it was Seton Hall. 1-1. First time I think we've seen 1-1 in this series so far, and like I always love to say, it's essentially a 0-0.
Again, the fact that Butler is able to answer back so quickly, right after giving up some shaky opportunities at the beginning, and they give up a very oddball goal early on in this one, to battle back like that and find a goal off the post, just what they needed to give themselves another shot at this game because, again, those early leads have been so damaging. Froze might have an opportunity here. He tries to tee it up, but everyone for Seton Hall a little too far back. You see Stokely ready to pre-jump, but he's too far away.
I feel like we've spent a lot of the day praising Froze a lot for the action that we've seen. Froze actually scoreless so far in this series. What I do want to call out is Butler. Between the three of them have 7 goals this series. So does Stokely. 7 goals from one player this series. It has truly been the Stokely show from the side of Seton Hall. The S in Seton Hall actually stands for Stokely. The way that this player has been dominating the field so far. Half the game left standing here in Game 4. It's a 1-1. Last time we saw a game this close was Game 2. 1-0 victory for Seton Hall, and they walked away with a dominant victory. Craig, though, trying to take the lead, just can't get the lineup.
Everyone from Butler here in the offensive half. This could be dangerous here. Everyone pressing in. Kai in the offensive rotation gets over top of one, but Froze is there along the backboard. Craig with the read, but the 50 better from Froze, and so everyone's going to retreat here from the side of Butler. They give up a 50 to Sheep here, which means they got to move this ball along the wall. Centering ball down in for Froze. The rebound chance, save made by Kai, and another dangerous opportunity. Sheep doesn't find the touch, but it's still kept in by Seton Hall, and now everyone for the Pirates has boost.
Boost is locked and loaded for the Pirates here. We added some thrusters to the Pirate ship, and let's see what they're going to be able to do with it. Bulldogs want to make some space. We've got to find out if their bark is just as bad or maybe worse than their bite. 1-1 on the board right now. 2 minutes remaining, and Butler desperate to tie up this series 2-2 and essentially make it a BO3.
Dangerous spot here. A lot of awkward touches off of this corner. Makes it very difficult for Seton Hall to score, but also leaves these infield passes that are always so dangerous. Good demo coming through, though, and Stokely will strike true. Froze with another assist. Tack it on here as Kai left hung out to dry thanks to the demo.
Stokely gets a phenomenal goal there. The 8th point on the board from Stokely, not even Seton Hall, from Stokely. Every point has been from them except 2 from Mr. Sheep. And there were 2 opportunistic goals where Stokely, I believe, was demolished both times. So this could have been a Stokely clean house, but instead it's going to continue to be Stokely now hitting, if I can do math, double digits here. No, that's 9. That's 9. 9 points on the board for Stokely so far. 90 seconds left, and Seton Hall coming up 3-1. The game that felt so close just 10 seconds ago.
He's just a monster on land. He just continues to churn out opportunities, and his individual mechanics, the way he reads the play, it is just something else to behold. He is so good for this offense, and he continues to make game-breaking play after game-breaking play, and now he's given the Pirates a 2-goal lead.
The 2-goal lead for the Pirates is a critical one, as this could still very likely be the penultimate game for this team. They only need to win 4, and if Seton Hall wins, that is a regulation win. There is no bracket reset. They are the undefeated team. Butler, though, running out of time to adapt, running out of time to react. They've got to make something happen here. 60 seconds left, 1 goal per 30 seconds. Unbelievably achievable in a circumstance like this one. Are they going to be able to get the lineup here? Soy Froze able to go for a block there. Stokely looks for one of their own. Hurdles it down toward the goal of Butler, 45. And that might be a freebie. Nobody's home. We're back within 1.
Hello, Kai. Welcome to the party. 2 goals here for Butler, and Kai from midfield wins the race against Froze. So Butler keeping it close here with 42 seconds remaining.
42 seconds left. Kai's 5th goal of the game right now. Second to Stokely, who is 4 goals ahead, sitting at a whopping 9 across 3 games. Of course, that's 3 per game, but we know that's not how this has truly gone. Morales goes for an early goal, trying to tie things up, and while you're keeping it close, only going to count in hand, horse, and shoe grenades, so something's got to change for Butler. Froze gets an demolition onto Craig, makes it a 3v2 in a critical moment. 30 seconds left on the clock. Little Sheep sets up the tee. Craig there to steal the shot away. And Butler has ball control. Not for very long, a phenomenal angle in. Morales has to be careful on that turnaround. Kai clears it up, a coast-to-coast waterfall goes down, and that could be it. No, Stokely boxes it away. 10 seconds left. What can Butler pull out in these final seconds?
They got to come up with something here, but they've got to traverse the whole field. Craig pass to Kai along the boards. 3 seconds now. This ball's got to stay in the air, but it's only Froze near it. What can he do? Gets the air dribble over Craig. Morales from the ceiling. He's looking for Kai, but they can't connect, and Seton Hall go to championship point.
Championship point. Redemption point. I can't think of the word I'm trying to say. Protection point, I guess, considering they're trying to hold on to it. A 3-2 victory for Seton Hall, and they are now hypothetically 5 minutes away from being the Big East champions. Back to back, Soy. It is unbelievably achievable for this team right now.
And I gotta give credit to Stokely.
No
3
doubt.
goals in this game, and he is the difference maker, right? When it comes down to it, this team, we've talked about how Little Sheep has done such a good job stepping up on the big stage, and how Froze has come up clutch. But on the biggest stage, in the biggest moment, who else but the MVP of last year, Stokely, to step up and get a hat trick in that game?
You don't become the MVP on accident. You don't become the #1 seed on accident. Stokely has earned this not only for himself, but for his team. And as we jump into what could possibly be the final 5 minutes of Rocket League here tonight, it is up to Butler to try and give us a bit of a longer evening. You're down 3-1 in a grand final. You're back against the wall. A fire lit underneath you like never before, and a fire lit up in your car as well as Krieg is demolished right back to the junkyard. Times are tough for Butler. They are down, but they are not out. This is the time to activate that 6th chakra.
They've got to step up here. We've talked about it, how their offense has come online all day. They've missed on a couple of opportunities, but the question is, can they keep pace with the offense of the Pirates? It's certainly doable, but will they be able to do so with their back against the wall? They can't afford any more mistakes, Septilence.
They cannot afford anything. Back against the wall. Seton Hall looking to rule them all, and they're looking a little more likely that Butler may fall as Froze comes in and makes the call. First point online for Seton Hall. Froze's first point of the series as well.
A huge one here, again, off the turnover at midfield, tries to corral that play off the wall, just barely gets away from him, and Froze with the cleanest of intercepts to make that play happen, and the angle, short side, to ensure the defense had no chance.
Speaking of no chance, I thought that was a clean shot into the top right corner, going to be blocked away, and Butler not able to get that freebie point they were looking for. A tie-up 1-1 could be critical. Craig goes for a secondary setup. I think it's going to be a bit of a waterfall spike shot. Morales too far into the corner, no boost to catch, and that's one that hurts. I think we might be seeing a bit of a boost drought performance from Seton Hall, as every time we look at a member of Butler, I'm seeing maybe sub 60 in the boost pocket there. That is not a lot to work with.
A lot. Oh, nearly Krieg in the infield pass. Just can't quite connect. Probably put the wind off of that ball, but not able to make contact with it. Good infield pass here. What a read by Froze, but just barely off target. A couple of these plays, a couple of these passes just barely miscued, and now Butler up against it. Drop down shot, goal line save, rebound here from Sheep, but Kai able to make the block.
Kai finds the block, trying to flip onto a hard offense now, but Morales isn't in front of the goal in time. Froze gets bumped away. I love the defense we're seeing from Morales. Couldn't play the goalie, so bumped to make sure the shot just couldn't go through entirely. Two boost, for Krieg in this moment, trying to farm up a little bit on the pennies in center field. Gets up to that clean 100 and wants to get back into the fray. Jumps up and over the fight, making Kai the sole defender. Double blockade coming out from Kai either way. Said, I'll do it myself. 3 minutes on the clock. 1 point up for the side of Seton Hall, and things feeling rough for Butler. They've got to answer back. This team has been far too silent here in this series so far.
This defense is a little panicky. Everyone's been on the back third for a minute, so they don't have a whole ton of boost to work with. Morales can't get around the one defender. Kai is back. Sheep with the bump. Oh, but he got in the way of the shot. That was surely goal number 2, but Froze put it right into him. Now Stokely with the infield dribble here from the wall will get dunked on, and that will put it back into the opposing half. A good demo comes through. Morales with a chance, and he scores! Tie game at 2:23.
Tie game 2:23. The Septilence patent pending second half buff finally kicking in for Butler here. They're tying things up 1-1, and Seton Hall desperate to find another goal. If they can win this one, Soy, they can walk away with a 4-1 Grand Finals defending champion victory. But if they let Butler win this one, that could be the beginning of a very long series ahead of them. We've talked about this already. The longer you make Seton Hall play, the more difficult it becomes. This is a burst energy style team. Making them go full attack here for possibly 14 full games could really take it out of them.
Momentum plays such a key in these long extended series, and Butler, they're starting to find some of it. Morales with a decent 50, but Froze to move it up. He and Stokely combine here, 2-on-1 the other way. Kai, no boost in the tank, he's able to pinch it away. Sheep has to play in here from the corner. What can he do? Nothing, as Morales shuts that play down. Stokely looking for the far post, and it's in! Off the back of the defender! Stokely gives Seton Hall the lead!
Stokely's 10th goal of the series, possibly the most important that we've seen so far, with only 107 seconds left on the clock. It is a critical moment that Seton Hall take the lead going into the final 60 seconds, because that is statistically likely they're going to be able to take that victory. Can there be a fast answer back from Butler? Can they put us back in a complicated 0-0? As ball control ends in favor of Seton Hall early off the kick. Morales has to play the disruptor here, but can't flip the defender. Up to Kai to get in the way, and they're certainly able to do so.
Able to do so, but they need a response quickly here. A minute 30 is not all that long. It's good shot from Krieg. Sheep with another clutch save. Kai looking to keep possession here, but the double tap gives it back to Stokely, who quickly gets this ball into the blue half and sets up his buddy Froze to make it 3-1 with a minute 19 remaining. Seton Hall are up 2.
I mean, that might be one of the most precise goals we've seen all weekend. It's a simple one, but holy cow, is it clean. I mean, Stokely takes it into the wall, just fades off into the background, and Froze sinks it in like a cannonball.
He makes it seem so effortless.
Seriously.
Like that touch was nothing, but that is one of the toughest touches you'll see. Off the wall requires full boost, but a setup here for Kai off the crossbar, and Little Sheep is going to sweep across, and that is an opportunity missed. Butler's going to be pounding their desk after that one. Stokely keeps it away, and Froze gets it out of midfield.
I mean, if we've been keeping track of every goal Butler's almost found, this would be a completely different series. So it has been milliseconds of difference. It has been inches turning into miles here. I think we could be at like a 3-2 scoreline, maybe even a 3-3 right now. If Butler had just found the goals they were almost able to find. Froze with the 4th point for Seton Hall, and with only 42 seconds left. 1 goal per like 11-ish seconds here for Butler to win it. So it's not impossible, but if we're being honest, it's certainly improbable.
You probably need a kickoff goal here.
At least,
you gotta pull something out of the bag of tricks. If you're Butler, I feel like it's now or never. The 50 goes into the blue half, but Krieg, not the best of touches, and Stokely reads it. And again, this team, they just continue to make smart touch after smart touch. This run, it felt inevitable, and the Seton Hall Pirates are 1 step closer to the championship.
1 step closer indeed. 20 seconds away, some may say, from this championship here, because they are going to be able to win this, their 4th game. No bracket reset if Seton Hall wins this with 15 seconds remaining. Soy, I think it's time to say congratulations to our reigning champions once again.
This team, this offense unstoppable, this roster, this run inevitable, and this championship indisputable. The Seton Hall Pirates are champions of the Rocket League Big East.
Rocket League Big East champions. It is the call that Seton Hall will rule them all as Butler falls, and that is a huge moment for this squadron, winning in a 4-1 fashion in grand finals. So many terrifying things about them. For somebody to take an hour-plus break to eat dinner, jump back in and drop a hat trick on you before you score is terrifying. They came in with an unparalleled energy that went unparalleled for the rest of this series. Seton Hall deserving of that victory, and you've got to be proud of that performance. But Butler, they fight tooth and nail. 2nd seed comes in 2nd place. They've still secured their spot at the Delaware EGFC land later this year, so it's not over yet. They'll get another shot at that crown.
But what a run from both of these teams. It's been phenomenal Rocket League all day today. But at the end of the day, Seton Hall, the veteran experience, and we wondered, with no Tone in the lineup, how would they play? How would Sheep step up? Sheep did everything they were tasked with. And at the end of the day, the veteran experience, I think it rubs off on them because they were just constantly in the right place at the right time. And the veterans of this scene, Stokely and Froze, in the moments where they had to come up clutch, made every right decision.
Undoubtedly so. And I'll be honest, to full disclosure here, when I saw Tone was not there, I was worried. When you look and you see Sheep 1 goal the entire season, it's like, oh my goodness, like they are fully not going to be able to get that lineup in time, but it turns out that Sheep is on this roster for a reason, because holy cow, it has been a stellar performance from that player so far. I mean, I am blown away through and through, and it has been absolutely incredible to see Seton Hall come through, new player today, and make it work time and time again.
It's been fantastic to see, and for Butler on the other side, right? Again, this has been a fantastic season for them overall, but the one team, the one bracket demon still stands in their way, and today just not their day for that grand final, but still a shout out to all their players. They had some highlight reel level goals throughout this playoff bracket. They just continued to churn out goals, and I don't think anyone will forget their efforts against Xavier, their efforts against DePaul, who had been bracket demons for them in the past. The fact that they made it back to a grand finals after years. It had been years since they'd made a grand final, since they got to a championship level. And unfortunately today, not their day, but still a fantastic effort.
Without a doubt. And I've got to say, I want to highlight something really interesting. So if my math is correct, and I've never been a man known for my math skills, going into this series, we saw 43 points from Seton at the end of this series. So all the points they got in there, including the 10 Stokely found, was 43. Going into this, Butler had 47. So Butler still walks away with more points on the day. I feel like it's rare we see that. At the end of the series, Butler goes from 47 to 55. So certainly the highest scoring team we've had this weekend. It's not the first place victory they want, but it's a second place victory that does allow them to move further on. So they've got a lot to work on. They've got a lot to work with, and they're going to be looking for Seton Hall all over again.
And this Seton Hall squad, again, this year has been something else entirely, right?
Truly.
They qualify for CRL, and they've had a lot of roster changes, right? We not only talked about Sheep throughout the day, but even the fall split. Jimbo was a senior who graduated in the fall, and he had numerous goals. He was an impact player. He had to go up against a lot of the cream of the crop of the EGFC, teams like UTA, teams like Butler in the past. So Jimbo, that senior, that veteran, also providing some experience for this team, unable to play in this tournament, but his presence still felt by this Pirates squad.
Indubitably so. We've talked about the Pirates so much. You guys have heard our opinions on them, but it's always fun to hear from the players themselves. So we're going to jump down to Tiny Shiny on stage to talk with our reigning champions once again.
And I am here with the champions of the first ever LAN tournament for the Big East Conference. Let's give it up for the Seton Hall Pirates. You guys, not only today, but through the entire EGFC season, you guys dropped a total of 2 games, ended up 13-2, and here you are, made a straight run through that winner's bracket to get yourselves here to that championship today. And I have to ask, you guys, you were prepared, you came in, played those 2 matches like it was absolutely nothing. You guys, you had a chance to watch your opponents, Butler, once again. How did you guys prepare for this grand finals match?
I mean, we just knew what we had to do. We were ready. We played them before, took care of business, and then we were ready again for the second one.
That is it right there. You're coming in, you're confident, you already had a win. It makes it seem like what is one more against it, but Butler certainly gave you guys a fight today. And, you know, we talked about how well you guys were playing throughout the tournament, but throughout the season in general, you guys managed to stay within that top seed. I believe you finished overall 4th in the EGFC championship, 1st in this conference. How did you guys manage to stay so dominant, so consistent throughout this entire season?
Just came down to playing together as much as we possibly could. Our main starter, Tone, couldn't be here, so Jarnold stepped in and we made sure to get as many games as possible with him and just get that chemistry down.
And you guys looked great while you did it. You didn't have all of your players here today. You made that change. You're able to get everyone integrated into the roster, and here you are, 4-1 victory. Got one more question for you guys today. Do we have any shout outs that you guys like to make to anybody in the crowd?
Well, I would like to shout out Victor and the program for helping us be here, for supporting us, and for supporting the team.
Yep.
Appreciate them all.
Oh, it's the team managers, the coaches, but of course the players who got them all to the victory. It is a team effort after all, and it was great to have you guys here at the Butler University Esports Park today. We're not done just yet, though. We're getting ready to hand out those awards, but before we do, we're going to head back to our casters one last time.
Thank you so much, Tiny. That's right, we are still here at the desk. While there's no Rocket League left to cast, I think there's plenty to discuss, right? We've seen a lot of awards that are going to be coming up. We can pass out our own little MVP award. And I think I can speak for both of us. So it begins with an S, rhymes with Stokely. I mean, who gets 10 goals in an opportunity like that to come through? In 4 or 5 games, 10 goals, at least 2 per game. You do not see that often.
And we were talking about how easy he makes it look, and those are not easy plays that he's making. He's such a good facilitator for this team. He is one of the best players in terms of the mechanical touches that he's able to create, and the way he reads plays, the way he sees the field, it just feels like he finds another caliber. But also, shout outs to Froze. How many difference-making touches did he find in that series? He's had a fantastic year. This feels like a breakout season really for him. Without Tone in the lineup, he has really stepped stepped up.
Undoubtedly so, and it's incredible to see that step up from this player. They came through with a lot to prove. They prove it. They bring a player that we have not seen a lot of this entire season into their grand finals run, and they make it work. So it has been dominant through and through. This team working large and in charge. And something else we talked about kind of while we were waiting to jump back on for you guys is I am very honest with my ability at playing Rocket League. I'm terrible at this game. I'm behind the desk for a reason. I truly cannot make it work because you watch these collegiate players and they make it look as if it's everyday work. This game is tough. This game is raw mechanics 100% of the time. So to see these players come through and hit the craziest goals, and then we jump over to a player cam and they're sitting there like they're making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, like it's crazy how little of an impact it has because this is just what they do every day that I couldn't do in years.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they see the game and the way they can play the ball. I was talking about a lot of the angles that Froze in particular was finding.
Yeah.
A lot of the offense that he found was kind of east to west where you're coming across the ball. Those fadeaway type shots, your timing has to be perfect, and he nails it every time. On the biggest stage, under the spotlight, they continue to make these super mechanical plays, and that's a huge difference maker, right? Because the learning curve for this game, it's more like a right angle than a progressive triangle.
Absolutely, and it's fascinating as well because they go into this on a stage that isn't theirs, in an arena that isn't theirs, with an audience that clearly isn't theirs. They're going against the home team, right? And they are just, it is surgical precision out there. They zone out the audience. It is just them and the ball, and it works wonders. I'm amazed at the team's ability to do this because, like you said, Soy, this game is separated by milliseconds. It is, if you hit the ball 1 millisecond later than you meant to, it's flying to the far other side of the field instead of into goal like you wanted it to. I don't think they missed a millisecond this whole series.
Even the seconds that you take to challenge the ball on what seems like a nothing play, those 50s seem like, okay, you know, those are just going to happen, you know, every single game, it's whatever. But the way that these players read the ball, their chemistry, their positioning matters. If you're a fraction of a second late to a 50, that influences the next man in the rotation. That influences the third
It's that
guy.
ripple.
Every single play just has that ripple effect in Rocket League. So every single touch you get, there's a reason that that podcast First Touch is called First Touch, because it's the most important touch you can get on the ball. That first play you make is the most impactful, and Seton Hall getting the best of those first touches.
Without a doubt. And it's fascinating because I have the opportunity, and I know you do as well, we commentate a lot of esports, right? We spread ourselves across a couple of games, and I think there's something unique about Rocket League. When you look at other esports, you see, 6v6, 5v5, 4v4. In Rocket League, it is the lowest that I'm aware of, truly, 3v3. And it's so player versus player that you cannot have a weak link. All these players need to be effective. All these players need to be strong. And that's what we see from teams like Butler. That's what we see from teams like Seton Hall, is they are bringing 3 strong individuals to the table. It's the teams with the weak link that unfortunately aren't able to even qualify for events like this because they are going to meet players and teams as cool, calm, and collected as Seton Hall and Butler can be.
It's the difference between good and great.
Yes.
Good teams find ways to not lose. Spectacular, amazing. The champions, they find ways to win, and that is what Froze and Stokely and Mr. Sheep were able to do in this series. They made all the right plays at the right moments. When they were tasked with the most difficult of touches, they were able to come up with them.
Without a doubt, it has been able to find that opportunity time and time again in moments where you think they're going to flounder and they thrive. It's thrive or survive, and they are certainly thriving in a moment like that. I always love to say fight or flight, and they are flightless birds for sure because holy cow, did the Pirates come out swinging today. I'm trying to think. The most dominant game I think we saw from them was possibly the 4-1 in the closing game there, because I think a lot of other times it was kind of a 3-2 victory. We saw a 1-0 victory, but each time we saw Seton Hall, as I mentioned earlier, with only 28 points across the day, is they aren't the team going out and 10-0ing. They're winning, but they don't run out their boosters to win, right? They try to throttle that energy. They try to hold on to that extra boost, because if it does go to Game 7 and you spent 20 minutes 10-0ing Game 2, you wasted a lot of energy you were going to need down the line, and I think Seton Hall, as they continue to adapt and learn, Game 4 is a little more often than we'd like it to be. You've got to have enough energy to get to Game 4.
Yeah, and they've done a good job of that in this tournament because, again, that was the question mark for them, right? 3-0ing everybody, but when it got to Game 4 in those best-of-5s, it often worked against them. They would be able to sneak a game out here or there, but it would just get away from them too little, too late. But this time around, they've conquered their bracket demons. Any team that's gotten the better of them, they were able to get the better of here on LAN and in Game 4s as well.
Yeah, and I think we've just gotten confirmation that the award ceremony is ready with Seton Hall, so let's jump down and give that a watch before we call it tonight.
And welcome back once again. Here we are. The champions have been decided for the Big East Conference. The top 2 teams today both qualified for the championship in Delaware. But first, we want to welcome to the stage the Executive Associate Commissioner of the Big Esports Conference, Chris Schneider. And Chris is going to have the honor of handing out the awards to our esteemed players today. So first, without further ado, we are going to welcome our runners-up, Butler University. When I call your name, I want you guys to head on up here. We're going to go ahead and start out with our high goal scorer for the evening. Let's have Kai. And next on our list, the ever-consistent Morales. And finally, we have our striker of the night. Let's get Craig up here. And last but certainly not least, let's get Enham 100. And congratulations to the Bulldogs of Butler University for making it to the semifinals, or the grand finals in front of their home crowd, taking away that second place title. Let's give it up for them. All right. Thank you, Butler University, coming in today. And now it's time. The grand champions of the evening, running straight through the winners' brackets. Get ready to welcome the Pirates of Seton Hall. First. All righty. And first up on our list, let's go ahead and get Kevin on up here. Sorry about that. All right. And let's get our ever-consistent, the defensive man of the night, Mr. Sheep. And let's just go with the 12-goal scorer in the grand finals alone. Let's go ahead and get the MVP up here. Come on up. All right. All right. Good job, Stokely. And now we have 2 more people to have on up. The person who's making all the decisions behind the scene, making these strategies to get to the victory. We got Ulti, the head coach. All right. One last time, we're going to get Lalo on up here. Come get your medal. All right. Okay, now this is what we've all been waiting for, and I'm sure you guys have. Well, let's have the winning team go ahead and hoist the Big East Conference Championship trophy. Woo! All right, congratulations to our champions, the Seton Hall Pirates. Let's give it up for them one last time. All right, that is going to be all that we have here down on the stage. The Big East Esports Conference would like to thank all of you, viewers, players, coaches, staff, and the Butler Esports Park for coming out here supporting these players tonight. as this has been one series to remember. We're going to head back to our casters for the final time this evening. Let's give it up one last time.
With a heavy heart, I must admit, this is the final time you'll be seeing Soy and I this weekend, but we are glad that we got to be here. Before we call it, I, of course, want to give a couple of thank yous, both to Big East and EGFC for bringing us out, having us here for the first LAN we've been able to have in a while. A big shout out to Butler Production and just Butler for hosting everything, and Ruckus, of course, for helping Butler become the great esports program they've become and helping make this entire weekend possible. Thank you to all of the teams that came out. We know it's not easy to make it out here, but we appreciate all of you coming. We hope you've had a wonderful weekend, and the teams that haven't gotten to play yet, that play tomorrow in League of Legends, we hope this weekend can be as great for you as well. And of course, thank all of you for watching. We could not do this without you. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the Big East tomorrow.